Good morning, everyone. If you could please stand for the national anthem.
20,000 women of all races from across the country marched in protest in Pretoria's Union buildings. But 156 leaders connected to the Freedom Charter were arrested, and the 5-year-long treason trial began. The Sharpeville Massacre of March 1960 introduced the phase.
I think they went ahead of themselves. All right. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Did you switch it?
Fought on many fronts and in a myriad ways. International pressure and an underground campaign partnered with mass resistance.
The liberation struggle is said to have begun as soon as the first Europeans set foot on African soil, more than 500 years ago. The indigenous Kwekwe inhabitants repelled the Portuguese invasion in 1510, and more than 100 years later, stood up to the Dutch colonists in the 1650s. Subsequently, the British occupiers were challenged in a series of frontier wars with the Xhosa nation between 1779 and 1879. At the same time, the Zulu nation resisted incursions by both the migrating Voortrekkers and by the British between the 1830s and the 1880s. More recently, the 20th century saw a number of resistance efforts against European conquest and domination. The first phase of the liberation quest was marked by diplomatic engagement and petitioning for support. Attempts to legislate discrimination against those of Asian origin in 1906 led to a campaign of passive resistance fronted by Mahatma Gandhi. Then, in 1913, Black South Africans were threatened with eviction from their land. In response, delegations from the fledgling South African Native National Congress visited London several times to request assistance from the British government. Several times, the British refused to intervene. Nevertheless, the diplomatic style gave rise to a lasting global solidarity movement in support of the struggle. The ascendance to power in 1948 of the repressive National Party led to a second prong of the liberation campaign: direct confrontation and disobedience. A widespread defiance campaign encouraged the deliberate violation of unjust laws. An alternative future for the country was mapped out in the Freedom Charter, which was adopted in 1955. The following year, 20,000 women of all races from across the country marched in protest on Pretoria's Union buildings. But 156 leaders connected to the Freedom Charter were arrested, and the 5-year-long treason trial began. The Sharpeville Massacre of March 1960 introduced the phase of armed struggle, beginning with the banning of political organizations, which continued to operate from exile. At the Rivonia trial in 1964, Nelson Mandela and his comrades were sentenced to life imprisonment, and the armed struggle became punctuated by acts of sabotage, with military retaliation being carried out in neighboring states. In 1976, a student uprising on June 16 was violently put down, with 176 children being killed on that day alone, and at least 600 in subsequent brutal retaliations. South Africa was progressively subjected to international economic sanctions and was increasingly isolated by cultural and academic boycotts. The ANC's cultural desk vetted any proposed cultural or academic engagement. The geopolitical landscape shifted at the end of the Cold War, and South Africa's period of transition began with the unbanning of the liberation movements and the release from prison, after 27 years, of future President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. The Congress for a Democratic South Africa, CODESA, began sitting in December 1991 against a backdrop of continuing conflict. Efforts by fascist militants to sabotage proceedings and the assassination of a leading liberation figure, Martin Tembisile Chris Hani. Despite setbacks, peace negotiations continued, paving the way towards the first democratic elections in April 1994. Nelson Mandela was sworn in as the first democratic president, and a multi-party constitutional assembly began to draft the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which was promulgated 2 years later. To facilitate a process of healing, the Government of National Unity established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, to investigate violence and human rights abuses committed on all sides during the apartheid era.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us for a very significant event and a very significant milestone in the history of our country. My name is Ben Mwasinga. I am your program director for the next 2 days, and we have an extremely jam-packed program, as you have all seen. Our program is quite ambitious, but we thought that we would try as best as we could to capture all the significant events and milestones that have led us to 30 years of democracy, as we just concluded our election 2 days ago. So just a few house rules before we begin. You will be officially welcomed by the CEO of SARA, and that'll be followed by an introduction by our council chairman as well. The bathrooms, if you have not seen yet, are on this side. So if you need to take a break, you can go. The men's bathroom is right over here. There's a sign, and the women's bathroom is a bit further. For those that are joining us online, I'd like to welcome you as well. Please ensure that you are muted. As you do know, unmuting your microphone does disturb proceedings and may interfere with the speaker. For those who are joining us inside the venue, if you may please to put your cell phones on silent or vibrate as well. We do not want to disrupt the speakers as we go through the proceedings today. So as you've seen the program in front of you, we have received a few apologies. Unfortunately, the Honorable Deputy Minister is unavailable, so she will not be joining us. However, Ntate Langeveld from DSAC will be representing the department. We have also received an apology from Ms. Abigail Tulare, the CEO of Robben Island Museum. She's had a bereavement in her family, but she will be represented by the Chief Heritage Officer, Mr. Chima. And other than that, all of our speakers are available. They are present. Some of them are joining us virtually, and we welcome you all. So without any further delay, let me welcome the CEO of SARA and the woman who pays my salary, Advocate Lungisa Malkas.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. And Ben, you didn't have to say that. Oh, wow. We are so excited that we are also part of these celebrations. There's a lot that is happening in our country right now, and would really like to celebrate our 30 years of democracy. Before I could get into my speech, sorry. I would like to acknowledge few people that are here with us and those that are online. I would also start with my boss, my council chairperson, Dr. Luyanda Mpahlwa, who is going to be our keynote speaker later this afternoon, or early evening rather. We have Mr. Joe Serekwane, who is our SARA council member, who will be coming after me. We also have our former council member, Dr. Greg Houston, and I know we always pronounce his surname as Houston, but he calls himself Houston. So I hope, Dr. H, I got your surname right this time, the pronunciation. And then we've got Dr. Tozama April Maduma. She is the senior curator at the University of Fort Hare. Again, from the Department of Sociology and Economic Sociology at Rhodes University, we have Professor Lucien van der Walt. From Mapungubwe, we have Park Manager Mr. Mpandeni Ntangeni. I hope I've got that surname correct. Apologies in advance if I mispronounce your names or surnames, but I'll try my best. We have President of South African Museums, Summer, Ms. Talita Fori. Also in our midst, we have former Sarah Bartman Reference Group member, Dr. Diana Ferras. From Tanzania, African Liberation Heritage Center, we've got Dr. Boniface Kadili, the Krikwa Royal House, Dr. Hendrik Tace. From the Missing Persons Task Team at the National Prosecuting Authority, we have Ms. Madeleine Fullert. The CEO of Castle of Good Hope, Mr. Calvin Gilfillan. Our former council member, Dr. Olga Bialystoka. I call her Dr. O. She will be also one of the speakers. Our council member, Mr. Tariq Millet. Ms. Rihanna Parker, also a council member of SARA, she will also be one of the speakers. And then from the University of Cape Town, we have Dr. Siddiq Mutala. From the University of Johannesburg, we have Mr. Isaac Potgieter. From the Constitutional Hill, people that are hosting us this morning, thank you very, very, very much for being part of our program. We have Mr. Ruben Pasha. And then from the Robben Island, Ben has already apologized for the CEO who is going through bereavement at the moment, but she will be represented by Mr. Chimane Maheni. My fellow colleague, the CEO of Freedom Park, Dr. Jane Mufamadi, is here with us. Dr. Jonathan Schaffman, our SARA Council member. Dr. Vikindu Kumulane, unfortunately he could not join us today. He was supposed to be in the program. Ndade Benjamin Muduka, Professor Albert Mahoba, the chairperson of the board, Limpopo Heritage Resources Authority, LIRA. Then from Bapeti Kingdom, we have Princess Samangwane Mampuru, Senior Prince Seraki Mampuru, and Dade Nelson Mampuru. These are the people that I just wanted to give them a special warm welcome. And obviously, everybody here, we don't take you for granted for setting your time aside and join us. We know that it is busy with the elections and everybody is eager to hear the results. So thank you so much for taking time and be with us. And the rest of the council members, of course, that I did not mention, I also acknowledge you. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and all our wonderful participants, it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we gather to commemorate 30 years of democracy in South Africa. Today, we reflect on our past, acknowledge our present, and look forward to our future with hope and determination. 30 years ago, our beloved nation embarked on a remarkable journey. The struggle to achieve democracy was painful and required a great deal of sacrifice. Many brave men and women sacrificed their lives, their families, and their freedom to fight against the oppressive system of apartheid. Their courage and resilience laid the foundation for the democratic South Africa we cherish today. As we remember the heroes of our struggle and those whose stories remain untold, we are eternally grateful to their unwavering commitment to justice and equality. The transition to democracy was not just a political transformation. It was a profound cultural and societal shift. At the heart of this transformation lies our rich and diverse heritage. Heritage is more than just monuments and objects. It encompasses our traditions, languages, stories, and collective memory. It is through the preservation and celebration of our heritage that we build a cohesive and inclusive national identity. As the South African Heritage Resources Agency, SARA, we are entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding our heritage. This task is vital for nurturing a sense of belonging and pride among all South Africans. By preserving our history, we ensure that future generations understand the sacrifices made for their freedom and the importance of maintaining our democratic principles. As we reflect on our progress, we must also confront the challenges that remain. Decolonization is an ongoing journey. While we have dismantled the legal structures of apartheid, its legacies persist in many forms. Economic disparities, social inequality, and cultural injustice continues to affect our society. To truly decolonize, we must address these inequalities and work towards our society where South Africans have equal opportunities to thrive. Decolonization is not just about removing colonial symbols. It is about empowering our people through education, economic participation, and cultural affirmation. We must reclaim our narratives, celebrate our indigenous knowledge systems, and ensure that our heritage reflects the true diversity and richness of our nation. Looking ahead, the next 30 years present an opportunity for us to build on the foundations laid by our heroes. We envision a South Africa where our heritage is a source of strength and unity, and where every citizen feels a deep connection to our collective identity. Let us move forward with the spirit of Ubuntu, recognizing that all humanity is connected. Let us continue to fight for a society free from discrimination, poverty, and injustice. Let us ensure that the values enshrined in our Constitution guide our actions and policies. Let us honor our past, engage with our present, and commit to a future filled with hope, shared prosperity, and shared prosperity. Together, we will build a South Africa that truly reflects the dreams and aspirations of all people, of all its people. By those words, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this two-day session that we'll have today and tomorrow, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those wonderful words, CEO. I'd now like to welcome SARA Council member who will be doing an introduction and background to the proceedings, Ntate Joe Serokwane.
Yeah, that's a bit of space. I think I grew a little bit taller after a walk this morning. Can see that I'm adjusting the mic so that it's at least in line with my height. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And also very excited to form part of this conversation, to form part of this deliberation in a day that we want to reflect 30 years after democracy. Just in the interest of foregrounding the notion of reflection, perhaps as a nexus for our seminar. I want to attempt a definition, but it's going to be very difficult. Reflection is a concept that was probably forming part of the theoretical conversation since the 1930s, but we haven't really reached a form of a convergence where possible epistemological disposition can come together and agree on what would actually be the best definition of reflection. Despite that, the notion gained traction in multiple disciplines and professional fields, and the conceptual meaning remains really contextual, varied, and contested. I want to align myself with the conversation of 2009. Now, please acknowledge that the definition remains very generic and it's varied. And my selection here is going to be very biased. What I use to foreground the notion of reflection reads along these lines. It's a meta-cognitive process, and I want to put a bit of an emphasis on the meta. There's a cognitive process, and there's a meta-cognitive process. Beyond, in Afrikaans, they call it "bo my vier maak plek." Just a little bit, "bo ons almal se vier maak plek." This must now democracy 30 years. We speak varied languages, etc. So, Sistembe, I will ask you to later translate. It's a meta-cognitive process that occurs before, during, and after situations with the purpose of developing greater understanding of both of both the self and the situation, so that future encounters with the situations are informed from previous encounters. Our reflective context is South Africa, which is a post-embedded conflict society. Elsewhere, they call it post-communist, etc. I want to emphasize conflict as embedded, because there's nothing post about conflict. It remains perhaps one of those embedded in our encounters, in our existence. It's that it is post because the systems and structures that we find ourselves in with today are complicit to the reproduction of what I want to call a spatial social injustice. We are being selfish. Our ontology is heritage, tangible and intangible, material and immaterial. And we've invited colleagues from different disciplines with different paradigms to engage in a reflexive conversation. South Africa's historical narrative stretches back to the pre-colonial, the colonial, and apartheid. And now 3 decades of democracy. The legacy that we inherited was grounded, among others, in the Native Lands Act of the 1913s, the Native Urban Act of the 1923s, the Native Trust Land Act of the 1936, the Groups Areas Acts of the 1950s, the Population Registration Acts of the 1950s, and the National Monument Act of the 1969. 1994 marked the dawn of democracy, and we transitioned with a peaceful revolution, and that's inverted commas. In 1996, we adopted a constitution, and its preamble reads that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversities, while Section 1 denotes that the founding provision of our countries are human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms, reflecting a commitment to ensure that the nation is inclusive, one that places equal value on all customs, traditions, and practices. Big question is, how do we do this to redress the heritage narrative? Let me highlight some of the few pieces of legislation that I think are important for today's conversations. In 1994, the Public Holidays Act was published, and it makes provisions for new calendars of public holidays. In 1998, the South African Geographic Names Council Act of Act 1118 of 1999 was also published. In 1999, the President approved the Heritage Resources Act. This legislation aims to promote good management of the national estates and to enable and encourage communities to nurture and conserve their legacy so that it may be bequeathed to the future generations. Our heritage is unique and precious, and it cannot be renewed. It helps us to, here we go, define our cultural identity and lies at the heart of our spiritual well-being. And somehow it's imagined to have the power to build our nation. So we're going to have to reflect and engage really as critical as possible to the promises of the preamble of the National Heritage Resources Act. In 1999, the National Heritage Council Act was also gazetted. In 2013, the government approved what they would then call the Spatial Planning and Land Management Act. On the 16th of March 2021, the South African Cabinet approved the National Policy on Repatriation and Restitutions of Human Remains and Heritage Objects. I guess we have great tools of trade, but the checks and the balances becomes quite imminent here. The democratic transformation project broadly, but in particular of the spatial landscape, it's a call for public symbols representation of the heritage national estate that is actually in line with the values of the Constitution of the South Africa. And we also really make sure that we have some form of a piece of legislation that would policy, if you like, that will help us to benchmark ourselves as far as progress is concerned. I'm talking here about the National Development Plan 2030 that started setting milestones for the country in pursuit of what I consider two key objectives for today's discussions. One is inclusivity, and then of course the other one is the notion of social cohesion. The advanced view here is that statues, place names, and other forms of symbolism in the public spaces needs to be reviewed in line with what we would consider the values and the spirit of a non-racial, democratic, and inclusive South Africa. We are 30 years into democracy and less than 6 years away from 2030 ideals. It is important to ask ourselves, where were we, where are we now, and where are we going? Just as a footnote, in 2020, through the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, SARA undertook an audit of the heritage landscape. The proceeds from this fieldwork are captured on the SARA, South African Heritage Resources Information System. We have a repository that can inform our intervention strategies. Just some broad theoretical argument as I closed. In line with the country's 1994 shift to democratic governance, underscored by the adoption, of course, of the Constitution in 1996, the segregation boundaries collapsed. Ideally, public spaces were meant to become accessible to all citizens. While I can perhaps acknowledge that there has been an increase in access to spaces that were traditionally reserved for exclusive use, I believe that the traditional definition and meaning of spaces people inhabit, both temporarily and permanently, still makes these public spaces unwelcoming and exclusive. This is due to the presence of commemorative markers such as streets and building names, as well as symbols and inscriptions representing colonial and apartheid public history memory. The act of memorialization of people and events through the construction of physical markers such as statues and monuments is a long tradition, the one which leaves a lasting impact on the landscape of both private and public of the country. In a post-embedded conflict society, these physical markers continue to serve as reminders of a painful past imposed by some of the leaders of the era that shaped the country's oppressive and exclusive history. The past that orchestrated structural and systemic violence through policies of segregation, exclusion, and dehumanization. To this end, we are confronted with the increasing demands, the recent being 2015, which was actually a good opportunity for us to really engage with these issues, for the reconfiguration of public spaces. The call for dismantling statues demonstrate the depth of inferred historical text associated with specific symbols, the meaning they ascribe to a particular geographic space, and then of course the corresponding effect that it might have for the people that inhabit those spaces, how they interact, how they experience it, lived experience of the landscape they occupy. The conversation on this thorny matter is quite vast. I find two positions quite important because it pushes everyone interested and affected to the margins. To an extent, it actually really entrenches the notion of binary dualism, if you like. One is the research argument that points out that forfeiting the past for the sake of the future is perhaps an simplistic way of conceptualizing and describing how society moves beyond conflict or pain. In line with the reconciliation ideals, people are encouraged to understand these commemorative markers as national heritage resources materials, as they form part of the documentation of the country's historically important narrative. We've just went through a tour now. But the question that I often ask is it really? The controversies around the notion of national heritage and what constitutes a proper heritage in post-apartheid South Africa intersects with issues of identity and identity formation in a post-conflict embedded society. In addition, I want to emphasize public symbolic representation and identity. Marshall has been doing a lot of work around these particular issues, and other colleagues that really takes interest on this as a topic of scientific research, is that heritage and memory of the past are entangled with the social, political, and economic realities in the present, which in turn are overshadowed by the long-term effects of the colonial and apartheid legacies. Some historians in his column argues that not all monuments were created equally. He asserts that some were erected for cynical reasons that have little to do with documenting history for the heritage purposes. Related arguments possess that images of the past are the key repository of political authority in the present and are easily harnessed to legitimize contemporary political orders. Similarly, moments of transitions often creates, I think, openings of political opportunities where the struggle over memory plays out between different actors who claim recognition and legitimacy of their voices and demands. In this context, the memories of the oppressed and the marginalized and the memories of about oppression and repression emerge, usually with this double intent. that of asserting the true version of the history based on the memories as we see, and that of demanding an element of justice. Second, while arts, culture, that's one binary, second, other, while arts and culture and heritage can play an important role in boasting what we want to call loyalty, other arguments warns that the democratic government, social cohesion, and nation building strategy promotes a banal and potentially dangerous nationalism that is gendered and exclusive, failing to redress the injustices of the production, underscored by notions of new liberal reproduction of spaces and the recognition of diversity of all people who live in South Africa. On scrap vadet nie ek nie. On this account, there is a binary issue. Where does this leave me? Where does this leave us? And what does this mean for the country transformation agenda? We made good progress and we've achieved a lot. It's not easy to traverse the layered complexities inherent in matters of heritage, but I think it provides an excellent space for critical engagement, for conversations, for dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, let's engage in a reflexive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntate Joe, for that very thought-provoking introduction and background to our proceedings today. We'll now be joined by Mr. Erwin Langeveld from DSEC. He'll be joining us virtually. So if we can just take a minute while our colleagues set up to get him online. Following Mr. Langeveld's address, we'll then be breaking for a 15-minute tea break. It's my understanding that people who have arrived here have not had a chance to have any tea or coffee. We'll then break for 15 minutes. Following that, we will then get into our main program. And as you know, the theme that we're looking at is South Africa's history on a timeline. We had a lot of internal debate about where does this timeline begin? When did these boundaries that are called South Africa start to exist? When do we start looking at the events that affected spaces outside of these boundaries? But we summarized it into what we'd call 4 periods, and that is the pre-colonial era, the colonial period, the apartheid period, and then there's a period of resistance and liberation to apartheid, which I think are intrinsically linked. And finally, we arrive at what we call the democratic era. So those are the timelines or the themes that we'll be addressing throughout our proceedings over the next 2 days. And I'm just gonna give a second to see if Ntate Langeveld is online. Hi, Ntate.
Morning, Program Director and colleagues. Are you able to hear?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Please go ahead, sir.
I'm online and I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Good morning, everyone. Chair of the SARA Council and council members, traditional leadership present today, as mentioned by the SARA CEO, our SARA CEO, the CEOs and professionals from South African entities and also sister entities in Tanzania, esteemed academics and scholars, heritage practitioners and speakers on the program, our program director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to indicate all protocol observed. As indicated by the program director, my name is Erwin Langeveld. I am Chief Director, Heritage Preservation and Promotion in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And my task this morning is very brief. It is just to welcome you on behalf of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to this very timely seminar organized by the South African Heritage Resources Agency, SARA. Timely as we as a country achieve the significant milestone of celebrating 30 years of our democracy. And also, whilst we are counting votes 2 days after exercising our blood-drenched and hard-won democratic right to vote, the moment provides us with the great privilege to reflect on the journey that has shaped our nation's democratic transition. It also provides us with a unique opportunity to reflect on how far we have come in the transformation of South Africa's heritage landscape, the challenges of this landscape, and measures to overcome these challenges. The diverse papers to be delivered on a range of topics in the various eras, as summarized also by the program director. The panel discussions on these, and if the SARA CEO and Ntate Serikwane's introductions are anything to go by, promise to make for a very, very exciting 2 days. It therefore really gives me the greatest of pleasure to welcome all of you on behalf of the DSEC to this seminar on 30 years of democracy, reflecting on the road to our democracy with a focus on our cultural heritage. I thank you very much for your attention, and welcome once again on behalf of the Department of Arts and Culture to the seminar. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Ntate Langafal. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you so much for those wonderful words. As I've stated, colleagues, we're going to break very briefly for a tea break. So we will return at 11:15 to start with our program again. As I said, we're now getting into the main session. I don't think it interferes with our time too much. There are a few speakers again, and we have received some apologies, so we will make up that time. So you're welcome to grab some tea, some coffee, some juice, and then we will start at 11:15 promptly. Thank you all.
Second one is actually World Champions. So they then asked me to play also look at yes, I'm being one there and I'm saying, just tell me where it is. No, but it's control though. That's what it is. You know, everybody you know, it's actually next to but you know, all the sports, it's really it's working male and female boxers, you have male and female referees, you have male and female judges. Training boxing division in Europe.
Okay, he's virtual. This is Mpandeni Tangeni, who's here. Here he is.
Okay, so now we're here.
We're here now. So his presentation is here. All right. So
Isn't he gonna present it himself from wherever he is?
who's it? No, I'm saying Mtate Mele
Okay,
is presenting from here.
from there.
So when he starts, I'm gonna share on Teams.
You're gonna share his screen.
In fact, what I'll do is I'll just share immediately.
I can
Right?
hear you now, yeah.
No, it's fine. It's here. I've got his presentation.
Yeah.
So I'll share. I can even start sharing now, to be honest.
Wait,
Yeah.
before, don't forget this one.
No, he doesn't have
It
sound.
doesn't have sound.
No, it's just a PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I can even share it now
Mhm.
and go to there.
Mhm.
Yes.
So we're not
I'm
like,
All right.
feed you to this.
yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
yes. So that
Yeah.
okay.
His mic is.
My mic is off.
Yes, he's
Yes.
gonna use this mic. No, you got.
So you're gonna.
just display it here.
In fact, you can display it now even.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You can start displaying it. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. Now,
That's good. That's sorted.
Mr. Tariq Malay is there.
Yep.
Mr. Mpandeni Tangeni is virtual.
Mm-hmm.
Dr.
gonna-
Dace is here.
He's gonna do a presentation online.
Yeah. No, sorry, he's online. I just saw now.
Wait.
Yeah.
Pangeni
Yeah.
Tangeni, ne?
So I just want to try to talk to him, but it's fine. And then Dr. Henrik Dace is here. He doesn't need a presentation.
Okay. So this is the.
Yeah.
the-
Now Calvin has got a laptop, so it's fine. We'll just switch out.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
Miss Parker, let me find out what she's using. So far, so good. Yeah, Dr. Houston. Okay, Dr. Houston says he's speaking. Doesn't need anything. Right? He's giving a talk. Dr. Motala, you've got the video.
Is it for today?
Yeah, he's for today. He sent the video.
I'll just ask. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have it.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Mr. Isaac, I'm gonna just check with him.
Okay. Now let's stop here and then let's sort out this.
Yeah, no, him, he's fine. He's got a flash disk or a laptop. But this one, he sent the video.
Yeah.
Just check with Yazid.
I'll just.
Yeah, because we're playing his video. And he's trading online. Debo. No, different venue. I see it. Literally. Single it out. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
No.
I don't know what's going on with this laptop.
Go off presentation mode, yeah.
But now it's gonna look weird to see if he's presenting like this.
Because there's no notes. Where is it?
Yo, it's gone now. But yesterday you did something. You shrunk the screen resolution. Is it the projector?
It's not the projector.
Oh.
Someone waiting, someone is presenting.
No, the screen was cut off a little bit. Guys, let me go to the bathroom, man. I'll leave you to it. Yeah.
Actually, this thing was fine, dog.
Because I need you when you're done.
No, it's because I went on presentation mode. This is why they did presentation mode. Is it better now? Stop. Yeah.
Mic is on.
If we can start settling down, we'll be starting in 2 minutes. If we can start settling down, we'll be starting in 2 minutes. Mr. Mpangeni Tangeni. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Mpandeni. Hello, sir. I'm just making sure that you're available. We'll be starting shortly. Thank you. If we can start settling down, we'll be starting in 1 minute. All right, if you can please take your seats, we're going to be starting. If you could please take your seats, we're going to be starting now. All right, I'd like to invite to the front. One of the speakers is already here and very eager. Mr. Patrick Malay. We have Mr. Mpandeni Tangeni, who's joining us on Teams. He'll be our second speaker. And then if Dr. Hendrik Theys could also join us in front, please, if he's back from break. There we go. Sorry, so you can just take a seat anywhere here. Thank you so much. As mentioned in the apologies, Dr. Mngulwane is unavailable today, so I will be moderating this first session. As mentioned, my name is Ben Mwasinga. I am your program director, but I'm also the senior manager for Heritage Conservation Management at SARA. It is my great honor to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Patrick Tariq Malay. Mr. Patrick Tariq Malay grew up in District 6, Woodstock, and Salt River in Cape Town with a broken high school education. He went out into factory work at the age of 16. And in 1972, he joined the liberation movement as a young unionized worker. Much later in life, Tariq attained his MSc degree from Buckinghamshire New University. As a result of political activism, and after 2 free youth newspapers that he started were banned, he was forced into 13 years in exile, serving in the liberation movement in Southern Africa and abroad. In exile, he worked for the Department of Information and Publicity under the office of President O.R. Tambo of the ANC and ran the printing press operations. He also served on the editorial boards of Maibuye and Sechaba and a number of other publications. Tariq is a retired veteran author, journalist, lithographic printer, broadcaster, soldier, former head of PR in Parliament, former director and IMS law enforcement commanding officer in the Maritime and Aviation Port of Entry Arena, and former advisor to Cabinet Minister Naledi Pandor. He is a social commentator, champion of restorative memory and ancestral cultural heritage. As a historian, his focus is on Cape indigenous African heritage, African Asian slavery at the Cape, and the Indian Ocean slave trade. He is also the concept developer, exhibits writer, and the founder of the Chamisa Museum at the Castle of Good Hope in Cape Town, and serves as a counselor on the Council of the South African Heritage Resources Agency, appointed by the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Patrick Miller.
Good morning, all. I'm going to deliver a paper. I'm not going to be my normal animated self. I'm not feeling very well, not been well lately. The slides will be a kind of prop rather than me speaking to the slides, but they will take you through the paper which I'm going to deliver to you. And my subject is restorative memory is vital to be able to craft restorative justice, a decolonial eye on African social history to break the paradigm of the lie of 1652, which is also the title of one of my books. The book was published in 2020, and it challenged the entire paradigm of African social history in South Africa from 1652 and the foundational lies that frame South African history. It posed the question that if we do not engage in restorative memory, then we can never successfully craft restorative or implement restorative justice. So I'm going to have an introduction which looks at the critique of the colonial story of South Africa's past. Then we will look at the early foundation years in the peopling of South Africa, move on to the wealth of layers of African social history, and then just a little bit on the comparative of what was happening in Europe at the time that we were supposedly had no history, and then I'll conclude. So let's just me remember to all the time do this. This is where we're starting, and here we go. So as part of an elaborate overlay of European colonial thinking, a rigid paradigm of thinking was entrenched instead of African social history. And I'll challenge you to go and look at any of our universities and see if there's any courses on African social history, whether South Africa or Pan-Africa. They don't have it. We don't teach African social history in South Africa. 1652 became this date that was a cornerstone of South African history. The historical narrative led on to the adoption of terms like Bantu race, Khoisan race, which were created by people like William Bleek and Schulze Jenner, and along with this, a distorted and false, ideologically impregnated history. You know, if you look at South African histories and historians, it starts in the British era. You won't find histories written in the Dutch era. So you have these guys, Thiel, Corey, Kara, Holden, Preller, Roos, and others, who gave us this very slanted history, which still dominates today. This was used by and followed by social engineering involving race classification. Willem Bleek was in fact the father of race classification. He's more well known for his work on the Cape Indigenous people, but he was the man who coined the word Bantu and Bantu race. The record shows that, this was used then by a number of scholars, particularly at UCT, which laid this groundwork, people like Isaac Shapira and others, that contaminated social inquiry and social discourse to this day. And record shows that in return for very generous funding in those early years of the emergent colonial universities, this funding came from a partnership with the new Union of South Africa government as a dispensation to find solutions to what they called the native problem. So here you had this whole body of intellectual work that was focused around resolving the colonial concept of a native problem. This undermined any real engagement with or development of African social history based on the principles of a universal, non-ideologized education. Today, it's become trendy, although it's not historically authentic, for many to adopt imperialist and colonial concepts and words like tribe, nations, or the primacy word first, not realizing that these non-African notions are driving the adoption of frameworks that have been devastating on Africa before and after the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885. And that Berlin Conference was based on the notions of, firstly, for the strategic interest of European nation states' survival and prosperity, Africa must be partitioned into extensions of European nations. And then also the notion of, for the nations to live, the tribe must die. The latter meaning that there needs to be a de-Africanization process to reconfigure the many social groups that existed in each territory by grouping these into broad national, cultural, linguistic formations. These terms formalized riding roughshod over African social history and are also deeply rooted in false colonial histories of Africa and her peoples. So for African history, words like nation, tribe, and first, they've been disastrous weapons of coloniality. African social history, both South African and Pan-African as such, pre-1652, has never featured as a standalone subject in our South African academic life or institutions of higher learning. As much as there's an embedded denial culture about pre-colonial social history of South Africa, there's a dishonest narrative about what happened in 1652. And there are 4 points to look at here. Firstly, African social history was reduced by Europeans to being Stone Age and Iron Age narratives about local peoples in rigid apartheid-type silos from ancient times framed as primitive hunter-gatherers, pastoralists, and farmers. Secondly, they propagated the theory of an empty land and an economyless land, which was turned into a prosperous land by Europeans who were hardworking pioneers. Then thirdly, the narrative about what proceeded from 1652 is an entirely colonial-dominated story with no focus on key issues of African social history. And part of this too is the role of African Asian enslavement in being the primary means of skill and labor in the development story. It's also airbrushed out of our history. The impregnation of everything with European race theory then contaminated all forms of social inquiry, whether it was paleontology, archaeology, linguistics, anthropology, genetics, and history. My book, The Lie of 1652, primarily looked at the three dominant African experiences: expropriation of land without compensation, via war, forced removals, conquest, ethnocide, and genocide. Secondly, the expropriation of labor without compensation through the use of African Asian enslaved peoples, the Khoi inboekelingstelsel, the nominally paid exploitative indentured labor system, and the migrant labor system that followed. Then thirdly, the creation of the whites-only colonial union state, followed by a declaration of a republic, when 92% of the population were excluded from full citizenship without any basic human rights and enfranchisement, using oppressive and repressive methods of a police-military state to control and dominate. The primary historic role of Black South Africa in the development and building of South African state is diminished in favor of a narrative that development was a white supremacist affair. The highly successful pre-colonial livestock ranching and animal husbandry economy and the successful self-sufficient agricultural African economies across South Africa has been obliterated. There was supposedly nothing here. The story is totally airbrushed out of our social history. The story of the forced importation of 80,000 first-generation Africans and Asians as enslaved labor and then the enslavement of their successive generations of children and grandchildren. All of this has been whitewashed, quite literally. So my book starts with the cover-up of the 1,500 years of African social history that explains the peopling of South Africa. So that is now the first section that I want to deal with. That's the wrong title, the peopling of South Africa. So the distortion of history all starts with the obliteration of the story about the peopling of South Africa around the Shashe-Limpopo confluence in what I call the Totoa Circle. The central role of Chamisa, the sweet water for all, our riverways from the Nile to the Zambezi, to the Shashe-Limpopo, to the Kai Gerib, right down to the Chamisa river system in Cape Town, that are central to who we are as an African people, is totally not there in our approach to history, whether it was the history we did at school or the kind of histories that one deals with at universities. The earliest foundation peoples, the ancestors of the majority of South Africans, today originally lived around these life-enhancing and sustaining waterways, and they migrated backward and forward in this beautiful continent of Africa along those waterways. Prior to the period of 200 BCE to 350 350 CE, the whole of southern Africa, the territory from southern Angola, Zambia, to southern Tanzania, Mozambique, to Cape Agulhas, the southernmost tip of Africa, was populated by many micro-communities of peoples, each with their own names. Today, we collectively call these the San people, the only Aboriginal people of South Africa. There are 21 of these communities that survive today still, and they have a collective population of over 106,000 people in cross-border in 6 southern African countries. Between 200 BCE and 300 CE, things began to change in southern Africa. Herders and their livestock following riverways from East Africa moved down the Zambezi and into what is known today as Western Zimbabwe, Northern Botswana, and Limpopo in South Africa. The area known as the Shashe-Limpopo Basin, where the two rivers formed a confluence. It is from here that the story of the peopling of South Africa, as we know today, started emerging, growing and expanding between 2,200 years ago and 1,700 years ago, with 3 foundation peoples at our roots: the San, the Kwe, and the Proto-Kalanga people. At that time, pre-2,200 years ago, this was the territory of the Chua and the Kwe, San peoples. We lived from this region into northern Namibia, into southern Angola, and into Zambia. And there are still communities of the Chua and the Kwe in these areas today. These San peoples were just 2 of many microgroups of San Aboriginal peoples who were the only Aboriginal or first people of southern Africa before any of the slow migratory drifts over around 1,500 years, starting with the ancestors of the Kwe and then later the Kalanga. The herders who entered the area and engaged with the San were descendants of various African peoples: Nilotic, Sub-Saharan, Kushite, Sandawe, and Hadzabe, according to archaeological, genetic, linguistic, and anthropological evidence and schools of thought. It is from these streams of ancestral mixing that the Proto-Kwe peoples emerged between 2,200 years ago and 1,900 years ago, around the time that the ancient Roman civilization was transitioning into the expansive Roman Empire in Europe. It's very important to have these comparison, because we are always given to believe that there was this highly different advanced society in Europe and there was nothingness in Africa. By the end of 100 CE, archaeological signs show us the first movements of West African Kulundu farmer cultures and early iron ore mining and iron metallurgy cultures having a presence in the same area and down into the northern reaches of Gauteng, South Africa. It's 100 CE. It's the time of Jesus and his disciples. Yet we are told that black people only turned up here just around about the same time as white people did. The evidence shows an increase of this presence through to 350 CE and also in other northern areas of South Africa, where what archaeologists call Nkope and Kwale farmer metallurgical cultures from Central and East Africa also drifted southwards all along the northern areas of South Africa. Sorry, I'm forgetting to move these on. Archaeologists showing evidence refer to three migratory strands mentioned, which Thomas Huffman labels Kulundu culture, Nkope culture, and Kwale culture. Archaeologist Martin Hall aptly calls the migratory evidence slow migratory drifts rather than sudden migrant invasions. They are referenced as farmer agriculturalist cultures, though they also practice pastoralism and hunting. Furthermore, they had mining, metallurgy, and metal beneficiation skills and economic practices too. These cultures grew in Zimbabwe, Botswana, and South Africa and developed local characteristics in mixing with the San and the emerging Proto-Khmer cultures. This gave rise to the first stages of South African-born cultures, which archaeologists call by a range of names specific to sites where markers are found. Bambata culture, Ziwa culture, K2, Schroeder, Zizo culture, and others, which continue to absorb further migratory drifts. And it's these together that created the third of our foundation cultures in the peopling of South Africa by the 10th century, namely Kalanga culture. Sorry, just me get to where I am. No, wrong way. Sorry. So in this last 30 years, we've seen an opening up of the academic space to explore this African social history of indigenous societies, which under colonialism and apartheid had been distorted, primitivized, and overshadowed by Eurocentric overlays. Our youth need to be encouraged to explore and unpack the many micro-social histories of African societies and their pre-colonial cultural heritage smothered by European overlays. What I'm giving you is just the broad strokes. There needs to be a lot of digging deeper. By 600 CE, signs that the Khmer and Kulundu foundation cultures alongside San Aboriginal cultures were spread into the Eastern Cape, and some traces of Khmer foundation culture dating from this period have been found as far as the Cederberg and the Kastilberg in the Western Cape. In the Eastern Cape, Proto-Khmer and Kulundu or Proto-Xhosa culture markers have been found at archaeological sites dating from around 600 CE, not 1400 or 1500 as we've been indoctrinated to believe. Archaeological indicators also show that some trade was taking place across South Africa via routes up to ports in Sofala in northern Mozambique, between South African societies like the Zizo culture, with Arabia, India, and China, involving gold and possibly ivory in exchange for glass beads and porcelain, for example. By 900 CE, I'm a little bit behind with the slides, so forgive me for that. By 900 CE to 1075 CE, the stages, the Kalanga culture emerged with their multi-ethnic roots, and they pioneered the emergence of a stratified pastoral state and kingdom at Mapungubwe, which flourished from 1075 to 1220. This began the age of kingdoms in Southern Africa that sprouted over the next 300 years, forming the foundations of the many ethnic societies and names that we know across South Africa today. As these kingdoms and states, and even an empire known as the Rosvi Empire, led by the Mambos, flourished, they they continue to absorb further migratory drifts with new social and religious cultures. So the earliest kingdoms that we know is Mapungubwe, Great Zimbabwe, Danangombe, Butwakami, Tulamela, Mutapa, and then, of course, out of the Mutapa during the revolutionary period, the Rosvi Empire emerged. We in South Africa have been taught about the Mfecane. In fact, the Mfecane was simply a repeat of something that had happened many years before in the form of the Rosvi Empire, right down to the fighting methods and so on that were employed. There has been a problematizing of Africans in our history. The entire first millennium and early centuries of the second millennium went into building the many multi-ethnic societies which European social engineering, laws and regulations, backed by academic think tanks which dealt with resolving the native problem that resulted in the two forms of de-Africanization. The first was to divide Africans into colored and native classifications, which was finalized by a census committee in 1904, just before the declaration of the Union of South Africa in 1910. The second was to force the over 100 African societies in South Africa into just 10 national linguistic boxes, nation boxes. Xhosa, Zulu, Tswana, Sotho, Venda, Pedi, Ndebele, Swati, Tsonga, Changan. The over 40 African societies made up of San and Kwe people, Maspikas, and African Asian enslaved descendants were forced into the classification colored, which was then subdivided into 7 categories too. So let me just take us forward from there. I'm not going to deal with this, the cultural political streams. I am going to give this paper to Ben later, and hopefully a book will come out with all our papers, and I'll also give him the presentation. So I want to look at the comparative history. We're given this idea that, Britain, the British and the Dutch were highly, organized and stable societies when they came to our shores. But let's just look at what was happening, what I've talked to you about now, and what was happening at the same time in Europe. While these processes were taking place in Southern Africa around different groups coming together and new groups forming and so on, the same was actually happening in England. It's useful to get a comparative perspective. Sorry. I spoke to that earlier on. When we talk about an empty land, there was a European notion of terra nullius. This notion didn't actually exist in the Dutch era. It started with the British era, where the British, when they were moving to conquer in the Eastern Cape, came up with theories about South Africa having been an empty land 150 years beforehand when the Dutch first arrived, and they used the phrase terra nullius to describe that. But I want to go on to this. False or erroneous theories put forward by the Europeans in the 19th century about African history and culture, and unfortunately adopted by many indigenous societies and intellectuals who were imbued with missionary education, continue to this day to propagate the lie that African societies of South Africa originate with a sudden alien black invasion from Central, East, and West Africa in the 15th century. And this is presented as African social history in South Africa in the 21st century, despite efforts to correct this over the last 30 years. So we've still got our work cut out for us on this matter. It is useful to get a comparative perspective by looking at what was happening in Europe at the same time. So if we look at England, in 43 CE, Roman legions invaded Celtic or ancient Britain. After the fall of the Roman occupation and the rule over the Briton peoples in the mid-5th century, the Romans were replaced by migrations between the 6th and the 11th century of 3 Germanic peoples from the Anglia Peninsula, known as the Angles, from Saxony, also known as Saxons, and from Jutland, the Jutes, and now commonly referred to as the Anglo-Saxons. They were then, and this is like the road to Mapungubwe. This is where they were at that particular time. They were followed in the 9th century by the Vikings and the Normans. In 1066, the Normans were victorious under William the Conqueror, and England, as we know it today, was born from these migrations. This is exactly the same time in the middle of the Mapungubwe kingdom. So what's the difference? Why are we primitivized? And this is considered to be supremacist belief of a supreme civilization. When we look at the Dutch, and few people know this, the Dutch Republic didn't exist 70 years before they invaded with Jan van Riebeeck in 1652. So the Dutch Republic, as we know it, the Dutch States General, is a relatively new phenomenon. The Dutch, if we look at the same timeline for the British, they were Low Saxons, Frisians, and West German Rhineland Franks who were occupying Gaul, who had migrated into the territory that we know as the Netherlands. And that was happening 500 to 800 CE, the same time as Ziwa and Zizos cultures and civilizations were developing in South Africa. By 1582, the Habsburgs succeeded the Dukes of Burgundy, who had been dominating the territory before them, and they were part of the Spanish Empire. So the Dutch, actually only 70 years before they came to South Africa, had just beaten and overthrown the domination of the Spanish Empire over themselves. What made all the difference was that once that wars were over, the Dutch went into a overdrive as what they call the Golden Age, and they developed this first monopoly capital company called the United Dutch East India Company, and then we were at the brunt of the Dutch East India Company. So what I did in July of 1652 was to challenge this falsification of pre-colonial history, and here what I'm doing is I'm comparing our pre-colonial history to the pre-colonial history of the colonists. So the English and the Dutch are only just two of the most pertinent European societies when we closely look at them in terms of social history, that were going through a similar trajectory of forming modern societies, as was happening in South Africa. The societies that we have now, those names don't exist in the first millennium, but their foundations do exist there in other names. So according to the colonialists, there were no other indigenous peoples in South Africa except for the Aboriginal San and the migrant Khoi, whom they called Hamites. They further argued that at that time of their entry into South Africa, it was experiencing a mass invasion of black alien people, whom the father of race classification, Willem Bleek, would later call the Bantu race. Then Leonard Schulze Jenner, in the 20th century, during the genocide against the Kung and the Nama in Namibia, he made up a new term and a concept, and he called this the Khoisan race. Before then, the term Khoisan never existed. And he argued that this Khoisan race should be exterminated so that Europeans can build their lives on their graves. So there's a horrible history behind a lot of the terminology that we use and take for granted. And coming to a conclusion, over the last 30 years, we have just began a new age of inquiry in South Africa about our African social history before and after 1652. We have to up our game in this regard, because backward ethno-nationalist notions of history and heritage entrenched under colonialism and apartheid are back on the scene, and they're back on the scene with steroids. We need to take this dangerous phenomenon seriously, firstly by taking our history back into the classroom, where it's been removed. And we also need to use the mass media arena more. But what we take into these terrains cannot be what we see all around us, and that is the colonial and apartheid history, with a slight makeover. Our neighboring countries across Southern Africa were far ahead of us in the 1980s already, when introducing African social history into classrooms. Our universities in South Africa still do not offer African social history. 30 years down the line, this is our challenge. We will never be able to craft restorative justice in South Africa until we effectively deal with restorative memory. I took a little bit longer. Sorry I wasn't so animated and energetic as I normally would be, but yeah.
If that wasn't you animated, then I don't know what is. Thank you so much for that wonderful talk. And Tate Mele, can I just get my folder?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please give him another round of applause for that fantastic talk. As mentioned, the purpose of our discussions here today are to challenge these narratives. We did say that we will start at pre-colonial South African history, and a lot of people had questions about what that meant. But I think ultimately it was about challenging the idea that South Africa's history begins in 1652. So thank you so much. Our next speaker, who is joining us online, so colleagues, if you can get him on Teams, is Mr. Mphandeni Thangeni. He is currently working for South African National Parks based in Mapungubwe National Park and World Heritage Site as the park manager. He has been with South African National Parks for 21 years, where his career started in the Kruger National Park, moved on to the Golden Gate, Marakele National Park, and currently in Mapungubwe National Park on different ranks within the organization. He is in a position of master's degree, nature conservation, obtained in 2021 from Mangosuthu University of Technology. His academic background includes leadership and in-field training certificates. He served at Waterberg Biosphere Reserve as deputy chair for 4 years and has spent his life career in conservation management. To date, he is managing a declared World Heritage Site, which is located within the Trans-Frontier Conservation Area. The site is rich of pre-colonial history. The Mapungubwe Kingdom, the first trade kingdom in Southern African continent, occupied between 900 AD and 1300 AD. Mr. Thangeni, I hope you are online. Colleagues, can we get him on Teams or should I transfer on my side? Okay.
Program Director, I'm online.
Thank you. We can hear you. Please go ahead, sir.
Program Director, can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. May I please share a slide before I start?
Yes, you may.
Yes, you may. I'm sharing with you efficiently. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm sure I'm audible. As indicated, my name is Mphandeni Thangeni, Park Manager of Mapungubwe National Park and the World Heritage Site. Today, I will be just giving you a small brief on the Kingdom of Mapungubwe. And my colleague, the previous speaker, have taken all my words and all. So I had to take off other of the slides to share because they've already been discussed. With the Mapungubwe Kingdom, I'll just give you a small brief, and there's so many research and archaeological done and the different books written with the Mapungubwe Kingdom. Some contradict and some then will then be able to support or agree with what is written, and others still argumentable. The kingdom Mapungubwe was a vibrant and the only African kingdom in the southern Africa during its epoch. And it was a kingdom of the autonomous people of the region. So in other words, the Mapungubwe kingdom became the first kingdom in the southern African continent, occupied between 900 AD and 1300 AD. Although the archaeologists have evidence that there were people that lived in 200, and is indicated by the previous speaker, along the Vembe, which is currently Limpopo River to date. However, the focus on the Mapungubwe growth, population growth, and their dominance in the area was then strongly recorded as 900 AD and 1300 AD in the settlement. The Mapungubwe kingdom becomes the headquarters of African kingdom, and in other words, it covers the SADC area. If you can talk to our days, colonial days, now the SADC area, and you will hear more as we proceed. The word itself is some people argue differently, and because of the different language that people speak on, but it derives from it means the place of boiling or simmering stones, because these kingdoms, they were trading things like gold and using alluvial gold that was also being taken or sourced on the Vembe or Limpopo River that's then, or Limpopo Valley that they were staying. So, but there are other languages that still indicate that Mapungubwe is a place of jackals and other. However, if we go deeper into that name, how it's derived, you will see it's a combination of two, which is Mabye, which means stones, and Pungu, which means pouring. So in that Venda, the Pungula in Venda name, and Mabye meaning stones, then they call it Mapungubwe, because of that stones that can melt and pour, and then they can be able to simmer the gold, to have the gold that they were trading into different countries. Just a location for those that they don't know the site. The site is located in the along the valley of Limpopo, previously known as Vembe, which is now called the confluence area where three countries meet: Botswana, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. Their settlements were scattered all over those areas towards the Vembe River. The landscape itself has evidence of human occupation, as indicated earlier, dated to millions of years back, and that is just symbol of the Khoi, the people that first in 200 AD, 100 and 200 AD, that they were staying along, but not in big numbers as the kingdom started to be established and grow bigger. And that was because the farmers, those people all who were farmers, they moved into that landscape of Limpopo, and because of frequent flooding of Vembe, then they were able to do their agricultural, and the livestock that was there, like elephants, boosted their trade into different, because they were able to trade also the ivory into areas as far as China, as India. According to the nomination dossier 2000, it states that the landscape was nominated on the basis of Iron Age period, particularly the period between 800 and 900. However, that can be challenged as they were on the site. There's still evidence of Stone Age, late Stone Age, early Iron Age, Middle Age on that. So that still can be argued and can be debated, especially in the origins or the how, when earliest was the area being established. The people, as indicated earlier, they first settled in that Limpopo Valley, which is previously known as Bembe, 200 AD, and by 900, major permanent settlement had been then established, and that's when the trade was becoming more stronger, especially on the K2 area in 900, and in 1050, the population grows bigger, and then they move to the what we call Mapungubwe Hill. In terms of settlement pattern of that kingdom, we would look at the culture and the society that has the archaeology revealed when doing the research. It was revealed that this was one of the most complex in culture in the Southern Africa. It was mostly having an example of first-class based social system in the Southern Africa, which simply means that the kings or the higher level authority was staying or allocated a space separated from other lower ranks. So they have their own ranks on the other side. Their leaders were separated from higher and in the other inhabitants. The kingdom was likely divided into three-tiered hierarchy. And that would be the commoners inhabiting the low-lying sites, with the district leaders occupying the small hilltops, while the capital at Mapungubwe Hill as the supreme authority. That is the picture that can indicate, if you look at the ESA, that is the Mapungubwe Hill, the higher supreme area where they lived. And then the other supreme following on the other small hills on the other side, and then the commoners then on the lower bases. So to reach the king in there, you need to go in a zigzag. You need to climb that hill in a zigzag way, and that zigzag method is become and adopted in the especially in the Venda or the culture in the area in the kings, where when you want to see the king, you need to go first through other people so that they can take you to the king. So that was just a symbol of not able to just get closer to the king up in there. The king in that area in those days doesn't go out a lot. They only go when there's high level visitors and maybe gathering on the meetings up there. This is today's area is seen. It looks like this for those that haven't been in the Mapungubwe Kingdom, and you can see the small path in there. That's the air site symbolizing where they used to climb up to the top. But that's where the king used to stay at the Mapungubwe Hill, where after they moved from the K2 site to the area. Looking at the kingdom, it has a very large jurisdictions in the area that they were ruling, with one person being at the headquarters or the higher area with Mapungubwe Kingdom. They covers the whole SADC region, and they divided into many district centers for management purpose, for the governance purpose to administration. So they created what we call the paramount chiefs, and they were given different areas, and then they report to the Mapungubwe kingdom. It was a very, very strong kingdom in those days. And without those boundaries, or the river Bembe creating boundaries to Botswana and Zimbabwe, they were falling under this one kingdom of Mapungubwe. To just give an example, the eastern side of the Bembe River, which is now known as the
Hi, sir. Your slides are not moving from our side. I don't know if there's a problem with you sharing them.
I'm on slide number 8 now. I'm not sure if there is issue, which is area of jurisdiction.
We still can't see them from your side, and everyone on the chat also cannot see them, and we can't control the sharing from our side, unfortunately.
Apologies for that.
There we go. Thank you very much. You can proceed.
Can you see now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, but it's not on presenter view.
I've lost it now. Okay, let me. Okay. How about now?
It's still not it's not on presenter view, but I think you can continue.
Thank you. To give example on the districts that have been divided or given to the paramount chiefs that they indicate there, it's Maraba Stad in Pretoria, which was under the rule of Paramount Chief Munyai Murawa. That was before the colonial area and before the Pretoria in those days, which is also a challenge to indicate that those areas where there were people living in those areas. It was called Muraba City, Muraba, which is currently known as Maraba Stad, followed by the other one in the eastern Botswana side, which was under the rule of Paramount Chief Mangwatu, and currently known as the side of Rustenburg or Botswana. The last one is an area that is commonly known as Zanin, which was under the Paramount Chief Mukwevene Zanani. That is called Zanani, not Zanin. So I think through the colonializing, the spelling and pronunciation of that has a major effect or impact on that pre-colonial area as a legacy, some of them lost because of the recordings or renaming of the areas that were under the kingdom of Mapungubwe. The Barambas is one of the area called Bilabila today, and under the Paramount Chief Mukwebo, Nebilabila. Those were the area examples of the area that the Mapungubwe kingdom ruled. Looking at the trade, they've traded without boundary through the Indian Ocean out to India, the Sofala, Mogadishu, and into China. And that was made it possible because where they were, the site is, the Bembe provided access to the ocean, so they could go through the riverside up until the Indian, and then they could move up to trade. There were evidence of exchange of the things that being sold or being traded on. Mapungubwe Kingdom selling gold, ivory, and other many things. Then the other will bring back the glass beads, and some of the glass beads on different colors were also being made in the Mapungubwe area. With that, agricultural farmers, livestock, it makes them more stronger and more wealth as the Mapungubwe kingdom between that period of 1050 to 1350. So the Mapungubwe kingdom itself, we look at their prosperous times comes when it comes to end. As the kingdom was powerful due to their strong culture and golden environment, they came to an end due to the climate changes as a result. The crop failure, less animals to feed themselves, and difficulties in the area for people to survive. And with that fear of being extinguished, the others moved, and they moved their trade to the northeastwards to the Greater Zimbabwe in 1350. And that's where the Greater Zimbabwe then followed, being the second trade area of the Mapungubwe kingdom. Then centuries later, the arrival of the white ivory hunters in the late 18th, also the Dutch settlers in the late 80s, they started to have much conflicts. And that was because they found there were different land use activities in the agricultural, the rich in wildlife, and also the farming along the river, the Limpopo River. From archaeological to a deep water to a World Heritage Site. So that's when, after the Mapungubwe kingdom ended up, when they moved up to Greater Zimbabwe and they vanished, they left the areas. In 1932, the site was discovered by the settlers or the farmers in there. And that's where the site started to gain recognition. And that was many years after the kingdom of Mapungubwe vanished. So that was because the London News printed an article announcing the extraordinary discovery of the grave containing mass gold working. And you will know it includes the golden right.
Sorry to disturb you again. The slides are not moving again.
Might be next network issue from my side. Stop sharing.
Okay, it moved.
Moved, and I'll share again. Are you able to see now?
Yes, we are.
So when the London News printed and ensuring the news of what has been discovered through the research, when excavations started in 1933, then the area started to be recognized. And the question is that we fear the colonials, when they colonize and come into the area, much was not said about the Mapungubwe kingdom. But with that, there was these resources, then it started to gain more attention. The area in 1922 was then declared a botanical reserve, and would then be given to South African National Park status in 1995, followed by World Heritage Site in 2003. While Mapungubwe, the historical site, was rediscovered in 1932, it was kept close to the public until September 2004, when it was officially opened to Mapungubwe National Park. So the area still, many of those doesn't recognize. But just to reflect to date and with questions that one may ask, to date, it's 1,120 years later of the existence of the Mapungubwe Kingdom. The only thing that now we remember is the recognition through our Order of Mapungubwe, which is one of the highest order, which is as a symbol given to international impact and for the people that have international impact and serve the interests of South Africa. As does the Kingdom of Mapungubwe, which by then the trade was with many difference to date in colonial and international countries, as we might indicate. The other thing is they discovered the golden rhino with a very thin foiled gold that was surrounded in a wood that has been discovered during excavation in the grave of the kings, which is symbolized the existence of the hierarchy of the people that were leading or ruling within the Mapungubwe Kingdom. Today, we also remember that Mapungubwe recognized it because of the boundaries created during colonialism, which between Zimbabwe, Botswana, and South Africa, at the confluence where the trade and other things were happening. Much of the legacy left by the Mapungubwe Kingdom are not, however, not been revealed, whereas there's a lot of learning into that, especially when compared to the current democracy that's happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ntangeni, for that wonderful presentation. Despite the technical issues, I know you will share the slides with me as well, and I will make them available to all our guests. And thank you so much for all the information and details about our World Heritage Site. I'm now going to move on to our next speaker, which is Dr. Hendrik Thys. Dr. Hendrik Thys is an executive member of the Griqua Royal House. He is a former lecturer at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology and a former member of the Western Cape Language Committee as PAN SALB. He is also a national chairperson of the Afrikaanse Taalraad and a board member of SASNEV, the Center of the Netherlands and Flanders. He studied at UWC, UNISA, as well as the University of Utrecht in the Netherlands, where he obtained his doctoral in linguistics. Please welcome Mr. Dr. Hendrik Thys.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Is it off? Is it no? Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Goeiemiddag, dames en heren. Molweni, manene, manenekazi, Dumelang, Sawubona, and in my first language greeting, Gai Gwas. That's good morning in Namagovap. As you've heard, I'm not a historian, so I can't even compare myself to this great historian next to me. I just want to talk about my experience with the First Nations, especially in the Western Cape. I was fortunate during the last 2 months being able to visit some of these leaders of the First Nations. But before that, I just want to, I'm speaking here on behalf of Dr. Aaron Messelar. He is the Hoofkaptein of the Griqua Royal House. So maybe I should give you a short history, because the Griqua is also a descendant of the First Nations. We started as the Griqua and the Gariguriqua in the West Coast. And Adam Kok, his name Kok because he was a cook in the castle. When he was freed, he then gathered all free enslaved people, you know, all those people who were not connected to the colony. They decided, no, we don't want to be part of the colony. And Adam Kok decided in around about 1746 to gather all those people and moved northwards. That was now 80 years before the Great Trek of 1834, when the Trek Brew started moving. So he went northward and then acquired 2 farms. One was called Stinkfontein, which is now Piketberg, and he then met the Garigorikwa tribe there. So he married the daughter of the captain of the Garigorikwa people, and there he got his sort of royalty. Then Adam Kok decided, because when the white Trekboers came, they started to threaten, because Adam Kok had a lot of cattle, he had a lot of livestock, and the Trekboere or the Veeboere then threatened his area, and he was forced to move over the Kai Garib or the Garib River, the Groot Rivier, and he settled in Katikama, which means clear water, which later became Klaarwater, and then later it became Griquastad. And there is where I was born about 71 years ago. So I grew up, I was born, my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents were the first people north of the Kai Garib. So then Adam Kok and Baron Barons and Andries Waterboer, they were the leaders of the Basters. They were not yet called Griqua, they were called Basters. It was only in 1812 that after, not consultation, but after discussions with Campbell, the missionary, they then decided to acquire the name, because the Basters, those people, they were part of the Garigorikwa tribe in the Namakwaland area. They then acquired the name Griqua. Gri is the language they spoke, because it was a Nama variety, and Kwa is always the suffix meaning people. So the people who spoke Gri, and Namakwa are the people who speak Nama. So wherever you see the suffix Kwa, it means people. So then the Griqua decided to, from there were problems with the missionary, because they did not want to serve and they did not want to be dictated by the missionaries. You see, Campbell and those people want to impose laws and things upon the indigenous peoples, so decided, no, we are not going to be part of that. And then Adam Kok moved about 34 kilometers from Griqua town or Griquastad in Campbell, and from there he went to Philippopolis, and again they were confronted by the Trekboere, and he was then forced to move from Philippopolis over the Drakensberg to a place called Niemandsland, and there is where Kokstad was established in the southern part of KwaZulu-Natal. Again, when in 1877, round about there, the British took over that place, and again, Adam Kok and his followers, tragically, Adam Kok died in Kokstad, and later on, RIS Lefleur took over, and then they moved to the Western Cape. So you can see it's almost like a full circle that they moved. And they then established a Griqua community near Kranshoek, near Plettenberg Bay, and they established the Griqua community there. And there are still a few Griqua communities in Cape Town, Elsies River, and all those other areas. So that's the Griqua people. I hope you have an idea. When I say we talk about the Griqua, there are 4 houses of leadership. Andries Waterboer was a bushman from Graafrenet, appointed by Campbell as one of the leaders, the kaptein. So he stayed behind in Griquastad. Baron Barons decided that he did not want to be part of Waterboer. He moved to what we call Daniel Scale or Boodschap. And then obviously the RIS Lefleur, who took over from after Adam Kok died, Adam Kok III died, he then went to Kranshoek. And then Adam Kok, Cornelius Kok stayed in Campbell, and they formed the Griqua, the House of Adam Kok. So we have 4 houses: the House of Adam Kok, the House of Lefleur, the House of Baron Barons, and then the House of Andries Waterboer. So those are the 4 Griqua groups. And I'm part of the House of Adam Kok. In the Cape, as I said, all the first peoples, they had this, they were recognized by the Kwa suffix, like the Goringaikwa and the Goringaikona, who were in the area when Jan van Riebeeck came in. We must remember that before 1652, there were about 300 ships which landed at the Cape. So it was not, they were not the first people. And there were a lot of clashes with all the Europeans. I mean, it was not that these people were docile, that these people were just, pushed over. They resisted the colonizers. I mean, we know of a lot of wars. We know about the wars of 1659, in the 1700s, with the colonial masters. Even before that, when Diaz clashed with the people, and because they were so rude, not asking, just taking water. So in 1488 already, there were clashes with the colonizers. I was fortunate to speak to the Hessequa captain, Dominee Reggie Busak, recently, and he talked about the Hessequa and the traditions that they still perform, and they are all, there's a new awakening amongst the first peoples in the Western Cape. There's a new awakening, being conscious of their history, being conscious of the traditions. And the Hessequa, again, Kwa people, Hesse, the 3 people, they are the so-called Boommense, or 3 people. That's what Hessequa means. So then, that's in the area of Montetjie. We know that in the Western Cape, except for the Goringaikwa and the Gourikwa people, and there are also Gogoqua in the area of Stellenbosch and those places. And if you go further down to the South Cape, you get the Outeniqua leader. And the leader was Dikwe, and he was later called Dikop because, people can't spell. The colonial masters, they just, if it sounds similar, then they give it that name. But interesting, when Pakkalsdorp, that was the area where Dikwe and the Outeniqua stayed. When the missionary Pakkal came there, he wanted to establish a mission station. And he asked Dikwe whether he could do that. Dikwe told him, no, yes, you can. But we have a religion. We believe in the Creator, but you're free to do work with my people. But we don't want the religion, man. Just give us some expertise, how to be better farmers, how to be better agriculturalists. So we're not really interested in your religion, but we're interested in knowledge to improve farming and agriculture. I mean, for someone to speak like that, those times, people think that, indigenous peoples, they were just interested in living from day to day. So and as history, that missionary was like allowed to do that, and later on, he was a Scottish priest, and later that the missionary station obviously landed in the hands of the British. We know about, Mr. Mellett expanded a lot on the San, and so obviously the San, again, the name Sa is a derogatory, more pejorative name for the Bushman people. Sa means to gather people, poor people who just gather stuff, who don't own livestock, and the N is obviously the suffix denoting the plural. So that was a name given by the Khoi. That's why they called them Khoisan, because they were not really Khoi, Kwa, people of the people. And they were the people, most harshly treated by the invaders of the area, because they were here more than 100,000 years. When the Khoi came about 2,000 years ago, they were already here in the southern African part. The San, I spoke to two groups a few weeks ago in Platfontein, the Kung and the Kwe. And we know their history. We know they were forced from Namibia to come and stay here in South Africa because of their activities with the South African Defense Force. The San is a people who are most harshly treated before the colonial times, during the colonial times, and after the colonial times. I spoke to the leader of the Kora, the Korana, and they were also of the First Nations who inhabited Northern Cape, the Gauteng area. There was even a great battle, the Battle of Mamusa near Schweizerenica, and I hope that there will be some recognition, maybe by a monument or something which emphasized their place in Southern Africa. It is absolutely important that those sites that I get the feeling, that especially the First Peoples, they were the people who do not get the necessary recognition, their place in the history of our country. I was fortunate to speak to the Stuurman tribe in Gqeberha, descendants of the great David Stuurman, one of the first Khoi prisoners on Robben Island. And there are remnants of the first prison there at Robben Island. There's no site there which states that is the site where the first prison, years, decades and decades before Nelson Mandela and other people were imprisoned there. There is a site. It is not mentioned often. There are still remnants of that site. And I hope that it will get recognition. I hope that people will make sure that something tangible is there to show that but he was then rearrested again and in chains taken to Australia, where he died in 1830. He was the first prisoner of the first prisoners who were incarcerated at Robben Island. I hope that we take note of that. The Afrikaner people is an interesting group in the Western Cape. Jager Afrikaner, the son of Ouderam Afrikaner, they were in the area of Tulbagh. They were descendants of slaves, enslaved people. I don't want to use the word slaves because not slaves as a group, they were enslaved. He worked with Field Marshal there in the area of Tulbagh, and because of clashes with him, which led to the Field Marshal's death, Jager Afrikaner was forced to flee with his people. And if we read the history, he fled across the Gariep and he ruled what we call Southwest Africa. He had his headquarters and he named it Windhoek, and that is now the capital of Namibia. His son, Jonker Afrikaner, who took over after him, he named that place Windhoek. So they ruled the whole of Namibia. He was from Tulbagh in the Western Cape. Again, there's nothing which indicates that the Afrikaner originated here in South Africa. There's nothing, say, a monument or even a a small stone saying this is where that great leader stayed. When I visited Platfontein, where a lot of what is this? When I visited Platfontein, and there's an area near Platfontein where a lot of Bushman paintings are. I came across a small stone stating Ausap, one of the leaders who resisted again the Boere. It's not even noticeable. His struggles, his fight against the colonial masters were just recognized by a small piece stating that there was the area where one of the battles took place. The Korana, the Afrikaner, the Nama people, I spoke to the leader of the Nama people of Namibia recently at the commemoration of the Shark Island massacre. They also lived in Southern Africa, Witbois, under the leadership of Hendrik Witbooi. They were also part of South Africa. Look, the Nama people are in South Africa and Namibia. The boundaries drawn by the colonial masters were not taking into account whether you are family, whether you are, you are related. They just drew like straight lines. Even Namibia, if you look at straight lines, people living on both sides of that line, but it was just lines drawn by the colonial masters to divide our country. So people, I just want to emphasize the role of the First Peoples. I just want to emphasize the fact that they are not really, that's my opinion, I might be wrong, that they do not get the recognition they deserve as the First Peoples of this country. We need to educate our people more about the Korana, the Griqua, the Esekwa, the Goringaikona, those people who were the First Peoples. And as I said, they have a sad history. They were always at the receiving end. They were wiped out because they threatened the people who took over, because they were the hunters, the land, the animals, and were almost like taken away from them, and they were then killed by, even in the times of Jan van Riebeeck, they were like hunting parties, hunting the Bushmen. We need to recognize the indigenous people more. As I said, I'm not a historian, I'm a linguist. I am studying language. And again, we must recognize, we must try to preserve all our indigenous languages. I was fortunate to speak to the person who was involved with establishing the Ngu key or Ngu language, Uma Katrina Esau, the dictionary in Ngu. And I'm fortunate to have one of those dictionaries signed by herself. I feel that we neglect again the language of the First Nations. It is mentioned in the Language Act, yet there are only a few schools, like in Kubus, where the principal of the school established classes in the Northern Cape where the learners could learn Nama, Hovap. It's just by coincidence that the principal was one of my students. But I hope that through language, through our heritage, and we are all bound together in South Africa by our genes. We all have the genes of the First Nations in our blood. We have the DNA that we share. And I think because of that, and as I said, I'm now speaking as one of the people of mixed origin. Just by the way, my names and surname show it. You know, Hendrik Sabani Thuys. Hendrik is my European origin. Sabani is my indigenous origin. My great-grandfather was a Xhosa. He was born during the Anglo-Boer War. And when they fled the British, my great-grandfather was born, and he was called Sabani, Ukusaba. He had to flee. So he was called Sabani. And I am Sabani. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thuys. And I think from the South African Heritage Resource Agency, we do recognize that there's a lot of work to be done to give the due recognition to the First Nations. I'm just going to ask now, as we move into the discussion, I'm going to open it up to the audience and to the colleagues online as well. If you could please bring the 2 microphones, and please make sure they're switched on. You can just give them to the speakers there, yeah. And the second microphone as well. Thank you. As I said, you're welcome to now engage with our speakers. You're welcome to ask questions, and I'll recognize you. But before I open up to the floor, or as you think of your questions, I was just gonna say to Ntate Malay, I think, again, your talk was very impactful. And at the end, you made a number of recommendations. I think there were 4 recommendations of what needs to happen. But given the rigidity of academia and trying to change, I'd say, curriculums, how would you say we should go about making those changes? You're welcome to respond now.
My mother used to say there are many ways to skin a cat. That might not go down to animal rights people, but there are many ways to tackle things. Now, if I look at what I do, I realize that, you can't always change the minds of. So I've tried to focus on younger people and even children. So one of the projects that I started was the Camisa Museum at the Castle of Good Hope. There's the CEO sitting there. We, together with 3 or 4 other people, put this project and literally created a new museum, which spoke to things that are hidden in our history. And we chose this place because something like 70,000 of our school children are brought there every year by their teachers. And what they were seeing before CEO Kelvin came along was they just saw the old colonial setup, and there was all sorts of horror stories that they were entertained with, often frightening the kids even. And we said, no, we need to change this. And so what's developed there is a number of what I call boutique museums, which tell different aspects of our story. Now, then the children come there with their teachers, which means you need to work with the teachers. And you also need to have some, Calvin's got a team there that works with the school children when they come. And you then take things over, all of the steps down from the academic story. And you create what Diana storytelling. And you create very simple things for the children to do. For instance, we've got a replica of one of the wells that was tapped into the Camisa River system. And so you say to the children, wet your hand, put it in some dry paint, put it on the paper, and you can say, and take this home and say, this relates to the Camisa River, which means that. Or you dip a stone into, and you put your ancestor's name on it, and you take it home and you put it next to your bed. Small messages, but it changes the way children are indoctrinated and think. So I believe in that kind of approach, but I do believe that the teacher plays a major role in this. And therefore we do need to bring this into the school. And it may not start with changing the curriculum, but it can start with simple storytelling at the school and the teacher becoming a storyteller too and encouraging the kids to become storytellers. It's a basic way of starting, but you then take it up. I do believe that our universities are, some of them are changing, some even have indigenous studies as a kind of sub-department desk and so on, but it needs to be accelerated. It's terrible that we don't have African social history taught at our universities. So it's at a number of different levels, but the lowest level is that storytelling and creating places. I mean, the Camisa Museum in the Castle is one place. This is a huge country. There can be places created all over the country where young people can come together to hear stories from storytellers that tell them the story of the peopling of South Africa and our rich history outside of the colonial paradigm.
Thank you so much.
Yes, can I add to that?
Yes, please go ahead.
I think it is important that maybe Sarah engage with the education authorities and say, but listen, we need to emphasize the history of the local communities. We must involve the old people to come and speak to the children and tell them stories. And storytelling is absolutely important. You know, when for 15 years, I took my language students, because language is not something which is about grammar and, you know, nouns and pronouns. I exposed them to the different varieties of our Afrikaans language, by the way, which started in 1595 and not 1652, but that's another story. But for 15 years, I took them to mission stations to talk to the people there, to listen to their stories, to be exposed to other varieties of the Afrikaans language, to make them aware of, you know, the richness which is in stories. And I think it is important that our curriculums, our curricula, our guidelines, they are not written in, I mean, it says it is a curriculum framework, but our teachers think that it is cast in stone. You know, you dare not move beyond that line. I won't say one of those rebellious teachers, but I always did things my way, because I regarded myself as an educator, and I need to teach my learners or my students about righteousness, the truth, and all that. And I made sure that I always give them another perspective. And I think what we must do is we must look at our curricula and engage with the government, the education authorities.
Thank you so, so much. Is there anyone in the audience that has a question before we move on to the next session? And colleagues online as well, I'm not sure if any one of you has any questions. You're welcome to use the chat as well. Dr. Joe, Dr. Ferris. All right, Dr. Joe, please go ahead.
So I just want to, Dr. Tace, speak to this notion of the contestation around Afrikaans as a language and who owns it. You kind of touched on that, but you didn't want to go a little bit into that. So I'm asking this because many people would want to tell us that, especially your so-called Volkerkunde, which was a scientific paradigm that was used to actually rationalize apartheid and all of these other bad legislations that we've had. So one, Afrikaans is a boeretaal. No. At least the literature that I read trace Afrikaans to Griquas. Talk to us a little bit about that lie, and because it's that we were then socialized to believe Afrikaans is an oppressive language. And we were discouraged to learn Afrikaans as a way of communication. And then we started obsessing with English on the expense of our own indigenous vernacular.
I think let's take the next question as well. Sorry, let's take both questions and then we'll get a response. Thanks. Dr. Ferris, next to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Tace and Dr. Malay, you talked about the term or the names Jager Afrikaner and Jonker Afrikaner. I want to know where that word originated and why that word is used by white Afrikaners to term themselves.
Let's start with Dr. Taze and then we'll hand over for the next question. Thanks.
Thank you. Afrikaans, as I said, Afrikaans originated already in 1595, where, as I said, the visiting ships at the Cape bartered with the indigenous peoples, and they already started a sort of a trade language, Pidgin. And there are some writings which already had some words like which you could recognize as Afrikaans. Like, say, for example, the word, one of the first words, brokwa. That was one of the first words already. That was even before Jan van Riebeeck. Brokwa meaning bread. Brokwa, kwa is a collective prefix meaning a lot of things. So broodgoed. So they bartered with bread with the indigenous peoples. So there's already that example. But the language, which is now called Afrikaans, started when Jan van Riebeeck came here. They had to use a language to communicate. So this broken Dutch, which later became Afrikaans, it was first called Kaap Hollands. You see, so it was already a form of not Dutch, but already a different form of the Dutch language, which started with the indigenous peoples. The first written Afrikaans was by the Malay people of the Bo-Kaap. You know, the first written Afrikaans was in Arabic. It was Arabic script, but if you read it, it was Afrikaans. The Genootskap van Regte Afrikaners was established in 1875. In 1859, there was already a newsletter by the people of Gedadendal in the Western Cape, one of those mission stations, where they already wrote in the changed version of the Dutch language. So already it did not start in 1875 when the Afrikaners said, we are the Afrikaners and we established the Genootskap van Regte Afrikaners. It is definitely not a language which originated. The white people, they spoke Dutch. Why would they then use a lower form of their own language? I mean, it sounds crazy. So, you know, when Jan van Riebeeck came here, the people could speak to him in Dutch, because 5 years before that, when the Haarlem stranded near Milnerton, a ship, one of the Dutch ships, in 1847, the Dutch sailors survived because they were supported by the indigenous Khoi people, and they already then had to communicate with one another. So when Jan van Riebeeck came here, some of the people were already able to communicate with him in that broken Dutch, where Afrikaans originated. Can you thus see that it is not true that it is the language of the white people? They don't use ons. Ons is not the original. They use wij. Wij lopen. And Afrikaans say ons loop. So if you look at literature written, that shows when the people write ons, then you know it is not Dutch anymore. In 1866, when the Basters, the Rehoboth Basters, moved from South Africa to Rehoboth in Namibia, they took a language with them, already a broken language, and even their laws, which they were governed by, were written in the new sort of changed. So they were in 1860, that's before 1875. You see, so there's already enough proof that Afrikaans is not the language of the white people.
I'll add something to that.
Yes.
Well, my voice, I think, is loud enough. Just to add, there's some dead giveaways. In 1875, when the Boere, and in fact, they weren't all Boere. Two of the primary people were first-generation Dutch immigrants. They weren't even, born here. They started this organization, the Genootskap van Regte Afrikaners. Why Regte? Why not just the Genootskap van Afrikaners? It suggested that there was someone else they considered to be verkeerders. And their fellow Boers weren't enamored with this idea. And they came to them and they said, what's your game? You're talking about the Hot North Star. That's what they called, So that's a very important giveaway of what happened. But if we now sort of backtrack, because there are two tracks here, where does this use of Africa, Afrikaans and Africa come into being? Generally speaking, internal to Africa, this wasn't a term that was greatly used. Africa was used as a maritime term. It was a cartographic term. It originates in North Africa. If you go back to its roots, there are various people will tell you about Roman roots and Greek roots and so on, but it actually goes back to hieroglyphics, where Afrika was the opening of the ka. It's where it's the birthing of humanity, where the ka is the spirit that made you different from the animal world. And so Afrika is essentially the birthplace of humanity. But this term then got taken on by the Romans, who said it meant warmth, and by the Greeks, who said it was a hot place, and so on and so on. But fast forward to our country, when the enslaved were taken from various parts of the world. Now, again, our history distorted everything. They said the enslaved were Malay slaves. In fact, Malaysia itself, Malacca, they were slave traders. They weren't enslaved people. What they did was they enslaved the people on the periphery of their society, the indigenous peoples of those areas, and across Indonesia and in India and so on. But the vast majority of enslaved, of the 80,000, 48,000 of those were from Africa, from other African countries. So in the early years of enslavement in the Cape, when you were a second generation born, you weren't first generation enslaved, you were born into slavery in the Cape, you got the surname Van Cabo or Van der Kaap, or you got the surname Van Afrika. And so this family in the late 1600s, headed by a man called Oderam Afrikaner, he was the progenitor of what we know as the Oorlam Afrikaners, who you spoke about earlier, Hendrik. And he had two sons, Klaas and Afrikaner, who were two of the first Robben Island prisoners. And of course, the other brother was Jager, and Jager's son was Jonker, and so on. They have a very well recorded dynasty over 150 years. Now, the white Afrikaners, the people, the Boers, who adopted the term Afrikaner, they say the genesis of this term starts in 1807. And they say that there was a young man who was drunk and disorderly, and he was arrested and taken to court. And he was being judged by a Dutch judge. And he turned around to the judge and said, "Who the hell do you think you are? I'm an Afrikaner, I'm an African, you're from Holland." So they say that this is the genesis. What they failed to tell you is that this young man was from a mixed family, where the father was German, and he had a common law wife, and then he had another wife. And the common law wife was an enslaved woman. And this chap's name was Hendrik as well, the youngster. So Hendrik's sister was colored, in inverted commas there, came from enslaved background. And they lived in the poor part of town. They didn't live amongst the white gentry. In fact, at that time, to call any white person an Afrikaner would be an insult. Yet, 150, 160 years later, they wore it with a badge of pride. So there's a lot of nonsense involved in all of this. The young man, by the way, never stayed in South Africa. He got on a ship. It got wrecked in Australia, and he ended up, settling amongst Aboriginal people in Australia. So this guy, who they say is their white progenitor, who started Afrikaans and Afrikaner identity, it's all mixed up. Now, today at the Afrikaans Taal Monument in Paarl, they're beginning to look at this side of the story that we're talking about. So they have some exhibition about it and so on. But again, it needs to be ramped up. And there was a debate about whether the Afrikaans Taal Monument should be, still, referred to as Taal Monument. And I suggested that they should have the Khoi name for Tal, and Xhosa name for Tal, and so on, and that it remains the Tal monument, but everybody could call it by their own language monument, and that the story there should be the story of language, throughout Southern Africa. Your subject, I mean, this great subject about indigenous languages from the foundation peoples through to all the other peoples in South Africa. We have to start to project a layered history, layered linguistics, layered faith as our culture, because that's what it is. You cannot say that one thing is South African culture. It is all of these together, this beautiful potpourri,
And as I said, I am now the national chairperson of the Afrikaans Taalraad. And that is to show that Afrikaans is not just the language of, or it is not the language of the white people. We are now claiming the language. The director of the Afrikaanse Taal Museum is Michael Jonas. He does excellent work in terms of promoting the language and promoting multilingualism, and also emphasizing the role all the other peoples had in the formation of the Afrikaans language. We were Makabane in Afrikaans, and the people know when we speak Afrikaans, and we take to the struggle forward in Afrikaans.
Thank you so much. There's just a question. Correct. Yes, go ahead.
There's many different Afrikaans.
Yes.
We talk in
Oh.
Cape Flats of Afrikaans. And in fact, there's a project going on at UWC of producing a trilingual dictionary
Yes.
of English, Afrikaans, and Afrikaans. And there are a whole lot of things we would talk of, instead of saying donkey, we say Telemagasi. But if you go to Namakwa, there is a Namakwa Afrikaans.
Yes.
And so on around the country.
Yeah.
So, and there are more black Afrikaans speakers than white Afrikaans. Tell you that.
Thank you so much. There's
Yes,
a question
I've got
online.
a-
Sorry,
sorry,
just for the sake of time.
Yeah.
Let me take the question. I'm going to get your response. There's a question online. Then there's a question from Tate Matida, Dr. Lucian, and then we're going to close the session. Kotso Selo online, your hand is up.
Thank you very much for this fascinating.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, let's just take the gentleman online. We'll come back to you. If you could please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear. Okay. Greetings, Program Director, and to your panel. My question is a follow-up to what has been shared by your panelists. We want to know two in one, the word Al-Qaidulan and Azania. I do not hear your panelists talking about it. What does it mean to say Al-Qaidulan or Azania? Where is it originating from? When were these words generated? How were they used in our African heritage? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Let's take in Tate Matida, Dr. Lucian,
Dr.
and
Lucian,
then we'll close the session.
Okay, thank you very much. Apologies for overtaking on the double barrier line. It's just concerning the issue of language, the new language in particular, which is a language that has very few speakers left. Maybe I must say that the SARA did undertake a project there where I think it's the only tombstone in the country that is written in that particular indigenous language. And I think the aim had been to spark a debate on the conservation of language. And I'm wondering whether, are there any efforts that are being done particularly to conserve some of the languages perhaps that are dying. I mean, being a linguistic person, maybe provide us with some ideas as to how that could be infused into the conservation aspects of, for heritage. There could be some pointers that you might give, particularly because language is an intangible aspect. Yeah, I think that was my question, perhaps, and comment directed to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's take Dr. Lucian, and then we're going to get our responses.
Hi, thanks everyone for those fascinating inputs. I mean, it's the really good thing is when these things make you think, and you can see people are really responding and engaging. I think maybe one of the difficulties in a discussion around language, this goes partly to what Tariq was saying about how we think about the past, is there's a long tradition in South Africa of conflating a language and a group, and then also assuming that group has a common descent. So many of these discussions around Afrikaans end up going in a bit of a circle of which group owns it. Now, another way to think about this is that partly there were multiple Afrikaanses, but even among white people, there wasn't necessarily a monolithic Afrikaans or Dutch. So what you would get in states like the old Transvaal Republic or Paul Kruger is official documents would be in High Dutch. Schooling to some extent would be in High Dutch, but most kids didn't go to school. But among ordinary people, they would speak a dialect that we would call Afrikaans. So what I'm saying is some of these discussions actually point to the way where we can find common roots and a common making of a South African history and culture, not to say homogenous culture, but whenever we get onto that, we often end up reintroducing the same categories from the past. So, for example, with Genootschap van Recht Afrikaners, they didn't claim to have invented Afrikaans, but what they claimed was there was a very particular language, which was their particular variant of Afrikaans, which represented a very particular claims. So that conflation of language, descent, people, and so on is very important in South African thinking, but I think it often makes it hard to think about South Africa. So that's more a comment. The question really was for Tariq, and it goes to the issue of social history. If we're thinking about a pre-colonial social history, and I assume you mean before European colonialism, what does it look like? Because we have traditions of social history in South Africa that often look at issues like class, trade unions, popular culture, but we also have another tradition of social history which looks at artifacts, teaspoons, clothes, and so on, very much what the old museum model of history was. So I wonder if you could just maybe explain a bit what you think a new social history, besides being more inclusive, could look like. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think let's start with Tate Tariq and Tate Malay, and then we'll get a response, and then we'll close the session. Thanks.
Okay, on the first question, I have a great respect for the Ghanaian historian Diop, who came up with this concept of Kebelan. While I am sympathetic to much of his historiography, on this one, I think he was absolutely wrong. And it's been subjected to great scrutiny. It is not an African language. No African language has been found with this particular word or meaning. It's also not an Arabic word, as claimed. And it's almost an, what did they used to say? Abracadabra type of word. It's a nonsense word. And it's kind of been popularized in America and then exported to Africa. So that one, it really doesn't have anything of substance to it. The second word, Azania, or Zanj, as in Zanzibar. The area of Zanj was from the northern part of Somalia down to the East African coastline, down to Tanzania alongside the island, which became Zanzibar. The term Zanj, again, is not an African term. It's an Arabic term, and it meant the black slaves from Africa. And there's a very famous Zanj rebellion in what is today Iraq. But that was in 800 CE. In Africa, the only indigenous dog in Africa is called the Abazenji. Again, Zanj. It is a word which, in my opinion, has a very similar connotation to kafir, the word that we have outlawed in our country, kafir. It has that connotation with being derogatory, denoting enslavement, and geographically, it was not a Southern African term at all, or term for Southern Africa. In fact, in Ethiopia, there is a state called Azania, and that is the proper part of the world for that term. In the 1960s, I think some South Africans got confused, and they thought they'd heard, oh, Zanj means black, and therefore this was an okay word. And then, of course, when Tanzania, which was Tanganyika, and the island of Zanzibar came together in a union, they then called it Tanzania. And from that, it became trendy in South Africa to use this particular word, but I think they got it very, very wrong. And I would challenge people to go and read the historiography, because there's much written about the term. It was only, there was a place that the Greeks called Azania in Greece as well. But that's a totally another story. It is the Arabic use of the term Zanj, and then the name of the coast as the Azanian coast. And as I say, there's a state in Ethiopia called Azania. It's not a South African indigenous word. And if we are looking for an indigenous word for our country, on the streets, popularly people say Mzansi, simply meaning the South. But, we're not short of terms, both in terms of the foundation people's languages or in our other languages, for renaming South Africa, which I particularly believe we should do. But it should be by popular acceptance rather than something imported from Arabia. So that's my story on that. Just to touch on the issue of social history. When I'm talking about social history, when we talk about social history of Europe, it is the history of the peoples of Europe, of their societies, not of objects and artifacts and whether they're made of stone or iron or bronze or whatever. Social history, in my way of thinking, is the history of societies, the history of civilizations. And this is where it doesn't feature in South Africa. What we have instead is whenever people talk about pre-1652, they will talk about the Iron Age and the Bronze Age and the Stone Age, and they will talk about, hunter-gatherers and pastoralists. And by the way, each of these are put into rigid silos. All the evidence shows us that, people who were hunter-gatherers also planted, and they also kept some sheep and so on. And we know that farmers hunted and they also kept cattle, and not only agricultural. Why have we created these rigid boxes and then primitivized social history? That's the point I'm making. Now, how do we go about it? I think we start in the place that we know, oral history. All our communities across South Africa, and these communities, by the way, don't all rigidly conform to these 10 linguistic groups that have been put forward as nations. There are multiple societies with different cultures and traditions and stories, and that's where we start. Go out there and get people talking and writing and being caught on video about what they've learned from the generation before, what they've learned about a particular place that has gone from generation to generation and had a story attached to it. And then we'll be able to put together societal history, social history that happens beforehand. Because part of the denial of social history is to deny also the economies. There weren't people just you know, living off the air. There were people who were making clothes. They were making implements to farm with. They were successfully cattle ranching and sheep ranching and so on. You know, if you look in some of the colonial history, they talk about fields of sorghum, you know, growing all of the stuff. But we're told that this didn't exist because there was an empty land and that there was no culture and no history. And what happened was the European came and civilized us all. And that's what I mean when I say we have to go and really look at social, societal history beyond artifacts and so on, beyond paleontology, archaeology, and so on. All of those play very important parts because they contribute to the whole, but they cannot stand alone. Because when they do stand alone, they objectify people in a particular kind of way. And it's about Black people being seen as being on an intelligence step, very low down, and the European being on the intelligence step, very high up. And we've all been conditioned to this. We actually, if we, you know, we ask ourselves questions, that's what I do often, is you challenge yourself. Or your grandkids, and by the way, 2 of my grandchildren are Griqua. They are baptized in the Griqua church. Their mother is Griqua. I have other grandchildren who are Nama, and I have European, and I have part Xhosa, and so on and so on. That's part of who we are, the layers that we are. But they ask you questions, and out of the mouths of babes, they sometimes show us the contradictions in our society. And you see that they are beginning to be indoctrinated. Their innocence is being taken away from them. So we have to find mechanisms to intervene so that they do not become, I mean, everybody always asks, why is a 19-year-old white Afrikaner boy still mouthing the stuff that their parents were mouthing or their grandparents were mouthing under apartheid and colonialism? Surely they've grown up 30 years in the new South Africa. Why is that the case? And it's often because they are in an enclosed environment, they are sheltered, and they're indoctrinated. So our society, if we're going to find each other and become one nation as such, in the modern sense, we can't just carry on and think it's all going to happen magically. We've got to make interventions.
Thank you so much. Right, let's take the last response from Dr. Tace, and then we'll close the.
Just for the gentleman over there, it's you must record. Those many, you know, as you said, the official languages of our country. There are so many variants of isiXhosa, for example. It is not just the standard Xhosa. There are areas where, when I did a Xhosa third language just for 6 months course at University of the Western Cape, and Hubie, I think it's a variant in the Eastern Cape. It is not standard Xhosa, yet the people speak it. Why don't the people record all those variants so that we don't lose it? That as in Afrikaans, the Taal Museum, there's a museum for the Afrikaans language, and the Afrikaanse Taalraad, by the way, acknowledges all our variants, whether it's Namakwa Afrikaans, whether it is Eastern Cape Afrikaans, whether it is Kaaps, we recognize on the same level those languages. So it is important that we must record those variants. There was a huge debate before the establishment of these of our official languages. I think Kilubedu is a variant of Shivenda, right? And the people said, we must recognize Kilubedu rather than the standard Shivenda. And it was a fight. I know, I was part of the language debate at the time. So we must make sure that we preserve those languages, even if it's part of those. I mean, my group, Griqua, there's 3 words, which is a variation of Nama. And we use it in Afrikaans. We say, "Hey, my ngoro, ek my ngoro gekap." You know, my back. Ek is kuru fatwak. You know, kuru means a craving for tobacco, a craving for something. And we use it in our normal speech. We say, hey koro, you know, he likes to koro, hy praat baie. You see, so we use those words in the mix it with Afrikaans, and it is called Griqua Afrikaans. So we need to record those variations so that language students in the future will study it and see. But listen, language is dynamic. You know, you don't say, you just say, hey, this tenga ichis. You don't say isonga samas. You know, you say hard drive. You hard drive. You don't say ingondo sa computer. You know. So let's record. Language is dynamic, and you know we mix our languages, people. And as you said, Tariq, we must move more together. We are isolated, and this vote showed us that people are going back to tribalism. We will become an ethno-democracy and not a true democracy. We will become an elite democracy, pluralistic democracy. So, kasi me sonke si omelela. Kasi me sonke si banamandla. Mutu ki mutu ka batu babawe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, this brings a conclusion to our pre-colonial era, and please give a big round of applause to all our speakers. I think they did the topic a lot of justice. As I said, we're going through our timeline, and again, we could spend 2 days discussing the colonial era alone. But for the sake of time, we will be moving on. Let's take a 5-minute leg stretch so we can also set up for the next speakers. I'm then going to be inviting our moderator, Ntate Joe Serakwane, who will then be taking us through the colonial era. So please, 5 minutes, and then we'll come back to our seats. Thank you. Okay, you got it?
Yes.
All right.
Please open it up already.
Okay. So these are the 2 now.
Sorry.
Okay. If we can settle down now, please. Sure. All right, colleagues, can we please take our seats? All right, thank you so much. As mentioned, it was just a quick break. Following this, we will break for lunch. I want to introduce SARA's council member and the moderator for the session looking at the colonial period. Please give a round of applause to Ntate Joe Serokwane.
Thank you. So this morning, if you look at the program, I was trying to align with the pre-colonial, and my name was Joe. And now moving to the colonial, and my name is now Motsateb. This is my way of reclaiming. It's my way of reclaiming the self. Welcome back. As we settle back, I would like to introduce two of our speakers. And later we will be joined as part of our panel with an extra member, and then we'll engage in some further conversation. Our first speaker will be Ntate Calvin. He's one of the country's foremost experts in tourism and heritage sector, with over 31 years of experience in cultural tourism, training, tourism research, marketing, consulting, public administration, geography and environmental studies, strategic planning, and governance. He's the current Chief Executive Officer of the Castle Control Board, the body that manages South Africa's oldest colonial building, the Castle of Good Hope. Under his leadership, the image of the Castle of Good Hope has been transformed from a bastion of armed colonial conquest and apartheid oppression into a symbol of inclusion, of education, of healing, of nation building. This former UWC academic had a packed professional career inter alia, serving as a tourism director in Mpumalanga and as a CEO of the Western Cape's Tourism Marketing Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage, Ntate Calvin.
Thank you. I missed your weaponization of your indigenous name, but thank you, Tata Joe. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, and Lungi and Ben is not here anymore, for putting this together in our 30 years of democracy. A moment that I didn't think I would experience in my life. You know, when you deep in Lomzabalaza, you don't know if you're gonna come out of there unscathed, either psychologically or in a coffin or whatever. And so that's why I think positionality and context is important, and to understand where the person comes from, where the person is rooted, both through time and space and location. I'm also not, where's Tata Tace, Dr. Tace? I'm also not a historian. I'm a geographer by training, a professional geographer by training, but I ventured into that through various moments in my life. If I just could frame my talk from a professional point of view, I spent the last 11 years of our democracy, and it's almost if it was a punishment at the beginning. As a person who resisted armed colonial conquest, and like Patrick was on the outside, I was on the inside, fighting it, that your last professional posting would be at this heartbeat of armed colonial conquest, the Castle of Good Hope. Because that's probably the oldest symbol. And if you look at the symbol of the castle, all of the Sadaf, the people who probably would have shot and killed Patrick, had this as their, what do you call this thing? Insignia? The weapon, it's the insignia. So if you're a general, you will have a 5-star general, you will have 5 castles here. If you're a 3-star general, you have 3 castles here. So the castle, both from a both environment point of view, but also from a semiotics, the symbols, the study of science point of view, is a very powerful, albeit in not always in a good way, symbol of armed colonial conquest. So in my brief talk, I will use the intersect of space and location at the southernmost tip, or the south tip of Africa, but also time, because we're talking about 30 years of democracy, but about 400 years, 500 years of oppression, and how the two. So I will jump between those times, because the problem with location and space, you are rooted longitude and latitude, but with time you can jump, you can time travel and bring those lessons to a bearing. I want to start here at Constitution Hill, because this is my first visit here, and I knew when I was in the plane there is a reason why Ben and Lungi has invited me here. They invited me to something that I hate, which is a jail, which I spent 3 sessions underneath, but I didn't know that you can be at a jail and free. A jail is associated with detention and encampment, and how the team here has used the jail both metaphorically and physically as a place of freedom, because the highest court that will either set you free or condemn you is situated here. The court, the symbol that represents the aspirations of 60 million people, sits in this jail. There's literally in that building that where's the tour guide is here, where the Constitutional Court is sitting. That there's even one of these towers which is part of the jail. But that's the first point. The second point is that you were standing there and I was standing far, and then I went there and I looked at the names of women who served in the first parliament, and the first name there is my political mentor, and I didn't know it was here. So I took a picture of Liz Abrams, which some of you would know, a member of the South African Communist Party of, was it called SACTU, South African Trade Union, and then also of what was those days called the Food and Canning Workers Union, today called the Food and Allied Workers Union. Now, Nana was we called her Nana. She was a communist, but every Christmas we would exchange Christmas gifts and talk about Jesus, and but so many of these comrades had these contradictions, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. So that's probably the reason why you invited me to this space at this time in our 30th celebration of our 30th year of democracy. I've broken up my discussion into, is it 8? 8 blocks. So I will take you through, and I've made this point of armed settler colonialism, slavery and oppressions as sides of the same coin, because they go together, and I will briefly explain it now. Then there's obviously the period that you've gave me to talk about, the lie of 1652, and like a century and a half, I will cover that period. And then there's the Khoikhoi. I will briefly, and I think Tata Tays and you has talked about the clash of worlds, of both at an understanding level, at a level of what we call in academia epistemology. How is knowledge? What is the origin of knowledge? Where is it coming from? Where is it going? The nature of knowledge, and talk a little bit about that. Then I might skip this one because we talked a lot about that, but I want to talk about some of the stuff that happened at the castle in terms of impacting on the Khoi and the other oppressed peoples of South Africa. And then I will then briefly do to the people who resisted, and we've already talked about Douman, we talked about Steerman and people, but briefly I want to speak about that because there are also lessons for people then who took up arms in the late, in the early 60s then, And some of them are related to some of these first freedom fighters during colonial times. And right, so let me start with a clip. Just to frame my, I hope the sound is
Dutch
working.
King and Queen were visiting a slavery history museum in Cape Town when suddenly they were surrounded by demonstrators that were angry by the fact that this Dutch king and queen are visiting a slavery museum, and all they did was, oops, sorry for what we've done, and forget about everything, let's move on. Let me show you a clip. Security had to quickly rush them into their car to escape that demonstration. But people on social media also were voicing their opinion. How dare you visit a slavery museum when your ancestors directly impacted our people, enslaved them, and the whole situation with apartheid and all that? They are visiting at Cape Town Museum, so it's in South Africa. Even though some were arguing that at least this Dutch and Queen have apologized before, there are so many nations that refuse to apologize, like the royal family of England. They don't want to accept what they have done as wrong. They never talk about it. So people were actually having a disagreement. At least this person has apologized, right? But people were arguing, you have apologized, but then again, there's something that comes after that. There's reparation, there's making it right after you messed up. So this is a whole conversation that is being had on social media right now, and people don't seem to agree with one another. But anyways, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think an apology is enough, or do you think they need to do much more than apologizing? I am going to get ask you on the next one. Bye.
Thank you. So this is this is October 2023. So let's go 400 years back to understand why the descendants of the first people who felt the brunt of armed colonial conquest 400 years later still feel that there are hugely unresolved issues. And Dr. Tace talked about the language, the recognition of the language. This lady talks about restitutions and reparations. So there's a whole mixture, almost a complex list of issues that remains unresolved in terms of that period. And while people are counting the votes, there are certainly some of these unresolved issues that I will quickly speak about that's also on the minds of the 7th administration as we move into the next 30 years of our democracy. So there you see my office. That's where I, for the past 11 years, walked in, and it's a arena of contestation. There's not a single moment. If like this time of the year, it's annual reports, then you're in your office. But if outside, there's always a contestation, because the castle has now, the exhibitions has now been set up to confront, to engage, to educate, so that there's a dialogue. not the monologue that Patrick kindly referred to earlier, that there's this almost structured tour that we're taking you in, spook stories, scare stories, and mostly the colonial narrative through the exhibitions that there. So very much about how you talked about the meta cognitive changes that need to take. Patrick and I and the other people talk about the meta narrative, the big story that should be changed. And if every one of us in our different places where are deployed chip into that meta narrative, then like Patrick's boss in exile said, between the hammer and the anvil, we will cut through this, we will crush the remnants of ignorance and the remnants aftermath of colonial conquest. So quickly, the point that I want to make here is that colonial conquest, enslavement, apartheid, some of them were called out by the UN as crimes against humanity, are all crimes against humanity, and we need to stop them. I know the postmodernists use the words like deconstructing, metaphors, etc. But at the level of, if we want to change not only our country but the world, then we need to destroy all remnants of colonial conquest, whether they are imperialism, neoliberalism, whatever, because the world will never be equal, will never be free, our children will never be free if we continue with this. Rightfully, as Patrick Otte is asking, why are Afrikaner children still talk about K-words and this? Why after 30 years of democracy have we not made a dent in that? Because there's no concerted effort to really take on not only what happened, not post-colonial forms of colonialism, but also the very heart of colonialism has never been tackled, not in our school curriculum, not in our university curriculums. I was telling you, at least, my daughter was last year first year history at UWC. They were at least of Mapungubwe, they were talking about that, but more not in a historical sense, not in a social historical sense. It's about the artifacts and the layers and whatever they found. It's not about a social history in the context of an entire African history, which was civilized long before the European civilization. That's not coming out. And so I want to see my colleagues there. What is his name? Professor Saras Rasul and them. They must really look at what they teaching now. I can say teaching our children. It includes my kid also. So Dutch colonialism. This is the period that we're talking about. And again, I'm not going to go to the role of the Dutch East Indian Company, but when we engage Dutch officials, either government or the ambassadors in the diplomatic corps, then they will always tell us, but remember, the VOC was a company. It was not the Dutch government that colonized you. So that ambiguity, a deliberate ambiguity, playing with words, is something that I think people don't take that anymore. And hence that clip that I showed to say that somehow we just need to emphasize that we can't say because the ANC took. We can't say because the government took the Israeli authorities to the ICC and ICJ. It's the ANC. It's the entire country we become collectively responsible also for that. Whether we agree, disagree, that's not the issue. Likewise, the Dutch government cannot shy away, or the royalty cannot shy away from their responsibilities and what should follow after the responsibilities. Some of the Patrick was talking about the kind of the exhibitions that we have to deal with that. So when we started, my team and I started in 2013 as the first, because before that it was run by military or paramilitary. The castle was run by paramilitary staff or military staff. So being the first civilian appointment there, we could do things that the military maybe would not see, and so what we've done started a 360-degree reorientation of the castle, because when we were there was only the William Fair collection, which was a celebration of Nogal colonialism. It was coinciding with the 1952 350th year of Jan van Riebeeck's arrival at the Cape. And that thing was taught to our kids for probably for 20 of the 30 years of democracy. They were still teaching the kids about that history. Then there was a military museum opened by the former Minister of Defense, Terry Lakota, and lately the development of pottery, in the symbolism of pottery in the African continent. So after that, now today we've added the Camissa Museum that Patrick was talking about. So if you go into the Camissa Museum, you start with a big question: who do you think you are? And then you go through the identity. There you can say you deconstruct your identity as you walk around. Then we have the Cape Heritage Museum. Then we have the latest edition is the Coena Art Institute. We have a 500-year of circumnavigation museum, which is very important because it also attacks the notions of the voyage of discovery and scientific exploration, etc., which was Diaz and Da Gama, all the guys before Van Riebeeck coming here. Then we have a outside exhibition that deals with all the prisoners, political prisoners, who were detained under apartheid, and this one slipped on a bar of soap, the other one were accidentally hanging up with his belt, this one, people who died in detention, and to focus the attention on the reopening of those cases of Imam Maroon, Steve Biko, all of those. So we have 118 graves, known graves of people who mysteriously died while they were detained under apartheid. So what we're trying to do is to place the exhibition strategically in this big venue so that you can't miss them. But if you really want to close your eyes, it's also fine, because then we've also made the point that you don't want to engage with this difficult period of our history. Then briefly talk about the clash of two worlds, cultures, religion, the receptions of land ownership. Let me just focus on the issue of land ownership. There's not a single day or single week where somebody from one of the Khoi communities don't come and either have a meeting or seminar on the issue of the land. Because there was the 1913 Land Act, and then what is the other one, 1936, one after that. And most of the Khoi communities say then that their dispossession and what the Dutch did to them, because they were the brunt, they took the brunt of Dutch armed colonial conquest, is never been recognized. So I'm sure that after Sunday, the issue of the land will be very, very high on the agenda of the 7th administration, and it will probably set the scene for the next 30 years of our democracy. So when I come back here, it will be 91. Let's see what we talk about in terms of the question of the land when we talk about the impact of Dutch colonialism. And then I quickly want to talk about race and class also, because we had this debate of what comes first. Did the colonizers, mercantile capitalism, come to Africa or to the Far East and establishing a capitalist class, a mercantile capitalist class? And was that paramount, that we have these class differences between them and indigenous people who they traded with? Or did they bring also in the hierarchy of people where they are at, in other words, race theories, where they are at the top and a layer down? So if you look at all of those inscriptions in your captain's books, and how they refer to the Khoi people, dehumanized, subhuman beings, sometimes even referring them as animals. And so the basis for the next session, we're talking about apartheid, the basis for those class, race, and even gender disparities and the way that it's used is stemming from this period, although they want to tell us that they're not racist or they're not sexist or classist. So those are some of the important things. The terra nullius that Patrick was talking about, the map that was drawn by Isaac Thirion in approximately 1730 show you the distribution of the peoples at that stage. So it talks about the Namakwa, the Chirikwa. It talks about it gives you a good idea that when the Dutch came here, there were already people settled. Whether they were nomadic, whether they were herders, whether they were semi-pastoralists, whether they were hunters, there was no empty land there, and no empty sea even for that. So just to emphasize that point again. Is that my castle? Elphick, Richard Elphick wrote the book, what is it? The founding of the Khoi. But it's Khoi, Kraal and Castle is the first part of the word. So in all of the colonial narratives is this thing of there was nothing when we landed, which was a joke. Was the Haarlem before Van Riebeeck came? The Haarlem, the men and women on the Haarlem was already there. But if you look at this painting, and in the foreground you see the settlement, the Khoi settlement, and what was they called Table Bay, and then the castle, which I highlighted there, not far from there. So when we engage the either colonial or new, the more liberal historiographers, they will also tell us, when you interpret history, you can't put a hut inside the castle or near the castle, because the commander would never have allowed a kraal within 70 miles from the castle. Who the hell give them the right to have the castle even there? Before, to talk about that in terms of if you talk about relative location. So just the analysis of all the paintings, whether they were out of scale or wrong, also give you a good idea of the impact of colonialism on the landscape, on the environment, on the people, on the society, on the economy, and on the way that pre-colonial society has done. Somebody I'll go through that. I'm coming back to that now. Somebody was talking about Katrina. There are not two new speakers left, only one. Her brother died a year and a half ago. So this is the lady in the center is Oma Katrina Isong, the last living new speaker. So all the heritage professionals in this life, Sama is here, is Ezekiel here, Sarah is here, there are different people here. She often calls me and says, she just get this feeling that people just use her and abuse her, but not really taking this, the plight of the new people and all indigenous people seriously. But what they have done, and I have the app on my phone, is to have this new app. So if you type in woman, it gives you the variants of the new language. So at least there's something in the cyber world for young people to go, so they can. If you say bird, it says the name in the new language. So in terms of the Dutch, what I would call omnicides, because what has happened, in other words, a whole package of destruction of a people. So in Van Riebeeck's diary, it talks about this strange custom of Khoi women or of San women, where if they have twins, they kill one of the twins and they call it an infanticide. But they don't talk about the hunting. And in fact, one of the hunting permits for San people, for as say Bushman people, was still in the early 20th century. They've still issued to the settlers a hunting permit to go hunt other human beings. So it's not far from our collective memory. Hence the call to deal with all of the impact of colonialism as a package and deal with it systematically, but from the ground up and from the top down. Then I won't go into here, but you know about Kertua was the let's call her semi-enslaved young woman in the Van Riebeeck household who was fluent in Dutch, probably a form of Afrikaans, Portuguese, French, etc., and was used as a translator in the. Can you see this? Oh, it is very. Was used as a translator, and probably the seeds of early gender-based violence in that context, and how she had to navigate between two worlds, and you bring in Autsumau, her uncle, and then Domen or Namoa, which was called Domen, which is, as Mtes rightly says, a linguist. The Dutch actually told him that he's Dom Jan, that he's stupid Jan, and then they changed it later to Domen, but his real name is Namoa. And Steerman, who escaped from Robben Island 3 times. The first time, and then they caught him again, and then the third time they say, we can't keep you, if the sea can't keep you in detention, we will take you we will banish you to Australia. And there he died, and today there's a car park. Those Aussies has built a car park over the body, the human remains of one of our first freedom fighters against colonial conquest. Then this was in your clip earlier, so I won't go through. Right in the most prominent symbol of armed colonial conquest, the cut, where all big announcement, land dispossession, marriages, who's going to be staked in, who's going to be hanged, who's going to be, all of those important decisions were taken behind these freedom fighters. And let me see this, we put this up in 2016, so how many years is it now? 6, 5, 9 years? 8 years. So previously, before the 8 years, from 2016, this was almost like a holy grail for people who would be praising armed colonial conquest, because this was the famous cut, the entrance into the governor's quarters. Then the aftermath of colonialism is, of course, I've spoken about that earlier, when the Dutch settlers and the English got together, joined forces to form the Union and further expand what they've done to the Khoi and the San people, further expanded into the Eastern Cape and to KwaZulu-Natal, and refining their forms of oppression, where they were on the farms, on the mines, on the factories, and out of that born British imperialism and what today is Western European imperialism and new colonialism. So, 30 years of democracy, what is the challenges for us? So South Africa, or our country, as part of the global South, and who has expressed or who has articulated probably of all, I don't know how many countries in the world, but probably the highest form of bravery on the 29th of December, where everybody was on holiday, full of Christmas, turkey, and lances, when they took the proxy government of Israel to court, should play an important role in untangling and disentangling what I call a hydra-headed beast of the Western military complex, which is the heart of the ongoing oppression, the food insecurity in Africa and the rest of the developing world. So and the embedded inequalities in the institutions out of this, which is the World Bank, UNESCO, the IMF, and all of that. And so there's a big task for us. There's a ground-up education task, but there's a big task also to take on all of those institutions that's perpetuating our oppression that was emanating from the colonial period. Then the decolonial journey, I'm not going to speak about that. I've touched on that. So the map that I'm not sure if you can see here, but what I was talking about of the 360, you see the 360. So at every point, you will be confronted, whether you on the, radical left or ultra right, you will be confronted with one or other symbol within the whole almost citadel of armed colonial conquest, where the colonial story is juxtaposed with the decolonial story. And so far, so good. We take the criticism as it comes. Not like Patrick, who was threatened with death for your book. Yeah, there was even death threats. At least for me, I'm confrontational, but in a light, diplomatic way. So they would come and tell me, but why is this flag removed? Oh, yes, come sit. Let's talk about that. So if somebody from the Freedom Front comes here and he say the oranje, blanje, blauw, what do you think what's he going to do to me? You see? But the flag is still there, but it's just in the cabinet. So we deal with it. And in my office, for instance, there were all of these generals. It was a military base. So these generals, Smarts, even this one who was in the Western Cape Parliament, Magnus Malan. So imagine, Dr. Ferris, I must every good morning. I'm very compromising. Every morning I must say good morning, General Magnus Malan, who locked me up in the 80s. It's not gonna, but he's still there. You can go. He was your uncle. There's a spot in the museum where you can go and look at him, but not in the public space. And you build that. It's important, for genuine freedom and democracy to happen. Both the oppressor and the oppressed must feel that they meet as equal partners to deal with the causes of that, that tension that's existing between that. Right now, it's not set equally, and so we need to create those interventions and moments that will deal with that. That museum, it's in the Heritage Museum. But I'll finish now. Before I lose my audience, besides the heritage, the collections and the expositions and the museums, we also have a very vibrant eventing and filming thing. For last week, for instance, I forgot to say Happy Africa Month. It's last day. Last week, for instance, we had 2 Africa Day events. The one with let me just call them the DRC Congolese community in Cape Town, and in the Sunday one, more of those communities. And again, some of the seeds that was planted during the colonial times, the hierarchy of people, you can see it's in there. That we as South African people feel that people from the Congo are lesser beings than us. That's all learned. I mean, when Van Riebeeck and what is his name, Wagner and Diaz and them landed here, there was no class or what do you call it? There were no kings and chiefs and queens. There were no class hierarchy and there were no race hierarchy. People didn't see each other as races. They brought off all of that in. We internalize it, and now we exercise it as a form of self-hate against our brothers and sisters from other parts of the African continent. And as the history, the prehistory that Patrick was talking about, the movements, the slow migrations, show that we were all from the same stock, of humanity, so to speak. So that was the set of The Woman King. You remember The Woman King, the film? That was the set. So you see, look out of your window and you see a woman on a rope with a sword and blah, blah, blah. And while you're busy with your report and whatever. So it's fascinating to see how the space has been transformed and the feedback that we get from people. And so finally, my final words. Incidentally, this display of LED lights was one of the first interventions, because this was in 2014, I think. And I wasn't sure what you could do, because Sarah and Ben, and what was his name? Sarah was there. Built environment was in the castle. Ben, Kobani, and the sea. The guys were on the sea marine. The marine guys were there, and Greg were there. So I was very careful what I do and not do. So we went the electronic route. Let's first brighten up the castle, get some media coverage, and say, as we change these different colors, we're going to change the Castle of Good Hope into a story of inclusivity, of healing, learning, and hope. Let me stop there. I can talk another day on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our second speaker is a member of the Council of the South African Heritage Resources Agency, Ms. Rihanna Parker. She's the director of the RKP Attorneys Cape Town, with access to justice at the heart of what she does. Key achievements include that of acting judge and a quasi-judicial roles as tribunal chairperson. She serves on various boards, the founder and co-director of the first awards program, recognizing the contribution of women in law on the continent of Africa through WOZA Pty Ltd, and strengthened empowerment of women in law to create a sustainable future for women in the profession, in line with the UN SDG 4, 5, and 16 for key positions in leadership such as boards and the bench. And she's going to be talking to us on the second broad theme of the day, the colonial period. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that brief introduction, and I'm glad it was brief. Yes, so I've got a very, very hard act to follow. I've got to talk about heritage in the colonial period, and to use a quote which I often use. It is often said that one's identity is inextricably linked to land. In turn, culture, traditions, and oral histories, which we've heard a lot about today, forms a backbone to where we come from, the language we use, and the kind of food that we make. And to quote, our heritage celebrates our achievements and contributes to redressing past inequities. It educates, it deepens our understanding of society, and encourages us to empathize with the experience of others. It facilitates healing and material and symbolic restitution, and it promotes new and previously neglected research into our rich oral traditions and customs. That quote comes from the act that gives me the position on council, that is the National Heritage Resources Act number 25 of 1999. Very importantly is the preamble to this act, often referred to as NRA, speaks of the need to recognize heritage of the marginalized during the colonial and apartheid era in South Africa, of course, and provides the legislative tools with which they could be done. Of course, this does not mean that we exclude the pre-colonial period, of which we've heard a lot today. Thank you to you, Dr. Millet, and Dr. Tace. Thank you very much. So what does this mean about redressing the colonial past? And I had to dive deep into authors and academics who have written on the subject. And some of you might know them who are keen readers of history and academia and archaeology and heritage. And so in 1990, Frescura found that under the National Monuments Council of South Africa, and that's the period of 1936 to 1989. And here comes the statistics. 97% of all declared monuments reflects the values of the immigrant white community, whilst the remaining 3% represent the art, architecture and artifacts of 84% of South Africa's population. He used the words of this country's Black African population. So those figures are a shocker, but it's a reflection of exactly what the colonialists' intentions were. Then there are writers, and I served under her at Heritage Western Cape, Deacon in 1993, as well as Ndoro and Pwiti, increased that percentage from 97% to 99%, which means that a 1% was short of achieving their full intent. We do know that 88% of declared heritage in South Africa is still related to European colonialism, and it is mainly concerned with buildings. We cannot ignore how the hashtag Rhodes Must Fall protests at UCT demonstrated the powerful symbolism of sites and monuments today, and drew our attention to the public perception of how things need to be changed. And that was recorded again by academics and Letiana and Webb in 2017 and 2020. So the question then that followed from that Rhodes Must Fall protest, have we failed in transformation? That's the burning question. And I am hopeful that over the next 24 hours, the perception will change in your mind and in your eye. My focus is on the colonial period, and looking back, the heritage legislation was primarily aimed at preserving and promoting the cultural and historical heritage of the colonial powers, particularly the British and Dutch, much of whom were referred to earlier. No doubt it is a complex and multifaceted era spanning 296 years before apartheid in 1948. Of course, I'm excluding the pre-colonial period. And if we count in apartheid to it, we are talking about at least 342 years. So let's look closely at the Dutch colonial era, which was 1652 to 1806. We've heard a lot about the DEIC, the Dutch East India Company, and the VOC company, which they tried to hide behind, was established on their version as a refreshment station at the Cape of Good Hope, as it was called then, often coined as the year 1652, when Jan van Riebeeck, and I use in inverted commas, found the Cape. Historians report that Dutch settlers brought their own cultural practices, architecture, and traditions, which merged with those of the indigenous Khoi and San populations, whereas I prefer the phrase, they imposed the entire belief structure on indigenous people. I must at the outset, and I forgot to make this clear at the beginning, that I'm not a historian. I did not like history at school, and I opted for geography instead, simply because the colonizer history syllabus was repugnant to me. So, close to home for me, and in that period that we are talking about, and deeply veined in my blood, is the arrival of Muslims of the Indo-Malay archipelago. As early, I would think, I would like to refer to Sheikh Yusuf of Makassar in 1657. Incarcerated, of course, and exiled to Zandvliet in Makassar for his political for his political outbursts back in Indonesia at the time. He was then banished via the Dutch East Indian Company to Sri Lanka, and that was not far enough. And then, of course, they brought him, to Cape Town, to Makassar, where they had felt that if they had moved him far away from Muslims who were already in the Cape at that time, that he would have very little resistance influence on the local Muslim population. So Zandvliet was far enough, as the Dutch had thought. And in its attempt, as I had said, to minimize the influence on slaves of the Dutch East Indian Company, the Muslims could not practice their faith openly, and names were anglicized, and that's why Yusuf, when we gazetted the name at SARA, is spelled Y-U-S-U-F, but in the Indonesian it's spelled T-J-O-E-S-S-O-P. So the names were anglicized, and I think none of us could escape the name anglicizing to suit the colonial tongue. Of course, as I had said, there were other Muslims already in the Cape, and there were other political prisoners, including Tuan Guru in 1780, who was incarcerated at Robben Island for twice. Thankfully, earlier this year, the Circle of Tombs were gazetted as national significance. Other speakers, because I'm talking colonial period, will speak to the achievements in the heritage space post-democracy. However, I will be amiss if I'm not going to speak about a woman called Sarah, or in the Cape form, Sarki Baartman, 1789 to 1815, who was enslaved and put on display in Europe. No doubt Dr. Ferris will talk more on her. For me, that stands as another example, like Grotoua, of gender-based violence in the form of human trafficking. I think it's one of the examples of how women were used and exploited. If we turn to the British colonial era, which is 1806 to 1910, and I know the historians in the house here do not like us to delineate periods, but I'm reflecting on the period as we know it. Along came the British, who annexed the Cape Colony and imposed their own cultural, political, and economic systems with English as the official language, further suppressing indigenous cultures as it promoted European values and heritage. And so when we talk about English as being our official language in South Africa, we've got to deeply question why we still allow it to be our lingua franca. And in courts as well, there are just a few judges who would still pen a judgment in, for example, their indigenous language. Why have we just adopted this style? I'm going to touch on, it's not for me, it's for the next session, but I need to touch on the apartheid era, because you cannot, when you talk about colonialism, you cannot also ignore the period 1948 to 1994. We know that that period was dogged by the National Party government, who enforced a policy of segregation, discrimination, cultural suppression, aiming to maintain white dominance. Started by its predecessors, the Dutch and the English, and certainly defined through its legislation under the apartheid rule. It is said that many cultural sites and artifacts were destroyed or appropriated with the most draconian laws passed to discriminate against people, and with it to swamp out their identity. Let me say, so they thought. During the colonial period of South Africa and the apartheid era, heritage legislation was primarily aimed at preserving and promoting cultural and historical heritage of the colonial powers. That goes without saying. Some key pieces of legislation from this period include, and it's important for us to understand what we do today is built on how we had to change what was legislated in the past. So let me start with the Historical Monuments Act number 6 of 1923. This act aimed to identify, declare, and protect historical monuments and sites. However, as we know, its scope was limited and it primarily focused on colonial era sites. Other pieces of legislation which dovetailed with the colonial policy of divide and rule was the subjugation of land under colonialism, which refers to the historical, or showed us the historical process of dispossession and exploitation of indigenous lands by the colonizers. This led to forced removals of native people, and I'm using native in the context that you understand it, from their ancestral lands, the erosion of their cultural identities, and the imposition of foreign systems of land ownership and use. So it was no longer the issue of living in a kraal. It was about having my own house with a fence around it. Then, of course, we cannot escape the Native Land Act of 1913, which restricted African land ownership to just 7% of this country's land. It's painful. Just hearing this, it's so painful. Of course, this was polished under apartheid with the repugnant Group Areas Act of 1950, which enforced segregation and forced removal of people from their homes and lands, which we all still can identify with today. Needless to say, the Bantustan system, which created poverty-stricken homelands for different ethnic groups, further entrenching dispossession and division. So the colonial perception of heritage was physical in nature, the dominance of which were in the Cape, and we've seen the example of the castle. With over 800 declared sites before 1994. Lest we forget, indigenous people were suppressed at every opportunity, with laws preventing them from deciding where to live. Example, I refer to you to the Group Areas Act, number 41 of 1950, the Natives Resettlement Act 19 of 1954. We were delineated along race, for example, the Population Registration Act number 30 of 1950, the Promotion of Bantu Self-Government Act number 46 of 1959, and the right to vote, example, the Representation of Natives Act number 12 of 1936. We were restricted as to whom we could meet and interact socially with. Example, the Writers' Assemblies Act number 17 of 1956. There were barriers to education and where to study. Example, Bantu Education Act again of number 47 of 1953. This was also enshrined in the act called the Extension of the University Education Act number 45 of 1959. And I think in later years, some of us who went to universities in the 70s will remember there was a quota system in place that you could study at UCT if you were Indian, provided you got in on the quota system. Otherwise, you had to go to Westville university. If you were colored, you had to go to University of Western Cape. There were limitations. I mean, today, if I tell my children this, they just cannot grasp the limitations on the rights of movement, on how you walked on pavements and where you sat on benches and in coaches and buses. Something that their mind just grapple with it. Of course, they were acts, and the native abolition of passes and coordination of documents Act 67 of 1952. Yes, people, we can laugh if we listen to how every act justified the rule. Of course, we were also told who we could marry and who we could sleep with and who we could not sleep with the abolition of the Mixed Marriages Act, which was, of course, enshrined as the Prohibition of Mixed Marriages Act number 55 of 1949. You can hear the mischief of post-1948 in most of the acts that I've referred to. And then, of course, we had the language of instruction, which I've already spoken to about the lingua franca, and how the Native Builders Workers Act of 1951 told us where we could work. There was clearly, in all of this, no opportunity for Indigenous African heritage to be celebrated under oppression. The only possibility of Indigenous heritage to be declared was for it to be promoted by, at that time, white professionals. Because who was there to promote our interests? And I'm reminded by a writer, Kurt Leng, in 2021, when he reminded us that at the conference of South African archaeologists in 1983, archaeologists, and these are professionals, and it's not so long ago, 1983, rejected a call to denounce apartheid. So who was going to record our history? It is important that whilst these laws were enacted during a time of oppression, and that they prioritize the preservation of colonial and European cultural heritage over Indigenous African cultural heritage, has led to a lot of criticisms of cultural bias and the need for a more inclusive approach to heritage management in South Africa. And I'm sure that those that are going to be speaking about post-1994 will definitely claim our achievements. Given that the intent of stamping its footprint by the colonizers, by making its mark, mapping its territory, mainstreaming its archaeological practice, having been shaped by colonial interests in the system, which they deemed to be superior, colonization as we know it served the colonizers, as it embedded its political agenda. The power relations, however, and inaccuracy of Indigenous data eroded languages. We've heard a lot about languages earlier, culture and tradition. But ultimately, I would like to say that they were not successful in obliterating it, even if we've got only one new language speaker today. As languages, our mother tongues, as we often call it, are handed down from generation to generation. Sadly, though, for Malays, who today carry a very limited language of Malay or Indonesian origin, and as Mr. Malay referred to, terima kasih, which in Malay is thank you. In Malay, it's terima kasih, but sort of mixed with Afrikaans, it's terima kasih. And if you're in Mitchell's Plain and in Athlone, it's changed to saying kasih. And the same applies to to all other languages. It's, as Dr. Taser says, it's dynamic and it's ever changing. And we don't have a word for COVID in any one of our languages. So despite the deeply entrenched legacy of colonial leadership, which led many South Africans to lose their sense of pride, their form of dress, their root identity, I like to argue that colonialism ultimately was not successful. And I say so because as Indigenous people, and we've heard from Dr. Tace a lot about the various groupings of Khoi, San, Griqua people, rediscover and rekindle their pride, one cannot escape noticing, especially when Parliament has its SONA sessions, how people are very proud of wearing their national costumes and dress code. So, coming to an end, much of the colonial footprint covered the built environment. In mapping out its infrastructure, which included street names reflecting a colonial identity, giving rise to town and city names with a foreign import with which local people and communities could not identify with, often twinning names with places back in England and Germany. That painful history has lasting impacts on South Africa's social, economic, and political landscapes, and efforts towards land reform and restitution continue to this day. Thankfully, the South African Geographic Names Council, an Act 118 of 1998, aims to transform the heritage landscape from a naming landscape. For example, we all know what Gqeberha is today. Of course, the other example I have to bring home is our giant of the Lion King. You all know him as Solomon Linda, is an example of moving away from buildings, built environment, tangible resources to intangible resources. When the South African Geographic Names Council recognized his amazing contribution in music and for reclaiming his royalties from the Warner Brothers, so much so that we changed the name last year from Pomeroy to Solomon Linda. So that is but just one example how we can change this landscape so that it reflects who we are and where we've come from. Those colonial histories have shaped our very complex cultural, economic, and social landscapes of South Africa, so much so that the coastlines are owned largely by people who are not people of color. However, as we work to promote a more inclusive and representative management of heritage resources is a work in progress. And as we bring our constitution to life through heritage, I believe it might be slow, but it is noteworthy. I thank you.
You see, Darcy. So there's this TED talk that's been doing rounds for the longest time by IDG, I think, The Danger of the Single Story. And there's many things that she really says about that. And the best for me is that when you tell a story, you tell somebody's story, to disempower that story is to start the story with secondly. We cannot afford to tell the South African story and we start with secondly. We unfortunately have to speak to the embedded injustices. The two presentations said they came and settled. And they embedded our colonial agenda through legislation. You know how difficult it is when an agenda is embedded on a legislation. To just want to change that legislation takes you forever. We'll talk a little bit more about the layered complexities that comes to the National Heritage Resources Act as is, because it's really not somehow radical as far as the previous legislations that speaks to the transformation of the heritage landscape is concerned. I want to invite to the panel Dr. Diana. You can use one of those chairs. I didn't warn you, but often in panel discussion, we have a discussant. And so you've had an opportunity to listen to Ntate Calvin talk to the settling of the Dutch. And you had an opportunity to listen to Mariana speaks to the heritage legislation in the colonial period. This speaks to people that came displaced, people that came dispossessed, people that came eroded. And they went to an extent of claiming 99% of this piece of land and reduce the narrative of South Africa to object that Demele was talking about, Iron Age. So all that we get to hear about South Africa is the age era. How do you pull this two presentation together? What are the gaps for you? What are the take-homes?
For me, it's just very important that it be told, that it is a story for me that needs to be told. And then when it's being told to those who don't know, it serves a huge purpose because it educates, it conveys, and it dignifies.
I want to give you 1 minute or two to just say what sits in your heart as far as the broad theme of colonial purity is concerned. And then we invite questions or comments from the colleagues that are joining us online and the colleagues in the physical venue.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah,
I'm a little bit deaf.
So what sits in your heart as far as the colonial period is concerned? Just as a 2-3 minutes of sharing with the rest of us today.
Yeah, obviously, there's anger. There's anger. There is the South African Democracy Project, in which we are asked to know it, to learn it, and then to engage with it, but not really being angry, not stopping there, but to see how you can take something like this place here, from negativity, from deep suffering, take the very bricks that this building was built with, turn it out into something of hope. So there's one emotion, circling in one's heart, in your whole body, because there is a past and there's a future. And at the moment, we're carrying both. We're carrying the past, but we know we need to use the past to build the future. So, yeah, I have to say again, anger, but also deep appreciation for those that have studied, gave us the presentations here, and institutions like Zara, who keeps it together for us in order to teach those young ones that's going to come.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've got three members in the panel that have had an opportunity to push us hard. There's already an emotion. Any questions, any comments there's one question there, and there's another question there, and then the third, and then the fourth, in that order, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua. I thoroughly enjoyed all of the talks that happened. And it was quite interesting because a couple of weeks ago, I had the privilege of visiting Grootskier Presidential Estate. And that was owned by Cecil John Rhodes. And we all know the history of Cecil John Rhodes. So it was interesting hearing the discussions about decolonizing the castle, while keeping in mind that there are so many colonial sites that are just, they're almost ivory towers. They aren't accessible by the public. Obviously, it's a presidential estate, so to access the site, you have to go through all sort of security regulations. But one of the interesting things about the Cecil John Rhodes Manor or house is that it contains heritage objects, declared national heritage objects, which are so profound and so interesting. And I remember getting home and discussing the visit with my family and other people and friends, and I was challenged by someone saying, but Joshua, what's the point of these heritage objects being stored away in an ivory tower where only powerful people, the wealthy, academics are allowed to visit? And for me, the discussions that happened today are just brought to my mind the visit that I had with Grootskier Estate. And I think for many young people, we have to grapple with decolonization. So seeing these colonial symbols, but also feeling that not enough is being done. And that for certain heritage practitioners, as long as the objects are being preserved and stored away and are sitting on the cupboard of Cecil John Rhodes, even though they come from the ruins of Great Zimbabwe, for example, then it's fine as long as it's being preserved. But I think for many young people, we want to engage with these objects and these difficult histories, and sort of like what the Constitution Hill project, moving from a place of horror and of violence and trying to build something more restorative, trying to get that restorative justice. So I just wanted to thank the speakers because it was a great talk that was had.
Thank you. At the back in that moment.
Thank you very much. I wonder if if I'm audible. When I listened to obviously the presentation talking about the legislation, obviously I couldn't keep quiet. And I started to wonder, I mean, I can only imagine for those in the legal profession in those days where we had all those laws. We're not just talking about the laws that protected the heritage, but there were laws that made it, criminal to do certain things. I think Ms. Parker mentioned the laws that designed and said who must marry who and whatnot. And if you did, then you committed. And I could only imagine what it could have been like to be a judge at the time, because, as a judge, you enforce the law that is there. So, and just thinking of some of the laws, and one of them is the Immorality Act. It's designed with the judgment in mind already, that everything that you do that is against the law is immoral. So you can only imagine, and come to think of a lot of the political activists at the time. We can think of Nelson Mandela, starting off as an attorney and being a political, activist. And you can think of many others that moved, and you can only imagine what some of us would have done at the time. Maybe we would have been political activists. And I think we must just consider ourselves, some of us, to be at this age. I mean, we had the tour to the court, and we were thinking. I was thinking that you have when the Constitution was done, when drafted, and there was the certification, and obviously you had to pass the constitutional muster. There's a criteria that is done or that is performed. Obviously you have to align it, etc., etc. But none of those laws would even come close to to the international standards of the human rights and all of these things. And when they were designed, they had no consideration of what you see as human beings. I don't even think that there was in mind a thinking of that we're designing these laws that these people are human beings. I think you said something about controversial. You said something about the levels of intelligence of thinking that certain people are smarter than others, and I think it makes it even worse to think that the lives of people are less important than others. So I could say a number of things when we're talking about so many of these laws. I mean, you can talk about the Group Areas Act. You can talk about many other laws that moved a number of people. Someone was telling about, was giving a CV or introduction of someone who was once in one of the areas where, I'm not sure if it's District 6, who was moved from one, I hope I didn't hear wrong, who was moved from one place to another. And you can think of a number of people that were displaced because of the laws that made it right to do so. So really, to be a legal professional at the time, I'm sure it was a challenge. And I think, we now have all these laws and we have the Constitution, and I think we maybe it's not the right word to use to say we are lucky, but I think for some of us at this age, we consider ourselves lucky to have all of these things, and we need to appreciate in the 30 years that we've had. Yes, we need to be better. We need to improve. There is a lot that needs to get better. And I think even looking at the pieces of legislation, the understanding, even teaching people, even our legislation needs to be clearer, or even we need to teach people. I mean, we have a number of matters that are ongoing that, you don't really understand or you don't really know if people understand the legislation that we have. I'm not going to mention, what it is about, but I think we all know what that matter is. So I think we need to get to a point where everyone understands all these pieces of legislation, because we're at this point where we have that piece of legislation that doesn't discriminate against anyone, but it protects the heritage at large. So that's the space that we are in as SARA. But I think those are some of the points that I just felt that I needed to make. No question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was another hand here.
Good afternoon. My name is Buhlebontle, and I think in the midst of this talk, one thing I note is colonialism's biggest crime is colonialism itself. And I say this because in most books I've read, talks I've been to, the only thing, not the only thing, but most of what we hear, most of what we learn is on what was done to, they were enslaved, they were moved, they were told to do this. These rules were put upon them, and not what were the people like, what did I like to do? What did I like to talk about? What did I like to, how did they play? How did they, And I think it's important to speak, to humanize people, because there is nothing that makes you change without realizing you're a human, I think it would have been important in that time, even for the people who were living in colonialism, to say, oh my gosh, I'm a human just as much as this person is a human. That's why I want better for myself, I think that's one of the most important things I note about colonialism itself is it's very self-centered. To this day, we speak about the people who colonized and how they colonized, how colonization happened, but I think it doesn't give us a full picture, and it makes us forget to remember that these were human beings. That's my first point. And my second point is just in addition to the first comment that was made. And it's just to say that I feel in recent times, heritage and the access to heritage has turned into a high art. And I've been lucky to experience semi-decolonized education. And in that space, when we speak about high arts, we don't mean it as a compliment. It's more an art that requires you to look a certain way, dress a certain way, have read up on, this and that in order to be allowed access into the space. Even if it's not written down on paper, there is a thought that, can I go to a museum because I don't know if I can go to a museum because maybe I don't fit the picture or the academia or whatever is required for me to be in that space. So yes, those were my points.
Thank you very much. This last comment there.
Thanks, Chair, of the session. Yeah, let me firstly applaud the presenters. This topic is very emotional, not only the topic, but what we are going through as a country. I will say, let's keep on telling our stories, the story of a hunter and the hunted. The hunter will always, even now, we struggle to get the, original history, but Mr. Patrick Mallet did a lot of justice, and others presenters today. But we should keep on telling the stories so that we like Steve Biko said, a people without a positive history, it's like a vehicle without engine. If we don't know where we come from, we'll definitely not know where we are going. And the stories must also flood the social media. We know we don't own the mass media, but the social platforms and media, especially for the benefit of Generation X, in quotes, I don't know if it's a relevant term or not, but yeah, our young ones and the Generation X, they must access this knowledge. They must access this genuine and original information. Otherwise, what we also witness in the country is that some of them, we can't blame them, that they are lost, so to speak, because they don't know who they are, where they come from, because they cannot access that information. So let this information flood the social media to reconscientize ourselves. If you read that book, The Miseducation of a Negro, it's a whole lot of things. Over and above the Ministry of Education, how could this information or this knowledge, be taught in schools? Because there are consultants and whatever there in all these ministries. If they can access this information, I know sometimes it's very difficult to get them, but if they can also access it, extrapolate some of this information. And I think there was a resolution or suggestion some years back for history to be compulsory until grade 12. I don't know how far are they, or was it just a white paper? I don't know what happened to it. I didn't make a follow-up. But it truly, if we are to rebuild and, this nation, information is very critical. This original information and authentic knowledge must reach the learners in schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there maybe a comment online? I'll get to you now. Is there a hand online at all? So we're receiving comments. So I'll give you the parting shot, kind of right at the last minute. We have to eat in less than 20 minutes and then come back so that at least by 4 we get on with it. There's probably a question or comment here.
Hello, am I on?
Yes.
Okay. I see there's actually on YouTube, there's a comment here from somebody. Should I read it out?
Please, that will be great.
Okay, so the question is, why is access heritage in universities like UCT not be available to all? Why is access to heritage in universities like UCT not available to all?
Sure.
And yeah, for me, it's just a comment. So, Mr. Gilfallen, yeah, I was gonna just speak about the castle. So, obviously, Mr. Gilfallen, I must say to you, I used to work under Mr. Gilfallen, albeit for a month, straight out of university. So we got some history going back. Yeah, my first time that I've been to the castle was probably as a 8, 9-year-old, 10-year-old, maybe with the schools. And I remember going there, and it was like this whole, it seemed almost like this theme park of like, it's history and so interesting, and look at the structures. We went through, it was all amazing. And then years after, when I actually came to work under Mr. Gilfallen over there, I walked in as a university student, like I think it was my 3rd year of my honors. And knowing the history that I knew about the castle, I'll definitely say that my experience of those 2 days were very different. The first day of great exuberation, and the second day actually, or the second time, much older in my life, very much of pain and hurt, because I actually began to understand what this place is, what it meant, and obviously all the atrocities that took place in these periods that was just being discussed. So yeah, just to Mr. Gilfallen, it's just a comment. I mean, it's great to see. I was there literally in the week. It's great to see some of the work that's being done also with Mr. Mallet over there with the Camisa Museum that I will check out sometime in future. And also just making it more inclusive. I mean, with the Chief David Stearman statues there in the front, occupying such an important place, because if we look at it, the colonial period happened, yes, but I mean, where's the stories of those, as the previous person said, you know, who these atrocities were committed unto? So their story should also be told. And it's great to see that in a place like the castle that you would just associate with the Dutch king and the VOC and all of that, that's no, or you would think as of no history or no relevance to just the ordinary passerby that walks on the pavement, you know, past the castle. It's actually like, no, but listen, there's actually something of yours also inside there, because I mean, your ancestors or your great-great-grandparents, whoever they might have been, also they, you know, they had a role to play in this place, whether negative or positive. That should actually, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take the last two. Last two, 1, 2.
Thank you so much. My name is Tebogo Molokome, and thank you for beautiful presentations there. Of course, they evoke emotions. When you take us through how we came to have legislation, one wonders, actually that's what came to mind. I'm asking myself, do we really need new legislation? I'm asking this question intentionally because that is the talk. People believe we need a different legislation. The question is, do we really need a new legislation? Is this one correctly implemented? Is it correctly costed? Is it correctly publicized? Are we making great awareness? Are we talking to the right people? And the right people, we're referring to the communities. These are the people who are sitting with heritage resources. They relate to them. They know them better than us who are in the offices. I'm just posing this because I know it's a talk. It's been happening, I don't know for how many years. But that's the biggest question. Do we really need a new legislation? I think we have the greatest tool. We need to implement. We are not implementing it fully. Let's implement it from page 1 till the last. Then we are able now to correct perhaps some of the past issues, and now we move into the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. My name's Olga. I wanted to actually ask a question to both of the speakers. I'm wondering if you could clarify or explain, what do you mean when you speak of decolonization, when you say decolonization of heritage? Because I understand that in a way, both of the presentations were speaking to the topic of heritage. So one was about heritage place, the other one was about heritage legislation. So would you say now that the castle is, for you at least, a decolonized space? And would you say that NARA is a decolonized legislation? Yes, so just that, thank you.
Thank you. So we're giving the speakers a sort of a last bite to the conversation. Then I want to invite Ben to give us some directives to what needs to happen next. And perhaps as you try to answer that notion of decolonization, I want us to start thinking about the drivers. I'm phrasing this very poor. What are the vehicles of what were, what are the vehicles of this colonial, I want to use Jonathan Jansen, knowledge in the blood. And at what point do we need to, what needs to happen to make sure that we actually really bring it to some form of a stop?
Thank you very much. And I'll start with the last question because it's freshest in my mind at this time of the day. Yeah, for me, it is a colonizer is anyone that comes and wants to take over what is not theirs. And that is why it was so pleasing that South Africa could identify readily with the plight of the Palestinians, because they saw the similarities. They saw what happened in one could see the picture because we could identify with it. So that is what a colonizer is. Take what's not yours, as simple as that. And when it comes to taking what's yours, taking that which is not yours, and taking and imposing your heritage means that you come with your own importation of what you believe should be on the land. So, for example, I use the example of the colonial powers largely concentrating on mapping its territory, almost like a dog does or a cat does. They mark their territory. And what the colonialists did was put up and we know it, you go and look down every church, road, kerk, street, in every little dorpie in South Africa, you will find a building that is from the colonial era. So that each time you walked out and you saw Tye is die plek. That is our place. And it excluded the indigenous heritage that was there. And there certainly was it. There's stories to be told about how we danced and how we cooked and how we held our celebrations. That's part of our intangible heritage resources. However, the emphasis was on the tangible because they wanted that visual picture. This is it. This is the castle. This is when I'm going to put out that room, the lights when I enter that room, and that's what that happened to me when I went in the 70s. They would put out the lights and said, "Kan jy nou sien? If you are going to talk out against the government, you will be in this black hole." So that is how I understand the colonizer and colonizing the mind and indoctrination. Turning to the question raised by Simpime, not the comments made by Mr. Mome with regard to what were lawyers thinking at that point in time. I've asked some judges already who were serving in that period when I acted in 2004, tell me, what was going through your mind when you had to pass a sentence? They dropped their head sheepishly and couldn't answer. We know that the indoctrination was so deep that it was inculcated into their minds from young that they are right and white is right and everything that was not white was not right. We do know that there was a resistance by our people, and it's been how I think Mr. Mele, you mentioned it, and as well as Dr. Tace, there was resistance. Definitely wars speak to the resistance. It is just that nobody talks about that resistance. Nobody has recorded that resistance to the extent that it becomes public knowledge. Turning to the resistance from a legal point of view, we have Mahatma Gandhi at the turn of the century, who was here running his law offices, spoke out against the union at that time, tried to have his law clerk enrolled, and she was white, to have his law clerk enrolled to become a lawyer. At that point in time, women were not allowed to practice law because they were not seen as men, and law was only for males. So it was very patriarchal. And then, of course, if you look at our range of struggle heroes, without a doubt, Mr. Mandela, Victoria Mkenge, and Griffiths Mkenge, and so many others paid that ultimate price for resisting. We know about the Duncan Massacre. In fact, in our council meeting, we just spoke about the Duncan Massacre yesterday. So there were resistance. And what SARA has done, certainly, is, and South Africa has recorded a lot of the political resistance. And this is an example if you walk into the courtyard here. But what we are beginning to see is, having done phenomenal work on the political struggle and the political resistance, and moving towards the more social and other forms of heritage management. And that's why I mentioned Solomon Linda specifically, because music is in the heart and soul of every indigenous South African. Ask them to dance and sing, and they do it. So that is a work in progress. I do believe it's a work in progress. And how much more can we do? It's been told this morning, tell the story. The more you tell the story, Mr. Millay has given suggestions with regard to how we do it from bottom up to reach eventually the education department. Turning to the question on the university, on why the question wasn't clear. I understood it to be why is heritage not taught at universities? I did. I enrolled in 2011. UCT opened up in the history department a topic on popular memory. I enrolled for oral history. That was going to be my coursework, my master's coursework. Unfortunately, my husband fell ill, and other things took priority, and I didn't pursue it. When I wanted to go back to it, it was said, sorry, there's no longer any funding. And unfortunately, that popular memory studies had fallen away. But imagine if that had to stay. Young people could pursue their careers in popular memory and telling that story. I hope I have not missed out anything. I think your question with regard to why are heritage resources still locked up in a place wherever and we do not have access to it. Yes, it's important to have sight of that because that tells the story. It's like the camps in Germany. We go to Auschwitz, why? So that we know this is what happened and why it should not happen again in the future. Thank you.
I'll quickly wrap up. Yes, indeed. I always used my 81-year-old mother as an example. If she doesn't know that Cullinan diamond, if she can't see it and touch it, then it doesn't exist. Unfortunately, human beings are tangible beings. They're tactile beings. They want to see. So when I started the museum, the middle one is run by Ezekiel. People couldn't take photos of the objects and couldn't touch the objects. And I said, not a damn. Then that's not heritage. I mean, it's so now they go in, they take photos. I understand that if you take the Mapungubwe rhino, for instance, it's thinly plated. I mean, we can't deal. You can't deal with that. But there are other ways how you can engage with heritage in a way that you understand it. And to go anti-clockwise, the issue of agency of the oppressed people is maybe we haven't highlighted, but there's been Khoisan wars of resistance. There's been wars of resistance from the Xhosa people, Zulu people, etc. In fact, books don't. The voortrekkers would have been defeated. defeated, and the complexion of this country would have been different. So that's an important comment. No, the castle is not decolonized because the idea was not for it to be completely decolonized. The castle is used as a basis to deal with concepts of decolonization, both metaphorically and physically. Demonstrate to people how you can, through your exhibitions, invite bodies who feel like that. Your question about you don't know if the body will be welcome in a museum or in a theater or so it's about that psychological access. If you can't see you in something, if you can't see you in the exhibition or in the collection, you don't feel welcome there. You think it's from Lungu, this exhibition. So it is important to diversify and in your curatorial philosophy, make sure that you speak to a broad range of people, whether they are from the minstrels from enslaved heritage, whether they're from Khoi, whether they're from Nguni, whatever. That's why when I go to those statues that I showed you there, how many people from Venda, when they see King Sekukuni there, they just open up because it's right at the beginning. Now suddenly those images there of the castle as a colonial place, as a place of killing, that is still there because you still have to expose them to that. But at least King Sekukuni was detained in where one of our artists today opens up a whole spectrum of the relationship between the colonial headquarters and the interior, and then everything in between is then open up. Likewise, I don't know, you didn't answer her if we repeat the legislation, if that's the decolonization. So decolonization is a continuous process that has both, as I said, epistemological. In other words, you need to challenge the base of knowledge, where knowledge is coming from. It is in your actions. There needs to be a practical implication. So it's a multiple, through education, through religion, through everything, you have to challenge what the colonial model, the colonial framework wants us to believe. So it's an ongoing process. That's why I was very disappointed how the Rhodes Must Fall movement and the Fees Must Fall movement just fizzled out, because it really was an indicator to the world how do you really decolonize, how you move away from metaphor into real action, how to decolonize education, science, methodologies, teaching methodologies, history, etc. But you know what they did? They tied those students hands with silver and gold and gold, and they sent them to Oxford and what is the other university's name? Cambridge and Oxford. And I'm not sure how they're coming back. So that's it. I've missed another. Thanks for your comments also on Chief on how there should be an ongoing process of sharing stories. There are 50 people in this room. If we multiply because it's all about how do we change the meta narrative, the narrative that Europe is right, might is right, that white is right, that black is inferior, that black, why are there no black or very few black financial people in the financial sector? Because where's black don't rights another black. The entire financial sector, if you send the insurance agents to another black person, they say, where is this man coming from? So we need to change, like it's a fundamental way of changing the world and how people view the world and how people view humanity. And if everyone chips in, we will be able to do that. And then we will change the narrative from, no, what did these people do to us? How we defeat and how we challenge and defeat the remnants of colonialism, whether they sit in Washington, New York, in the World Trade Center, in the World Trade Organization, WTO, the World Trade Organization, whether they sit in UNESCO, whether they sit in these rating agencies that willy-nilly just giving you a rate and then investors run away from you. Those are the institutions that we in the heritage sector can contribute to the entire decolonization of the world and make the world a better place for our children.
Thank you.
I just want to speak to, because nobody's answering the question of our sister here, who made a very important contribution, which in fact, to some degree, is a critique that we have to take on board. And that is the whole question of invisibility. We talk so much about the coloniality that it renders everything else, that nothing else happened. Life happened. People lived. They cried. They laughed. They made. They contributed. And that is not talked about. And I'll give you examples. For instance, we talk about Cape Dutch architecture. Nobody knows about the black architects of that time. They were. We talk about Cape antiques, Cape Dutch antiques, cabinets, and what? These were made by artisan enslaved people who created these things. The first winemakers, the first big farmers. They weren't all Dutch and white. There was the free black people who were manumitted from enslavement. And we need to claim that back. We need to claim all of those firsts back. Because often a young person says to me, you know, you talk a lot about slavery and it's painful and it's difficult and whatever and that. Who the hell wants to be associated with enslavement? But when I start to talk about, do you know that 25% of the enslaved were artisans, craftspeople, and that all of this great crafts that you go into in Rhodes's house and all of that was not made by white people. The Cape Dutch gables and architecture, I was surprised myself to realize that there were black architects at that time. There were whites who strutted about and said, do this and do that. But the actual creations, the first winemakers, when I go back and I look at somebody like Maya Angelou of Bengal at her wool, and there was distilling equipment for making brandies and so on and all of this. We in the Cape, we talk about the Guma beat. We love this, music. Where does it come from? What is the root word of this creolized word Nguma? It's Ngoma. Ngoma, the drum. And where and what was that all about? One of the faiths that crisscross all of Southern Africa is the Ngoma faith, from which Sangoma comes. And so we need to be careful that when we're explaining the coloniality story, that we are not actually smothering something else and in fact falling foul to becoming part of that coloniality. We've got to look at all the things that happened. You know, the great enslaved uprising of 1808, 346 enslaved people rose up, and their target was that man's office, the castle. And the night before they were about to storm the castle, Abraham van der Kaap said, and he was addressing the crowd, or there was all of these people that were in columns moving towards the. So tomorrow, when we attack the castle and we raise the red flag over the castle, you'll be able to say and address your masters and madams as you and he and she. And in a sense, in Europe they talk of liberty, fraternity, and what is that? And equality, whatever. Ours was simply Jay. I want to be able to address you as you, not as master. It gives us insight into the persons that were subjected to this coloniality. And sometimes we do err and focus too much on them and what they did to our people, rather than our people were living still through all of this. And, I don't know who I said it to, some earlier, often people, when they approach me, because I talk about the subjects and so on a lot, and they eventually come around and say, what are you? And what they wanting to know is, because they look like a white man. So what are you? And they want an ethnic answer. And you know what I always say to them? I say to them, you know something? I'm born of a people that faced some of the worst adversities that you can think of. But they rose above adversity. I'm born of people who rose above adversity. That is what my pride is. My pride isn't in the adversities. It's the factor that we rose above that. And so we have to tell the stories going back of how, under all of the circumstances, people still rose above this and sang and danced and wrote. You know, most South Africans, you know, there's Madame Zille, who often wants to tell us that, where would you have got the roads from? And the piped water from? And the this and the that and the other, if it wasn't for the Europeans? But as I said to you, I mean, 25% of the artisans, there were no white artisans in that time. You know, we have to own that aspect and be proud of that aspect, and stand up and challenge people like that when they say that. Say, hey, what you're claiming to be the colonial contribution is not. It's the colonized contribution. It's the enslaved contribution. The first education handbook was produced by an enslaved man who was the teacher. So when they say, when Mrs. Zille comes and says, you know, you owe education to the white man, the colonial, this man was teaching enslaved kids, and he was teaching the white kids. And he was an alchemist, and he was a linguist, and he kept this huge almanac. The oldest book in relationship to education in South Africa did not come from white people. So it's these things we've got to learn about and to be proud about, and not just to talk about the oppression, important as it is. But it's imbalanced sometimes, and I think that's what you were trying to convey to us.
Thank you. The colonizer also taught me that before 4 o'clock I must eat. So I'm going to, I just need to give.
You know, the presentation on legislation made me think quite a bit. And as a storyteller and a poet, I was thinking, if do we of today know the laws that were made, how the words were set out, and how it imprisoned us? And I want to say that we must teach our children, go and read that law and memorize that law so that you know what we were fighting against or what we are still fighting against. That came up for me because I wrote a poem, and I can say just half of the poem because Nelson Mandela said so many words of wisdom, and many of us don't pay attention to it or remember it. And this is what I wrote. The lime quarry is empty. Its dust dried your tears. It was a long walk to freedom, you said. And we know now it will be an even longer one to healing.
Sure.
But we bathe in the comfort of your words. We walk in its healing shade. It lies too neatly shaped for us to stumble over it. I have fought against white domination, and I have fought against black domination. I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live in harmony and with equal opportunity. It was a long walk to dignity from the floor of cell 46664 to the corridors of Parliament. Yet you refuse to rest. For with freedom comes responsibility, and I dare not linger, for my long walk is not ended. That's how far.
Right there. Ben, a round of applause for our presenters and for everybody that's here. So I'm going to be giving power back to the program director. Thank you.
A big round of applause for our wonderful moderator as well, please. All right, we are running behind, as I'm sure you're all aware, but we'll be breaking for lunch. So lunch is not gonna be an hour, it'll be 30 minutes. If you exit this door and you walk straight, you will find there's another facility there where we're gonna be having lunch. We'll try to keep it to 30 minutes so we can return back for topic 3. So if you could please just again exit through that door, and when we come back, we will go through topic 3 and then move on to our cocktail dinner. Thank you. I've got your plastic. You need it now? No problem. Yeah, it's right here. Either or whatever. No problem. Thank you so much. which will be moderated by Dr. Schaufman, one of our council members. Welcome, Doctor. I'm handing over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you. So 2 weeks ago, I was having an argument with my wife about this symposium. It started about this symposium and moved on to the fact that I don't own a suit. But the problem that I had with the symposium was the appropriateness of a white guy moderating a session on apartheid. And she gave me two pieces of advice. The first about the symposium was that it's absolutely appropriate. And it's appropriate that I should just sit down and listen, that the conversations that are happening here are conversations that every white person in this country should be listening to. Not contributing to, but listening to. She also said, go and get a suit. This is the most important thing that you're ever going to do. So I did that. I don't have the whole suit, but I have the jacket. I think, and this speaks to the other sessions as well, I think that many people in this country are not aware of firstly, the deep history that we spoke about this morning of Southern Africa and South Africa in particular, or really about the ideas around the scars that colonialism has left. And that 30 years is not enough water under the bridge to wash away the horror and the enduring challenges that apartheid left with this country. And so I think it's important that us as white people sit down and listen. Her exact words, I won't repeat, but to paraphrase, she said, shut the hell up and get a suit. So I'm going to shut the hell up and I'm going to start to introduce the panelists. And I'd like to first introduce Greg Houston. We met many, many years ago as council members at SARA. And it's really amazing to see you again and to see you here talking about this topic. Dr. Houston is a research fellow at the History Department at the University of the Free State and a former chief research specialist at the the Human Sciences Research Council. He holds an MA in Political Studies from the University of Witwatersrand and a PhD in Political Science from the University of Natal. Before joining the HSRC in 1998, he lectured in the Department of Political Studies at the University of Transkei, now Walter Sisulu University, for 12 years, Democracy Education Trust in 2000. And he remained there until his return to the HSRC in January 2010. At SADET, he initially served as a project coordinator and then as executive director from late 2004. He led the presidential project initiated by then President Thabo Mbeki to write the history of the struggle for liberation in South Africa and completed that task before returning to the HSRC. He has over 100 publications, including 14 books that he's authored, co-authored, or co-edited, and has authored and co-authored numerous technical reports and conference and seminar papers. His forthcoming publication is a co-edited book titled A Social History from Below, Life Stories from Wentworth, South Africa. He retired from the HSRC in December 2023. So the floor is yours, Dr. Houston.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good afternoon, everybody. I really first want to express my appreciation for being invited to speak here today. Once you retire, people tend to forget that you exist. So I was quite surprised to get an invitation. I'm also pleased to hear that there is somebody from Tanzania here. I had the pleasure and privilege of working with Ambassador Mbita on the Hashim Mbita project. So it has revived some fond memories of what I saw as a gentleman, as somebody that was so impressive when I met him. And it brought back memories of the time I spent at the South African Democracy Education Trust. I want to apologize. I did not prepare slides. I'm going through something. I'm not sure if it's because of the forced retirement that has occurred, or basically the flu I'm going through, which doesn't seem to be going away. But I just cannot seem to concentrate. It has been this, preparing the two papers that I prepared for the seminar was an excruciating task. I mean, I sat for days working on these things. So I just cannot seem to be focused. I tend to forget the last sentence that I said and battle to get to the next one. But since I saw Patrick here, I have to up my performance. The title of my paper is Apartheid Legislation and the Entrenchment of the Racial Hierarchy. I'm going to read out. This is not something I normally do. I never really do this. But I hope what I have to say makes sense to you, because when I wrote this, I can't explain how I was feeling. But it is something like there's something blocking my thinking processes. In this paper, I want to trace the evolution of apartheid legislation and the entrenchment of the racial hierarchy in South Africa. That is the title of my paper. So I want to look at the nature of this racial hierarchy and its consequences. In the paper, I attempt to demonstrate how apartheid emerged as an institutionalization of a racial hierarchy in which different races were allocated a social status and political and economic benefits in accordance with their race. Now, I strongly do not, race is a social construct. The differences between all of us sitting here are as significant as the difference between me and my brothers who have blue eyes and blonde hair, and another brother who looks like an Indian. We have this mixture in our family. But that is how significant it is to me between all of us sitting here. Race is a social construct. There's nothing in science which defines race, but we got to talk about race in order to erase it. So race becomes central in this paper as well. And we have to talk about white people, Black African people, colored and Indian and so on, because this is a lived reality of apartheid. While we want to do away with race, we have lived race in our 30 or 40 odd year period of apartheid and the period before that. Linked to the enactment of legislation that entrenched white privilege, the emphasis is on the disproportionate enjoyment of the country's political, economic, and social benefits by white South Africans. And I want to argue that this remains a major problem in our country. The racial hierarchy is still there. And I will come to what to illustrate why I see it as a major problem. Race to me is a major problem. For the purpose of the paper, I divided apartheid era into 3 phases. The first phase, between the electoral victory of the Nationalist Party in 1948 to the establishment of a republic in 1961, focuses on the legislation that entrenched a system which was aimed at providing quality services for racially defined privileged whites. Sorry about that, Jonathan. And is systematically excluding the majority of South Africans from owning land in the urban areas and other areas of white South Africa. Certain types of employment and access to quality education, health, and other basic services, while simultaneously establishing a racial hierarchy based on unequal enjoyment of political, economic, and social benefits. The second phase is a period from 1961 to 1976, which marked the withdrawal of South Africa from the Commonwealth, suppression of resistance to apartheid, increasing international pressure on South Africa because of its racial policies, and a deepening of the application of race legislation and policies. This is the period of grand apartheid, in which the inequalities between the races become extreme. The period from 1976 ushered in an era in which certain aspects of apartheid legislation were relaxed, and efforts were made to provide more services to the Black population in general, And by black, I mean black, African, Indian, and colored. But to provide more services to the black population in general in the context of heightened international pressures against South Africa, an unprecedented level of resistance to apartheid, and economic crisis. In my interview with P.W. Botha, he wagged his finger at me because I used the phrase economic crisis, and he did not want to accept that there was a crisis towards the end of apartheid. And he actually, I said that this came from an interview with Baron du Plessis, and his next was he shouted, "Barbara, get Baron on the phone." So we have what we see coming through this. I want to illustrate how race and racism is something where people cannot see what is going on with other people, but that they define as the other. Because it is about taking from others in order to privilege a sector of society. Shortly after coming to power in 1948, the nationalist government used its political power to pass legislation that laid the foundation for the racial hierarchy that was to characterize the apartheid era. Among the first acts to be passed was the Prohibition of Mixed Marriages Act, which prohibited marriage between whites and black people. Now, one of the recent studies we've been working on is to interview people from the community I come from, which is the so-called colored community in Wentworth. The sad stories of people who had white fathers and African mothers living in a colored community and been separated from their parents. The sad stories of parents who were unable to marry because of apartheid. And the impact of that on individuals who have never recovered from that to this day. Sexual relations between white and black people were made illegal through the Immorality Amendment Act, further trying to separate the races. But most importantly, the Population Registration Act classified South Africans as white, native, or colored, with Indians classified as colored at the time. The Group Areas Act was the culmination of the pre-1948 restrictions on the black, African, Indian, and colored race groups to their own residential and trading areas. The area I come from was created in 1958, specifically emerged out of the Group Areas Act, bringing together people who are absolutely diverse in terms of appearance, in terms of ancestry, in terms of language that they spoke at home, in so many different ways, and putting them together. One of the earliest conflicts that come out of the community, because these are communities that emerge into conflict because we are so different. The major conflict that emerged that we've discovered was a conflict between people who are from Durban and a group of people who came from the Transkei, who spoke isiXhosa. And we have people here who speak in Zulu and English, and people speaking Afrikaans. So this amalgamation of people is something that still bears challenges within a community because it's an extremely racist community, a point I will come to later. The National Party government introduced the Bantu Education Act in 1953 to deliberately and explicitly ensure that black Africans remained a source of unskilled labor for the economy. Other acts that are important were the Reservation of Separate Amenities Act that prevented people from going to cinemas, beaches, and so on that were specified for other race groups. The Bantu Authorities Act brought about the separation of South Africa on a racial and ethnic basis. 8 ethnic homelands were established, and after the passage of the Promotion of Bantu Self-Government Act of 1959, these were to progressively move towards independence under the leadership of traditional leaders. So what we have is a process in which people were being separated on the basis of race. And in the course of this separation, certain departments were created, the Department of Colored Affairs, the Department of Native Affairs at the time, which allowed a process in which there was disproportionate allocation of the social, economic benefits of the society. And this was specifically designed in such a way that it becomes a hierarchy where one group is made to think that it's better than the other. So we have Indians above coloreds. You have coloreds above Africans. In a way, the resources of the country were allocated to create this division between people, which persists to this day, strongly felt among people about this sort of difference between us that is artificially created. The Industrial Conciliation Amendment Act empowered the Minister of Labour to make job reservation determinations over and above any job reservation decisions reached during Industrial Council regulations. So job reservation was more or less entrenched during this period in much deeper status than it was before. The extension of University Education Act provided for the establishment of separate higher education institutions for the different race groups and denied entry of blacks into white universities unless they obtained special permission from the government. I attended the University of the Western Cape in my first year. Coming from Durban, I was shocked in my first lecture to be given a presentation of a lecture in Afrikaans. I'd never heard mathematics terms in Afrikaans before. That was the end of my science studies. But to my surprise, the next lecture, we were told that 5% of us in that class were going to pass. There were 315 of us in that class, and when we walked out, we were looking at each other. And we were asking, so I thought it was a joke. And I asked somebody there, is this true? Only to find that this is somebody that was repeating. So in that class, about 15 so-called colored people at the University for Colored People were going to pass a first-year science degree. And this is the quota that was stipulated. So when you start to look at so-called colored people in the country, most of them are artisans. And you have to ask yourself why. We had absolutely excellent teachers. So many of them could not become doctors, engineers, lawyers, and so on, because there were no bursaries for them, the living situations that the families that they came from. And this comes out in a lot of the interviews we conducted for our recent study, that many people were denied the opportunities. So, but this racial hierarchy that is created here, colored people as the artisans and African people as the unskilled labor. So as whites moved out of certain artisanal positions, colored people came to occupy them. They were protected jobs, highly paid. There's a joke that most of the people that we interviewed say, that becoming a teacher was stupid. You would rather be a welder than become a teacher because the welders earned much more than the teachers at the time. So there was this process in which people were put into certain categories of employment. Just to turn to the laws to contain opposition, I just want to deal with them briefly. Yeah, the Suppression of Communism Act, the Criminal Law Amendment Act, the Writers' Assembly and Suppression of Communism Amendment Act, the Unlawful Organizations Act, which led to the banning of the ANC and PSC, the General Law Amendment Act, the Separate Representation of Voters Act, which stripped colored people of their voting rights. The apartheid regime also enacted legislation to restrict the civil rights, mainly of Black African people. The Natives Laws Amendment Act restricted the movement of Black people into the urban areas by narrowing the definition of the category of Black Africans who had the right to permanently reside in towns. The Natives Abolition of Passes and Coordination of Documents Act introduced the reference book, the so-called passbook. Black Africans who wanted to leave a rural area for an urban area had to obtain a permit from the local authorities. I did my master's degree on this, and the first thing I did was to go and interview somebody from the black side. I think it was Sheena Duncan. And she immediately, she punished me. She immediately said, put me at a desk somewhere in Joburg, one of the offices here. And I spent the next 2 weeks interviewing people. There were queues of people in lines who had actually been affected by influx control. So I did my master's degree on this. And it was sad to hear the cases of people who come into the city for 3 months and get employed and not get paid. This was the common thing, sort of abuse of people that this type of legislation allowed. And I kept on having to take each person to a little small office downstairs there. And there was one little young Indian, I'll never forget this guy, Indian guy, and I'm trying to figure out how is this guy handling these hundreds of cases there. They never were handled. They were just documented. The legislative edifice that emerged during this period entrenched a racial hierarchy in which whites were at the top, Indians below whites, coloreds below Indians, and black Africans at the bottom. This racial hierarchy was evident in a number of areas. Now, I could go into many different ones, but I just want to bore you with some statistics that might illustrate this hierarchy. For instance, in 1960, whites, who constituted 19% of the total population, made up 67% of professional technical workers, 87% of managerial administrative workers, 88% of clerical workers, and 61% of sales workers. In the same year, white per capita income was 5.7 times the per capita income of Indians, 6.4 times the per capita income of coloreds, and 11.8 times the per capita income of black Africans. Whites also had 71.2% of the total national personal income, black Africans 21.4%, coloreds 5.5%, and Indians 1.9%. Unequal government expenditure on education also entrenched the racial hierarchy. For instance, in 1951, white per capita funding on education was 5.8 times per capita funding of black African education and 2.3 times funding of colored and Indian education. Per capita government expenditure on black university students or black African university students was 7 cents in 1960, while per capita expenditure on Indian students was 10 cents and white students was 3 rand 9 cents. 79.6% of white children in the age group 15 to 19 were in secondary school in 1960, compared to 28.5% of Indians, 19.9% of coloreds, and 3.6% of black Africans. So 3.6% of children, black African children in the age group 15 to 16 were in secondary school. And the high dropout rate at schools that this is evidence of is a result of many things. You know, people having to help support their families, leave school. Patrick mentioned leaving school, your education was interrupted and going to work. So many black African families, I mean, you think about it, 3.6% of students of a population of 15 to 19-year-olds who are in secondary school, and the tremendous impact that flows from there. In 1956, whites constituted 92% of the country's matriculants. Black Africans, 3.2%, Indians, 3%, and coloreds, just under 2%. Whites also constituted 89.4% of all students enrolled at universities in South Africa in 1958. while black South Africans constituted 5%, Indians 3.7%, and coloreds under 2%. Apartheid also entrenched racial differentiation in access to healthcare, resulting in vastly differing health consequences. For instance, while the infant mortality rate for whites was 29.6 deaths per 1,000 live births in 1960, it was 59.5 for Indians, 95 deaths for black Africans, and a staggering 128.6 deaths for coloreds. So these were people that were not even allowed to live because of apartheid and access, and differential access to health. In the 1950s, the life expectancy of white males was 65 years, and for white females, 72 years, compared to 36 years for black males, black African males, and 37 years for black African females. So even though you live up until that age, you're not even allowed to live longer. This has affected on all of us. Whites also enjoyed a disproportionate share of social spending, with 57.8% of social spending going to this group in 1959, while the black African share was about 27%, coloreds was about 11%, and Indians just above 3%. In May 1961, South Africa became a republic. And from this period, we have the implementation of grand apartheid. I'm not sure about my time, but what I do go through various laws which further entrenched the white monopoly over power, political power, such as the Separate Representation of Voters Amendment Act, which created the Colored Persons Representative Council and removed representation in the Senate. The South African Indian Council Act, which created the South African Indian Council. The Prohibition of Political Interference Act, which prohibited non-racial political parties. The Bantu Homeland Citizen Act, which made all black African citizens of a self-governing territorial authority. The Bantu Homeland Constitution Act, which provided for increased powers for homeland governments. And the Black Laws Amendment Act, which was designed to speed up the planning for partial consolidation of the homelands. There are further pieces of legislation that are discussed which was designed to erode the civil liberties of black people and white people who participated in the struggle. These are legislation like the Sabotage Act, legislation like the General Law Amendment Act, which introduced detention without trial. So while simultaneously increasing white privilege, the state acted to suppress any resistance to apartheid. During this phase, the apartheid government embarked on a program to strictly enforce high apartheid. This was the period of heightened white privilege. I'm sorry, I don't want to make you guys feel guilty, but I just gotta keep on going on with this. We feel the consequences now. For instance, the government increased the pace of forced removals. We have the removals from all these different areas, Sophia Town, District 6, and hundreds of thousands of people were forcibly removed. Apartheid on the trains, railway stations, bus stops, buses, and so on. Beaches were further entrenched. Now, just as an illustration of beach apartheid, 97% of the beach land in the present day Natal was owned by whites. From, I think it's Port Edward to the Swaziland border or something. I got that statistic somewhere. And when you look at what was happening in Durban, I mean, the largest population was African population, and a small piece of the beachfront, the Durban beachfront, was for Africans. I made a mistake of going there. Friends of mine from Pretoria, somewhere in the early 1980s, I saved 5 people's lives. Thousands of people on this beach. literally coming from Pretoria and all different parts, don't know what it's like to swim in the ocean and going in. I literally saved 5 people's lives that day. But this was the nature, and these are also absolutely no facilities. And compared to what Durban had for the white population, it was depressing to grow up in that age, in that period. So once again, I'm going to bore you with statistics. The white share of managerial administrative positions grew from 87% in 1960 to 97% in 1971, while the Black African share dropped from 9% in 1960 to 0.6% in 1971. The colored share dropped from 1% to 0.4%, and the Indian share from 3% to 2%. In 1975, white per capita income was 10 times the per capita income of Black Africans, 5.1 times the per capita income of coloreds, and 3.9 times the per capita income of Indians. So you can see the hierarchy. And this is basically to keep us apart from each other. It did work, and still working. The Black African share of national income had dropped from 21.4% in 1960 to 19.3% in 1970, while that of whites had grown from 71.2% to 71.9%. There was also a slight growth for coloreds and Indians in that period. Per capita funding of white education grew from 11.1 times per capita funding of Black African education in 1963 to 18.2 times that of Black African education in 1971 to 1972. It was 5 times that of colored education and 3.7 times that of Indian education. Per capita government expenditure on Black African university students was 22 cents, on colored students 44 cents, on Indian students 2.64 Rand, and on white students 11.55 Rand in 1970. 90.9% of white children in the age group 15 to 19 were in secondary school in 1970, compared to 54.1% of Indians, 27.1% of coloreds, and 16.4% of Black African children in this age group. There was still this evidence of a high dropout rate. In 1970, white school students were 86% of the total number of matriculants in that year. Black African school students were 6.2%. Indian school students, 5.3%. And colored school students, 2.5%. So while you have an increasing proportion of the population being Black African, you have a decreasing proportion of them being the number of matriculants, in the proportion of the matriculants in that year. In the same year, 1970, whites constituted 90.9% of all students enrolled at universities in South Africa. Black Africans were 5.7%, coloreds 1.2%, Indians around 2%. Whites also constituted 95.5% of all South Africans who had a university degree as their highest qualification. And Black Africans 1.3%, Indians 2.2%, and coloreds 1%. So out of all the people who had degrees in the country, only 1% of them were Black African. That's in 1970. In 1965, per capita government expenditure on health was 462 Rand for whites, 249 Rand for Indians, 245 Rand for coloreds, and 115 Rand for Black Africans. Government expenditure on health for whites was 4 times that spent on Black Africans in 1970. The white share of social spending dropped slightly to 55%. And this we talk about welfare. I mean, it's hard to understand that how a population that has so much privilege was still given the highest proportion of social spending at that time. The Black African share was 28%, while the colored share was 12.4% and Indians was 4.2%. I'm just going to go to the statistics for the next phase, but just to point out that in the final phase from 1976, the Soweto uprising was a watershed in South Africa because it suddenly opened up space for a lot of changes, a lot of reforms, but most particularly the dramatic influence in which it had in the allocation of the social and economic benefits of society. The Nationalist Party government at the time began to allocate more towards Black African people, and this is clear in the statistics that come. So the final bore, I can see people are yawning, but the final boring point here is around just some of the statistics here, because I find this fascinating. I mean, statistics are fascinating because this is evidence of reality, the reality that we individually experience. And when you say that you are one part of a statistic, and you realize that no, you are part of 88% of people who were denying these opportunities. So I need to emphasize these statistics here. Whites as a proportion of managerial and administrative workers dropped from 97% in 1971 to 88% in 1991. 20 years, a 10% drop. While the Black African proportion grew from 0.6% in the same period to 4%. There was some change. In 1990, the per capita income of whites dropped to 8.7 times the per capita income of Black Africans, 4.6 times the per capita income of coloreds, and 3 times the per capita income of Indians. Now, these things all have implications because what our parents could not afford to send us to university. Many of our people my age group could not go to university. I was lucky because I couldn't do anything with my hands. I had to do something else. The Black African share of the national income grew to 29.9% in 1991, while that of whites dropped to 59.5%. For Indians, who constituted 2.6% of the population at the time, held 4.8% of the national income in 1991, while coloreds, who constituted 8.7% of the population, had 6.8% of the national income in that year. By 1992 to 93, per capita expenditure on white education was 2.6 times per capita expenditure on Black African education, a dramatic drop in per capita expenditure between the two. 2.1 times per capita expenditure on colored education and 1.2 times per capita expenditure on Indian education. The white share in the number of matriculants dropped from 71% in 1979 to 37% in 1992. So we can see this amazing change in that period. While the Black African share rose from 14% to 46%. By 1994, whites made up 41% of all university student enrollments. Black Africans, 46.7%. Indians, 6.9%, and coloreds, 5.1%. Now I go into other details about health. Life expectancy increased for the members of the Black population. The death rates among infants dropped, but there were still differences in expenditure between the different race groups on health. The Black African share of social spending also increased dramatically. It rose to 67% of social spending in 1993, while the white share dropped to 17%. One can argue, but by that stage, people didn't really need much welfare as well, the white population. In conclusion, I just want to draw attention to one other statistic. According to one study, 2%, just about 2%, of all national monuments in South Africa in 1991 were explicitly dedicated to Black culture and history. Nelson Mandela noted that there was a conspicuous absence of heritage sites that reflected Black history, and that there was a glorification of white colonial history in the heritage landscape at the time. So there are many different ramifications or impacts that I could talk about this racial hierarchy: housing, access to social assistance, electricity, sanitation, and water. Now, I get very angry when people say to me, we must stop blaming things on apartheid. And it often comes from people, my closest friends are actually people who I grew up with, so-called colors. One is a welder, spent his entire adult life as a welder, and the other one is a carpenter, spent his entire adult life. And they always say to me, cannot continue blaming apartheid. And I get angry because they do not realize that they were denied the opportunity of being the engineer that I know that the one guy could be, and the architect that the other one could have been. So their entire lives and the lives of their children have been affected by this racial hierarchy. And the sad part about it is we do not understand the impacts of this hierarchy on us. How can you have a white mayor in Cape Town, 12% of the population? What is it saying about what people think about the capabilities of colored people to rule in an area where there's the majority are colored people, that you do not even vote for a colored political party? It boggles the mind how people think and have actually forgotten about apartheid and what they think in the sense of racial identification, of how others are more capable than others because of race. How this has shaped our thinking. A lot of the research, for me, race is a major problem. I think this racial hierarchy is our biggest challenge. Because in order to break down the racial hierarchy, you've got to take from some. You've got to give preference to others. So you have this feeling among colored people and Indian people as well of marginalization, everything going to Black people. They drive past informal settlements and they can't see the poverty that is there. All they see is the Black person driving a Mercedes past them. And that is the epitome of what is happening. So this marginalization and the way we are thinking is something that we cannot understand. And how do we change that? If we cannot understand why, for some people, a white person is still more capable than a Black person. Is still less inclined to corruption than a Black African person, and so on. So you find a colored person feels more closer to me, who is able to live on a beachfront and probably and afford to drive a nice car and go on holidays abroad, than with another person who is unemployed, just like him, who is living on a social ground, just like him, because that person belongs to another race group. So our racial thinking, the increasing evidence that people are beginning to become more race conscious, that instead of me thinking of my situation as an individual, I align myself with other colored people. So my situation, look at it, and this is among African people, among white people. The research is coming out of the HSRC is showing that people are becoming more race conscious. They're not looking at their own situation, but the situation of their race group. Hence, we have the results that we have in the elections today that are coming out in this recent elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Huston. It's fascinating to hear the quantification of those divisions, and the help that that gives in understanding the gaps and the impacts of that legislated inequality. So thank you for that. I'd like to next introduce Dr. Sadiq Mutala. He may not remember, but we knew each other maybe 30 years ago. We met at UCT through a mutual friend. Dr. Mutala is a senior lecturer at the Department of Civil Engineering at UCT, the University of Cape Town. He's an academic lead of Global Digital Heritage Africa, a research group dedicated to the digital preservation, virtualization, and research of African heritage. He's a trained land surveyor and holds a PhD in education. His research interests are spatio-temporal mapping, 3D heritage preservation, storytelling, post-humanism, and socially just pedagogies in engineering education. And I'll hand over to Dr. Mutala.
For inviting me. I am based at the Department of Civil Engineering at UCT, and I head up a transdisciplinary research group called Global Digital Heritage Africa. In my presentation today, I will showcase some of the work I have been doing in relation to District 6. And I also thought that it may be interesting for you to see how some of us in engineering faculties are responding to calls for transformation, decolonization, social awareness, and the like. A bit of a background. Prior to being at UCT, I worked at CPUT, and I started at the District 6 campus, teaching geomatic students how to conduct land surveys and then represent their surveys on maps. What I found was there was, and still is, but it's getting better, a problem with engineering education. In South Africa, engineering qualifications are focused on maintaining minimum standards and covering specific technical knowledge areas. Surveying students would pay close attention to the scientific method of surveying the land, but the significance of the land itself would escape them. So I thought that I would tell stories in the engineering curriculum, and I would try to get students to tell their stories too. After all, good research tells stories. Feminist scholars tell us that it is important to find those stories that were silenced, that were erased, that were avoided. These are pictures from some of my student stories, and there are stories all around us. At Global Digital Heritage Africa, we use cutting-edge instrumentation like laser scanners to digitize objects in 3D and tell interesting stories. For example, when the Dutch colonization started happening at the Cape, Jan van Riebeeck had farms of the first free burghers mapped. Here is the map draped over the current landscape of Cape Town. The largest farm belonged to Jan van Riebeeck himself, of course, and a researcher at UCT found an original property beacon from one of the corners of the farm. It is called Hen and Chickens Rock in the leafy suburb of Bishop's Court. And this is what it looks like. The oldest known cadastral boundary beacon in South Africa. That's me full of it. But I digress. I was supposed to talk about District 6, the place that I've been mapping for years. In 2019, I made a video about the haunted history of District 6, told through the lens of GIS, which is the subject that I taught. I would like to play a clip from it, showing some of the work I did then. I will then come back and show you some further work that I have been doing since. Probably the most iconic site of apartheid's forced removals is in Cape Town. It was called District 6. The outline of the old District 6 is shown here in red. This was the area that was proclaimed a whites-only area in 1966. CPUT's District 6 campus lies right in the middle of the site. What follows is a cartographic story of District 6. It is one of many stories and is told with the help of GIS, or Geographic Information Systems. Let's travel back to the late 1800s. This is a map from 1890 showing the development of District 6 at that time. Cape Town experienced massive immigration, and many people initially settled in District 6 when they got here from all over the world. There were Jews, Indians, Chinese, Turks, Egyptians. There were local black people, as well as freed slaves. They are our ancestors. The oldest aerial image we have is from 1926. At the time, the government leaders were Jan Smuts and General A.B.M. Herzog. In 1927, the Immorality Act is passed. Its purpose, as it says, between Europeans and natives, and other acts in relation. Let me zoom into the southern part of District 6. This is Horsley Street, a very important street in the history of District 6. In the early 1900s, the growing black population in Cape Town concerned the white population, who felt that there was a need for a black location. Horsley Street contained many African dock workers from the Transkei who wanted cheap accommodation. This is what it used to be. In February 1901, the plague broke out, and the Horsley Street blacks were quickly blamed to be the source of the infection. This paved the way for the first forced removals from District 6. They were made to move to Indabeni, Cape Town's first black township. It was later found that the plague was caused by Argentinian fodder that was imported for horses during the Boer War. Behind campus, there is still a part of the original Horsley Street. A scar, a haunting. The remains of Horsley Street today. In present-day Cape Town, there is a co-presence of multiple time zones, and we are still haunted by actions from over a century ago. Let's go back to the GIS software. Let's go forward to 1953. As you can see, District 6 was fully built, and in 1953, the residents of District 6 knew what was about to hit them. Some of the most repressive apartheid laws were promulgated in the 1950s. By means of the Population Registration Act, new identities were imposed upon people. People were now officially white, native, or colored. This new classification scheme gave voice to some and ghostly silence to others. By the early 1960s, although it was a crowded inner city area, it had a vibe that is still spoken about today. This footage of the people of District 6 in the 1960s going about their everyday lives belies the catastrophe that was being planned. This is what District 6 looked like back then. Everyday reality was about to become haunting memory. The next aerial image is from 1968. In 1966, the government declared District 6 a whites-only area under the Group Areas Act, with the removal starting in 1968. In this image, you can see that most of District 6 is intact, apart from demolitions and forced removals happened. If I swipe the current imagery, you can see that it correlates to the location of the engineering building of CPUT. Our building sits at the epicenter of the destruction. Other highlights or lowlights from the 1960s. Robben Island is turned into a prison. In 1962, Abdullah Ibrahim, or Dollar Brand, the famous jazz musician from District 6, goes into exile in Europe because of government harassment. Now let's go to 1977. By the late 1970s, the destruction and demolition of District 6 was in full effect. You can see that many of the buildings in the western section are gone. Photographs from the period of demolition don't adequately capture the confusion, anger, greed, hatred, sadness, and fear of the time. The ghosts of demolition are still here. What else happened in the 1970s? The 1970 Bantu Homeland Citizenship Act strips blacks of their South African citizenship. Blacks were made to carry the despised passbooks or dompas when traveling outside the homelands. Hundreds of thousands of people per year are arrested for pass law offenses. In 1978, Peter replaces John Vorster as Prime Minister. 1978 was International Anti-Apartheid Year. A year before, Steve Biko was murdered. Let's go further to 1983. In 1983, the full force of the destruction can be observed. District 6 was demolished. More than a war zone. Let's go to... If I turn on a layer of the old District 6 sites, we can work out where they are in relation to where we are today. On our campus is the location of important sites like the Hanover, the Little Wonder Shop, the Taj Restaurant, Westminster Cafe, the Post Office, and the Fish Market. The Star Cinema was here. The Public Wash House was here with its elaborate machinery. The Moravian Chapel is still standing, and it This is the location of the Seven Steps, perhaps the most iconic site of District 6. It was situated at the corner of Hanover Lane and Hanover Street. It was the very heart of District 6, and right now it is situated near an entrance to the admin building. Here is the rather sad-looking location of the Seven Steps today. Just outside the admin building is St. Mark's Church, which is still standing today. We have been carrying out some collaborative research with St. Mark's Church, mapping baptismal records. Based on information contained in the baptismal records, we are able to put dots on the map, representing the homes of babies who were baptized at St. Mark's Church. Each yellow dot represents the location of a baby who was baptized in the 1950s. Every one of these babies were uprooted from their homes and were forced to move. I hope you enjoyed that little snippet. If you want to see the full 20-minute video, it's on the home page of the District 6 Museum. Since that video, I've been doing other things in District 6. Following on from the St. Mark's Baptism Project, we then interviewed some of the babies from the 1950s who are now older parishioners at St. Mark's, and they shared some of their personal archives. This then resulted in the St. Mark's Memory Mapping Project, which is an interactive multimedia experience on the District 6 Museum website. This is what you see on the website. The idea is that you can choose a storyteller, interact with the map, you can switch on and off certain layers. You can zoom in and out. You can turn on places of worship, cinemas, etc. You can click on points and it'll show you pictures that relate to that point. You can also look at the storyteller's personal archive, and you can also hear them speak. Because of my work at the museum, I met many ex-residents. When the museum was set up, they laid out this huge map on the floor, and ex-residents would come and mark off where they used to live. This got me thinking about how I may be able to use GIS collaboratively. Early on, I met Linda Fortune, who wrote this book called The House in Tyne Street. I asked her if she knew where she lived in District 6. I mean, did she know the exact location of where her house was on the current landscape? She was unsure, so I marked it off using surveying techniques and took her and her family there. It was an emotional experience, as you can imagine. Over the years, I took a few people back to the locations of where theorizing this methodology of using surveying techniques to temporarily mark out the location of sites that used to exist but don't anymore. I coined the term counter-surveying, and I'm currently looking to expand this methodology to other sites of forced removal. In 2022, we did a counter-survey in Eckhart Street, where I took Mark Jacobs and his sister Isabel back to the site of their house. Here is a picture of Mark and Isabel standing in the house. She is standing in the bedroom, and he is standing in the toilet, which was in the back of the house. This is what their house looked like. Number 6.
Hello, I'm Isabel Small, front door of number 6 Eckhart Street. After 15 years, I had to move out to the. I am happy to be here today and also very sad. And it is my first time ever coming back since we were put out.
After the fieldwork, we brought the ex-residents to UCT and we showed them the maps. They told me their stories about life in District 6 and I filled in the map. I am building up a detailed spatial archive at the house level of what used to exist there, and I'm still filling in the map. Another thing I do is that I take people on walks of District 6. Here's a picture of a walk I did some time back with some UCT students. Here we are standing at the Moravian Chapel, and on the phone is a picture of what it used to look like before the buildings around it were demolished. With the University of Michigan, we thought about app development. Initially, computer science students helped us to design an app that would be used for walks of District 6. The app is map-based and uses archival footage to tell the stories of points that people visit. The walk is a 2.5-kilometer loop, basically around the CPUT campus. And we recently handed over a prototype to the District 6 Museum, and they are giving us feedback on it. So here's a quick run-through of what we've given to them. This is the landing page. You can go into the map view, zoom in, and the idea is that you would walk along the green line. You can do the swipe, where it swipes between the Google image, the Google map, and then you can continue walking, but you can swipe to the left to see the underlying historical 1968 map. Then you would walk to a point, say St. Mark's Church, and you would click on it, and a whole lot of images would appear with some text that explain each image. Then you'd also do this overlay lined up, so you can sort of view between the old and the new. Then on the stories page are all sites that you would visit, that you are able to visit. For example, the 7 steps, and I got some film and media students to produce videos of the different sites, like the 7 steps. So one of the points that the app takes users to is a point called the Tree of Remembrance. A date seed was planted by Khadija Jamie in 1949 in a flower box in front of her house in Milton Street. On the right is a picture of the house, and you can see the little date palm tree growing in the front of the house in the flower box. On the left is the tree a few years later. The Group Areas Act was promulgated, the bulldozers came and flattened the house and all the houses around it, but amazingly, the tree survived. The tree still survives today, some 70 years later, and here it is today, doing very well, standing alone on an empty field. Empty or full of ghosts. Ultimately, we value the technology not just for its own sake, but rather as a tool with the potential to create powerful, affective, embodied experiences for walkers. It is one thing to see the remnants of District 6 as pins on a map, but to be there and to actually see what was there and what was raised by the apartheid state provides a tangible, meaningful, and moving experience. I am happy to have assisted Sarah with the identification and mapping of sites for the National Heritage application in District 6. Lastly, as you can see, mapping and technology can help to tell stories, stories big, of empires, of long periods of oppression, and we can zoom into the small, to the untold, to the hidden, to bring to the fore stories of individual places, buildings, and the effect on individual lives. Thank you very much. Thank you to Sarah for inviting me. I am based at the Department of Civil Engineering at UCT, and I head up a transdisciplinary research group called Global Digital Heritage Africa. In my presentation today,
Thank you, Dr. Matala. To let you know, he is online. Sorry, is he on in the corner there? Looking out behind another screen. And he'll stay online to answer questions at the end as well. And again, thank you very much. The District 6, or some sites in District 6, were the first sites I ever worked on as an archaeologist. And it's incredible to see those things that we saw, the remains of that neighborhood come to life and through the technology. So incredible work, and thank you for that. Finally, I would like to introduce Isak Potgieter. And I think a breath of fresh air from the three old men that have been speaking so far. Isak Potgieter is a young South African from Mpumalanga. He's a virtual reality developer and PhD candidate at the University of Johannesburg. He's also the director of Glassbox 3D, a VR company focused on developing VR exhibitions for museums and heritage sites in South Africa. Among other projects, Isak has developed VR exhibitions for the San Council, documenting San beliefs of the night sky, and a VR representation of Sophiatown, as it might have been before its demolition under apartheid, for the Trevor Huddleston Center in Sophiatown. The VR experience of Sophiatown that he will be talking about today has been under development since 2021 with the support of the University of Johannesburg, the Trevor Huddleston Center, the Metaverse Research Unit, and the UJ Fab Lab. So over to you, Isak.
Thank you, everyone. Let me just get this working. Can I? Is it shared? Okay. Is it full screen?
Yep.
Oh, okay, it looks different for me. Okay, thank you for that introduction and for also introducing the team working with me that's been helping to make this project possible. So my name is Isak Potgieter. Is it not shared? Oh. I always say I build VR apps, but I can't get Teams to work. So that's just. Okay, my name is Isak Potgieter, and I will also preface this by saying that I'm not a historian. I studied architecture and have pivoted to developing in virtual reality, where I can create spaces without having to deal with contractors. So as a team, we've been trying to figure out how we can use modern technology to represent physically lost heritage places. Places like Sophiatown here in Johannesburg, and also the memories of the people who actually lived there. Yes. So Sophiatown in VR is an experience where you put on your headset so that your vision gets completely obscured. And we've titled this, oh, sorry, this seems to be moving forward. There we go. And we've titled this A Memory of Sophiatown, deliberately, not The Memory of Sophiatown. And we've been led with Don Matera, who was a poet, among other things, in Sophiatown, who said that nobody can write the real story of a place like Sophiatown, which is the starting point for us on this. Least of all us and my team. I'm an Afrikaans speaker from Mpumalanga, and similarly, my team is from all over South Africa. None of us have any personal links to Sophiatown necessarily. So we know that we cannot write the real story of what Sophiatown was, whatever that may mean. So we can only try to represent what the people who can tell their story of Sophiatown tells us. So in your introduction of people needing to be quiet and listen, I'm going to talk about listening. So it's one step beyond. With all this in mind, we interviewed many former residents of Sophiatown who we were able to get access to with the Trevor Huddleston Center, institution they already trust and who they regularly visit. What you'll see in VR is not the Sophiatown, but the memories of their Sophiatown as they related to us. So we asked ourselves, in something like VR, how can interviews be used as data to represent both tangible and intangible aspects of physically lost heritage sites, such as Sophiatown? How can we use people's memories to create some kind of representation of what a physically lost place must have been like? And how does our idea of what Sophiatown was before its demolition change when its story gets told directly to us by the people who actually remember living there? So Sophiatown was, of course, many things to many people. 60,000 people or so together in a relatively small space. People of different classes, races, religions, and languages who may not have mingled normally, ironically forced to live together because of apartheid in a sense. And places like Sophiatown were one of the greatest weapons against apartheid, of course, proof that what apartheid stood for needn't be that way, that different people can actually coexist, and not by suppressing their own identities, but actually by just co-inhabiting a space. For example, one of the people we interviewed, she introduced very sternly that she was Christian, Finnish, and klaar. And then later, she would recall how she would help cook food at the local masjid, just not making that link even. So because of Sophiatown's fame, it's quite easy to think we understand what Sophiatown was. I think maybe out of all of these spaces, perhaps rivaled by District 6, it's been the most publicized. One of the spaces have been made the most famous, even internationally. And these are just some of the images that I'm sure comes to mind when we think about Sophiatown. But there's a danger in remembering a place as only being about one thing or having a specific fixed image of what that place was. So apartheid saw Sophiatown as an inconvenience and a challenge to its worldview. Politicians may remember it as a site of resistance, tourists as a place symbolic of all of South Africa, a shorthand in a sense, and an entrepreneur as a place whose fame can be capitalized on through things like branded t-shirts and shops. These are single visions of what this place meant. And the problem with this is that none of these visions are from the people who actually lived there. So Sophiatown gets reduced to be a single thing based on some agenda in many cases. And the actual people who lived there did not have a say in what that should be, what it actually meant to them. So this VR experience is being done for the Trevor Huddleston Center in Sophiatown, an NGO and Sophiatown's primary museum. And it was important to us that we not go off and display this at some museum in Germany or some place like that, but that the museum here in Sophiatown takes ownership of this thing. And there's a formal agreement for them to take ownership of it. So they can profit from it, grow from it, and use it to expand the local programs that they're already funding here in Sophiatown today as an NGO. Right now, they have a relatively small exhibition, and they would take you on a walking tour of Sophiatown, showing you in a flip file photos of what Sophiatown used to be like. It's quite a surreal experience, and they often deal with large school groups. So you can imagine one tour guide with a flip file, that being a difficult way to communicate what the space was. She would literally go, and here where the KFC is, you go and see this is where Miriam Makeba was first recorded to perform at the back of the Moon Shabin. Here where these dogs are barking at this blue house. This was the biggest cinema in Africa. And I don't see that coming across, you know, from a little book, especially with school groups and especially with the youth. So that's currently how the operation goes. And the idea of this experience is that people will get to see for themselves what Sophiatown actually might have looked like, and just the sheer scale of it. I think, you know, looking at District 6 as well, it just always boggles the mind, the enormity of what actually happened. And I think especially for young South Africans, we really don't understand that because we've never had any primary or direct experience of that. So knowing what it was with this VR experience, seeing the size of it, hearing about the memories of it and why it was significant, and then walking through Sophiatown today, it is a very different experience. So I want to talk a little bit about the technical side of making this. This is not the first time that a historic place is being represented in VR. So how are these things usually made? I think just to preface, we understand the difference between tangible heritage and intangible heritage here, the actual structure versus the event, and how that can sometimes be a little bit problematic because it's always both, right? Especially in a place like this. But we'll get more to that now. So firstly, while there are many different kinds of cultural heritage in VR experiences, the majority work with existing sites or existing ruins that exist or that have been restored. Heritage sites are then scanned and made available in VR as they exist now. Okay, Colosseum is a good example. You go there, you can see, you can go now on your computer and see a VR of the Colosseum as it is now, or you can go and there'll be a reconstruction of what it might have looked like. Okay, if no physical remains are present or if no ruins still exist, then these experiences often use photographs, films, maps, other archival documents to represent the site in VR. Now, while some photos of Sophiatown exist, a lot of them they're firstly insufficient. And a lot of them are of the demolition itself, which risk making Sophiatown and the representation of it about the demolition more than anything else. And I think, you know, building on one of the previous comments from someone in the audience, saying that the colonial story is often about what was done to and less about humanizing. If we only used photos of the demolition, it would box in places like Sophiatown as only being about the injustices that happened there, and not also about the real people who lived there, their lives there, and them just talking about actually living there and what that meant. Not to ignore the justice or pretend that we're going to present a serialized version where everything was just fine and people were playing touchers and going to the shops, but to see the loss through the lens of the lives of people that actually lived there. When we did these interviews, we never once asked people their experience of the demolition, but every single person we interviewed brought it up at various stages and in very personal and often very surprising ways. And I think that is what we really want to get across from this, how we're not denying the injustices, but we're trying to get a personal and human lens to what it actually implies, what it actually meant. And that is something that we're trying to disseminate with this project. So more recently, VR experiences have also emerged focusing on intangible heritage. This is a very interesting one that colleagues did of a sun hunting excursion. And these experiences tend to focus on portraying specific memories, experiences, event skills, and don't usually focus on a specific site, rather the event or so forth. So if cultural heritage in VR experiences today focus either on representing a tangible space or an intangible experience, where does that leave our question? How can we represent cultural heritage sites for which there are very few physical remains? Because looking at the sources that are usually used to represent heritage spaces in VR specifically, Sophiatown is essentially unrepresentable. And this is one of the main reasons why we chose to work with Sophiatown and these new techniques that we've been developing. Because the site, even though it's not representable using traditional methods of representing things in VR, it's still an important site, right? And by extension, there are many physically destroyed sites which are important to give people some kind of spatial access to and make people realize what actually we are talking about, what used to be here. So can intangible heritage, memories, be used as the data to represent physically lost tangible heritage? Can memories and stories be used to represent physically lost structures and places? To answer this, we must first look at what actually makes data valid. When is a memory usable as valid data, so that we're not, going on a tangent with this data? Because representations of cultural heritage need to be accurate and plausible to be useful. So in other words, if we go back to the question, how can interviews of people's memories be used as valid data for representing a historic site? And when should memory actually be used? So the two things that makes data valid would be its reliability and its verifiability. Its reliability referring to the distance between the original observation and recording. So if I directly measure something, I can be very sure that it is correct. It's very reliable. If someone else measured it and told me about it, it's less reliable, and so forth. So we go from things like direct measurements to a photograph being less reliable, to a painting being less reliable, to an oral account being less reliable, and so forth. So it's not that we only used memories and interviews, but as soon as we have exhausted our kind of hierarchy of sources, that's when we started working on memories to fill in the blanks. And in verifiability, which just means how many sources agree on the same data set. And this was really interesting, and it was why it was important for us to interview a lot of people, because a lot of people, if a lot of people make the same observations independently, talk about the same spaces, then you can be sure that that space exists in the way that it was described and lends a high credibility to the representation. So using these two ideas, reliability and verifiability, we developed this table, which then tells us the steps to follow when reproducing a space like this, going from more reliable data, such as a physical measurement or a map, to less reliable data. So if no direct measurements are possible, or if they've been exhausted, then we use the next type of data with low reliability, and so on. We start with physical data sources, tangible things we can measure, going to things like Google Earth, like in the previous presentation, 3D scanning photos, films, and then paintings. And most cultural heritage and VR projects use these methods. These are the methods that are mostly used to create these kinds of representations. Next, there are all the non-physical techniques, going again from more reliable to less reliable, and memories and interviews fall into this category. So just putting things on a table like this helps us to justify the use of memories, as we know memory can also be slippery and fallible, but it cannot be excluded because of this, especially if no other sources exist or if other sources have been exhausted. And memory also contains important information that a direct measurement cannot necessarily tell you. Why the space is significant in the first place, why it was significant to a specific person talking to you, and also just their own view of it. If you've remembered something for 70 years, whatever it is, that's important. So it also helps to break the preconceived notion of what a heritage site meant, because speaking to someone and having them tell you what it meant to them, it usually they'll talk about their garden and just remembering the garden and the times that they would go out and get fruit or things like that. So you have very specific memories which start to break apart the fixed ideas that we might have of what a heritage space was. So the data used by representations of cultural heritage follows a pretty clear trajectory, and physical data sources are preferred, and in less reliable sources such as oral accounts, much less. And these are exactly the kinds of accounts and sources that we are interested in, things like memory and stories, where so much of South African history is still preserved, but difficult to access or make available, or for people to understand the significance of, because you now have to listen and imagine rather than seeing for yourself what people are actually talking about and communicating and remembering. And the problem with this, where we have a preference for physical data over non-physical data, is that there's a geographic bias which favors the West and Europe and Italy, interestingly enough, and a bias towards what kinds of heritage gets represented, with a lot of tangible sites being created, but less so the intangible qualities of a site. So that Colosseum example, you're just going to see what it kind of looked like, but not necessarily have the stories or what happened there or why it's significant attached to it, which is, of course, the purpose of tangible heritage. It's a vessel for that kind of significance. So from our research, this is a map of all the cultural heritage in VR experiences that has been made and deployed at museums or so forth. And it's quite clear that there's a big bias towards Europe, with 2/3 being in Europe and about 1/3 being in Italy alone, which surprised me. And interestingly enough, this cannot only be due to resources being available to European countries, as many researchers and developers from countries outside of Europe actually go to Europe to create these kinds of experience, even though they're not Europeans themselves, creating European heritage experiences. And we think that this is because Europe has many more physically intact heritage sites, sites that are easy to go measure and physically scan and represent, whereas places like Africa have less physically intact heritage sites. And a lot of our history may exist in the form of memories, more so, which hasn't really been used as a source to create these kinds of representations and experiences. And then secondly, there are, of course, no cultural heritage sites that do not also have intangible aspects to them, that do not also have an aspect that has given it significance in the first place. The preference for physical data sources alone then means that only physical aspects of heritage sites tend to be represented, which produces not a full picture of what the heritage site actually means. There was, yes, okay, I don't think I have time for that story. So how do you actually turn a memory into space? So if you told me about your childhood home and I didn't have a picture of your childhood home, how on earth do I create an image or a 3D model of your childhood home that you would recognize as your childhood home? And that has really been an interesting process for us to figure out. So firstly, we obviously have our interviews. They were done in groups of 3 or 2 so that the participants could speak amongst one another, respond to one another, to make it more conversational. Also people that have known each other for a long time through the museum, as they were at a museum event. We had a few groups to make sure that they actually would agree. So if one group all agreed on something, but another group said the opposite thing, we know there might have been some influence, but we didn't really come across that. Groups tended to agree on the same things throughout. And then the participants were left to speak about whatever they wanted, in whatever language they wanted as well. And there was a lot of tsotsitaal going on. And I think a lot of people were excited to be able to speak tsotsitaal with one another coming into this space. And between English and me being able to understand Afrikaans and my teammate being able to understand Zulu and Sotho, they could all kind of riff off each other and just speak naturally, which was also important because it opened people up to just talk about their memories. So the people we interviewed could speak about Sophiatown with minimal input from us, and in this way they were free to bring up places and memories that we would not have known to ask about, or that we would not have thought would be significant, or that we have not identified as being significant spaces before. Things like playing tag and learning to swim and collecting scrap metal so they could trade it for a movie ticket. These kinds of small stories. But also it meant that they had complete control over what they wanted to share without us asking them specific questions, except if we needed to guide the conversation. And again, we never asked anyone about things like the demolition, but everyone brought it up in their own way at their own pace. So from that, after the interviews were transcribed, we identified these tags, 2 for the places, 1 for the participants, and 3 for the kinds of events described. Then we took the transcriptions and we tagged every single line of text. So every single line of text will have a participant who's speaking. It'll have a place. What is the place that they're talking about? You're talking about the Odin Cinema, for example, and it'll have an event. What is the event you're talking about? And from that, we were able to build a kind of network. So first, we take note of the place that was mentioned in the interview. Next, the event. And we would differentiate between static events and dynamic events. Static events being an event which doesn't travel, saying you're cooking a meal at home. That would naturally lead to a dynamic event, which moves between spaces. You've cooked your meal, you're going to take it to your neighbor's house, for example. And that would lead us to a different space. And in this way, we were actually able to create the entire blueprint of what this experience should look like, following the train of thought of the former residents that we interviewed. And having different memories kind of being able to intersperse with each other. So you would have a story from one person lead up to a story from another person, lead up to a story from another person, all of the same space, being able to get different perspectives of the same space simultaneously. This is what the network eventually starts to look like, and each node is linked directly to a part in the transcript where it was described. So if I had a space, you could, every single element you would be able to directly link back to something that was said during the interviews. Eventually, the network starts to look like this. And because multiple people were interviewed, their stories often overlap and the same spaces are described. This creates the ability to cross-reference information and create that verifiability so that we can be more sure of if we are being factually correct or not. So one example here would be this space. And in the description, the passage was long and narrow. Both walls had long stripes of black soot caused by strategically placed candles. A globaless electric cord dangled from a narrow black ceiling, and it must have been a pretty house. So you can link back the text to the space. Then once this has been done, we go back to the museum and we speak to the people again saying, this is what we have interpreted as your description. Are we off the mark completely or not? And then we are able to go for another round of making sure that we actually are creating something which is true to reality. So from that, we are busy finalizing this experience for the museum, and we're hoping to have it finished and ready to exhibit next year. And yes, thank you for listening. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you. And again, fascinating to see technologies being applied to heritage in new ways to bring it alive and to help us access it, as you said earlier. In the interest of time, I'm going to open up questions and comments directly. Is there anybody in the room who has anything for any of the speakers? We'll start with Mr. Morme, and then across there. And if there's anyone online, please let us know.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. We must appreciate the presentations. Dr. Motala, Dr. Houston, Mr. Isaac Borgito. I think that the tour of the Sofia town, I think I don't have much comments there or questions, but I might just want to zone in terms of Dr. Houston and Dr. Mutala, because I think in terms of of some of the questions that have arisen in this room, I was listening to Dr. Houston and looking at the impact of the laws that we had, and just it was fascinating looking at the statistics or listening to him taking us through that. In terms of if we're looking at who was able to work in terms of the economy, in terms of if you're looking at who you were at the time in terms of the race, and also the displacement of people. If we were looking at District 6, the presentation by Dr. Motala, I think if we start with Dr. Houston, when our freedom came, we're talking 30 years, and I suppose today one of the things that we need to look at is, has there been any progress? I believe there has been. I think if anyone, I think we can disagree with people, but I think there has been progress. And I think also we just need to assess how much progress have we made, and obviously we still have a long way to go. There have been so many laws that have been put in place. However, I think we start with the Constitution. I think it formed a cornerstone. I was reminded to look at the Bill of Rights. For example, looking at Section 9, talking about that you can't discriminate against anyone, and there was then an obligation put on the government to put laws in place to make sure that certain things are addressed. And looking at Dr. Houston's presentation and thinking about addressing past inequalities, was thinking of the EEA, the Employment Equality Act, and the targets, and we have that. We know the purpose of it. And there's so many questions as to, should we continue in terms of, implementing some of these things? You must realize that there will be sections of our society who will be unhappy about, I suppose that some of the questions that need to arise in our heads is, I relate to exactly that, is to, do we still continue in terms of implementing those? You can think about the BEE, if you're talking about addressing some of the economic issues, and there's so many pieces of legislation that were put in place by the government, and I suppose even in terms of if you're talking about the labor laws, and Dr. Houston was talking about how much people got paid in terms of in relation to their color. And I'm thinking of the BCEA that applies equally to everyone. You're thinking about the Labor Relations Act that applies equally to everyone. So the Constitution obviously still forms a cornerstone, which says you can't discriminate. So I suppose with the problems that we had, we need to look at what was put in place since 1990. Where do we start? 1993 or 94? I suppose that we can have that discussion and look at the progress. And I was also just thinking in terms of District 6, how far did the process of land restitution go? So we have those questions that we need to have in our heads. It's good and well to look at the presentation. In fact, it's quite painful. I mustn't, the first statement, take it away. It's quite painful to look at. I looked at the mama who was standing at where her house used to be. I can imagine that it cannot be a nice feeling where she was born, and now you have that visual presentation of what it looked like. So you can only imagine how she must feel. Yes, our government put in place a number of things, and amongst other things was that Land Restitution Act, and the land claims were put in place. I don't know how much progress, or whether we can say we have made a lot of progress in that regard. I think it's one of those discussions if we're looking at celebrating the 30 years of our freedom. So I must just say thank you to Dr. Houston, Dr. Motala, Mr. Potgieter. I hope I'm pronouncing your name well. Thank you so much.
Can we just take the second question and then?
I'm a bit worried. My memory is not.
Okay, then please go ahead.
If I can respond quickly. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yes, of course, some things we made great advances and others we have not. I mean, this democracy has affected people differently. There's some people who are multimillionaires who were beggars before, already in a stage of poverty. I know the area I come from, there are people in the hundreds of millions in personal wealth. There are others living 20 in a one-bedroom flat. It is shocking to listen to a 20-year-old student sharing a house with 19 other people. I don't even know how to use a toilet, how you get up to go to work. I mean, it's abject poverty. So we have regressed in some respects for more people, I think. Colored poverty has shot up, rocketed up. The 95% of poverty in the country is African, Black African, which most people do not even know. But that is where the racial dimension of things. The most significant change when it comes to employment equity that we discovered, just to go back a bit, a lot of these statistics that come from a chapter I wrote in a book that we co-edited that's published a few years ago, that you will not find in South Africa. I doubt you'll find it in South Africa. It was published by the Netherlands Brill Publishers, called Paradise. The title is Paradise Lost: Race and Racism in Post-Apartheid South Africa. And we look at a lot of aspects, language, the role of language in universities, and how it impacts young people. They look at employment equity. So we compared 2018 to 2013. The biggest shift, of course, government, there's been a big shift. There's a huge Black middle class has grown through the Employment Equity Act and changes in government. But when you look at the private sector, the biggest shift has been from white males to white females. It is shifting 1%. I think it's 60, might be 67, 6 around now. It's shifting 1% a year when you look at the top management positions. 1% per year. It was 68% of top management positions in the country were white people, held by white people. It was shifting 1% a year. But the biggest change is from white male to white female. Universities, I was shocked. I still can't understand how 64.5% of top management positions at universities. When we're looking at University of Zululand, Venda, I mean, Fort Hare and all these places, how is it possible that 64.5% are still white people? The biggest shift, and this is the most dramatic shift in employment equity, has been from white male to white female. So these are issues, I mean, we need radical economic transformation because let me tell you what is happening now. All these political parties that we have now, the thieves are moving in. Politics has become the quickest way to wealth and positions in government, by the way. Sorry to say for some of you, because that is the other area where corruption is happening. So we're having people who were National Party in 94, I've shifted to ANC, I've shifted to DA, I've shifted to thing. They are now sitting in Patriotic Airlines because they can get a position, some seat somewhere. There is no principle because that is the part to have. You cannot start a business, a Pick n Pay, and compete with Pick n Pay. You're never going to get anywhere. I am angry because I go on pension now. And I am got to look at a white financial advisor. I'm looking at a percentage of my pension that is being managed by top management that is white. In a country that 30 years, and I know I need to say and I need to emphasize, 30 years is not a long time. It is a short time. And a mistake we've made, the ANC promised too much and people expected too much. And partly of the problem is part of its successes. Electrification has been a major success. Housing has been a major success. Can you imagine how, there's a statistic that I didn't look at, and that is the provision of housing. When you stopped building houses for African people in 1969, they stopped. Can you imagine when you don't build houses, you don't build roads, you don't put schools, you don't put electricity? And from 1994, you got to start catching up. The tremendous, our people don't understand the challenges that we have to face. And the ANC failed to communicate that. It is still failing to communicate that. And I don't know what, because you talk to these guys, I don't know what happens. There's something that happens when you sit somewhere in an office and you're earning a nice salary, that you suddenly forget everything. So I don't know. I mean, I'm actually very depressed at the moment. I've never been, that's why my memory is going a bit. Because there's just too many things to worry about. I am very worried about the next 5 years. It's going to be a disaster. We are going to make reverses. We are going to go backwards. Because I am sitting in a community that is extremely racist. They simply believe that African people are getting everything. They cannot see that there's an African community not far from them, where people are absolutely nothing. So these are the type of dynamics that are happening because of the perception of marginalization, that not everybody can benefit. The United States has had 300 years of democracy. There's homelessness there, man. There are blackouts. I went to California, there was no water. You couldn't go, they were paying you $5 a day not to clean your room, your hotel room. And these are things that when I talk to my friends and I argue with them, and I say, but don't you understand that the whole city of St. Petersburg didn't have water for a period? No, but we can't compare South Africa with other countries. You cannot expect something to be done in this country that cannot be done somewhere else. Sorry, I'm not sure if I answered the question.
Hi. Yeah, it's not a huge thing. I was just wondering with some of the statistics, Dr. Houston, do those include the homelands? Because part of the difficulty often when we talk about the old South Africa is we tend to assume it's a homogenous thing, but you had different education departments per homeland. You had universities were segregated tribally and so on. I mean, I know the term's problematic. And the homelands themselves, I think towards the end, had almost as many people employed as the white state. So I was just wondering if those statistics about occupational levels, about education spending, what they refer to. That's the one thing. I just wanted to compliment the other speakers. I mean, that's just mind-blowing, and that's really, I wish I could do that kind of high-tech stuff. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, I'm actually amazed, and I'm actually looking forward to the results of this. I mean, I wish I could do this. Take the same, so many other places. My parents' farm, my grandparents' farm, was taken away in 1986, a few months before they revoked the Group Areas Act. It was declared an Indian area and is now a school there on that area. The only thing I have is memories of that place, and I wish I could do the same thing about that. But yes, no, most of the statistics are not. It's about white South Africa. But there are some, and when I look at health, and then you start comparing, what was in the rural areas and in the urban areas, it's frightening. Just what deprivation was there in the homelands, the deprivation, and having lived in the homelands as a teacher at the University of Transkei, the deprivation, I mean, it was frightening because I can recall there was once like a spa there. And I used to look at the TV and you see all these bargains that are at OK bazaars and so on in Cape Town and in Durban and so on. And I always said, I'm getting a car, I'm going to fill my car with goods and so on coming there. You find somebody buys a pots at 800 Rand that are 200 Rand but there's those little things about life in those areas that are so traumatizing. And then you have a homeland leader, Mutsanzima, they wanted 51% of everything. They did not allow people to open a shop unless they had 51%. In the Transkei, in Amtata. And, it's amazing how deprivation becomes a norm. We don't know that we are poor unless we go out of poverty. And we see what it was like to share a room with 5, 6 other siblings. And I look at that bedroom that we have now, in the house we lived in. I mean, it's how did we live like that? But what was the point? The point is the statistic. Most of it is about, white South Africa. Because it's difficult to get these statistics from the homelands and compare them to that extent. But there are some around health that we do have in the book. The book, I was hoping that this book would actually be a source of statistical comparison. Because we tend to forget where we come from. Because we have not much to compare. So when you start to say, that people were earning, that they were spending 7 cents on every African university student at a particular 7 cents and then spending much higher. It's 44 times more on every white student at the time. I did that calculation. And these were universities that were newly created, the newly created ones that came up in 1960, around that period. I'm not sure I answered the question again. Difficult.
I'm going to ask Mr. Mele to.
To go to Isaac and to Dr. Matala. Amazing stuff. It's just fascinating. What I was wondering about, whether there was some kind of synergy work between the two, in that what you're creating is interiors in 3-dimensional, and what Dr. Matala is doing is kind of planographic, but both have in common storytelling, interviews, photographs, etc., from the areas. And I was wondering whether there was some way, because I'm a District 6 man, so I would like to be able to go in and see. There was a place called Buckingham Palace, District 6, and where my father was born, and these sorts of things. Now, where my father was born in Stirling Street, the ETV have their whole block there. The German embassy or consulate is built on top of that. So we don't get to, to see the little houses that were there and what was inside the little houses. And so I'd like to see some of this as part of that. And obviously, from the other way around, I'm sure the people that you were working with in Sophiatown would like to also see that planographic stuff that Dr. Matala is doing. So that's the one. It's a comment that I'm making. The other one was, I just wanted to know how many of those people talked about or referred to the renaming, the triumphal renaming, Triumph. Was that also in the memory and the stories that came out?
Surprisingly, no one spoke about that. But they did mention the street names, and there was a decision to keep all the street names the same or to rename some of the street names, and that was very important to them. And a lot of people spoke about that because I think, well, there's an attachment to Sophiatown. There's also an attachment to your street. And whenever they come for an event, they drive past or walk past their street and where their house was. And that was more important to them than it no longer being Triumph. Or at least they didn't speak about that. On your first comment, I think I would give it to Dr. Matala to reply first.
Are you there, Dr. Matala? We lost Dr. Matala. What was great?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, great. So firstly, sorry that I can't be there. I would have loved to have been with this amazing group of people, and thanks again to Sarah for inviting me. So with regards to the question around 3-dimensional digitization, I mean, there's absolutely a lot of overlap between the work that we do. Isaac, and I think we should definitely talk in future. So, I mean, there's so many different ideas about digitization and representation around District 6. So for me as a cartographer, I always start with a map. And if there's a map of a place, then, I think that there's a possibility of it being represented. But what I really like about what you were doing with your glass box 3D team is how you can represent something that is in data poor environments. So we're also doing this counter surveying in a place called Defluctor in Stellenbosch, where we recently took someone back to the location of his house in Stellenbosch in Defluctor, which is right in the middle of the town. And this, compared to District 6, is a very data poor place. So we have to rely on memory, intangible stuff. So I think that there's a lot of synergy, but also connected to something about representing something in 3D and virtualizing it. What's quite nice is the ability to take a museum collection, for example. So what we're doing right now is we, at Global Digital Heritage Africa, is that we are digitizing the contents of the Fishhook Museum. And then we also went up to Piers Cave. Patrick, you might know it. It's above Fishhook, and a lot of the stuff that was put into the Fishhook Museum came from Piers Cave. And in fact, Piers Cave is the only place in the Cape Peninsula that has rock art. But my point is that you could digitize things that are physically contained within a museum, but then within the virtual, you could add the missing pieces. So, for example, a museum like the District 6 Museum, or maybe the Sophia Town Museum, or something more like the castle, you could add something, the layers of history. I mean, heritage happens when something changes. So, at what point do you stop considering it to be present and heritage? But in the virtual, you can represent all of these different layers. And just another point, if I may, to talk about the pain. So we're not speaking to ex-residents of District 6 sort of selfishly. We approach them and we ask them, would they like to have this process done of counter surveying? And it's done for their benefit. It's done for the benefit of the dispossessed. Something happens when people tell their stories. And when they are given space, especially from a place of power, I'm aware of the fact that we in places of the ivory towers of learning, like the universities, especially in a university like UCT, when you come to people and you say, tell me your story, and I can help you by mapping out your place, showing you the ghost of your house or whatever, they appreciate it. And however, I also I'm reminded of something that Eve Tuck said a few years ago, and she wrote this thing about damage-based research versus desire-based research. And with regards to damage-based research, she said that often social science researchers are benevolently interested in documenting damage, like I was, and I still am, I suppose. However, Black people are more than damage. That is to say that when a community is broken and damaged, they are more than that. And I think that some people there were talking about the fact that, there were everyday lives that were happening, and there was joy, and there was pain, and there was, interesting stuff, and there was great intelligence, and there was amazing creativity. So I think that the complexities of lived lives is something that we need to show. And of course, people are getting better at it. But I just want to caution against this purely damage-based research. Okay, I'm going to stop talking there. Thank you.
Dr. Masala, I just wanted to say that Isabel, that you had in the video, we worked together about 32 years ago. I haven't seen her since then, so it was great.
I'm being signaled by Ben that we have to cut this
Is
off,
it?
I'm afraid.
I can't ask.
I'm sorry.
I can't ask a question.
You can, one more.
One more. Dr. Houston, you talked about the failure of the ANC to communicate. What role did the media play? Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Good point. We have a good point. One of the things I've been following corruption for years. It's one issue that, we know what's corrupt and all that. Nobody goes deeper into why we have corruption and what is the extent of corruption. We do not even talk about corruption in the private sector. South Africa we have become something that has gotten rotten. We are greedy. It is simple. It is simple, and I mean I've seen it wherever I've been in Nelson, the Robben Island Museum. I've seen it in Sarah. You know what I'm talking about. It's there everywhere. Wherever people can get to make money, they want to make money. So, but we have an SABC. Over the past, if you have to look at my WhatsApp messages, I've been dealing with certain people. If you've been looking at what's been happening in SABC in the past few weeks,
the word change has appeared so many times in the past few months. Change. Virtually every reporter on the day of elections was almost pushing whoever they interviewed to say the word change. Now, when you start putting in a person's mind the word change, this is what they do. You hear change. We constantly want to change. That's what people end up saying. So we have not even in our own state-owned media has been very, I mean, I wouldn't say captured, might be a word. I'm not sure if that's the correct word. But we do not have an independent press, in the sense that even, investigative journalism, which was not there during apartheid, to look at the corruption in apartheid, has now become prominent. And of course, there's no defense of corruption. If you corrupt, go to jail, please. But we need a message of hope as well. The good things that are happening. I worked with SARA people. I've seen these people work, bend over backwards. I've never seen people work so hard. I work at the HSRC. You know how hard we work. We work hard. We are a government agency as well. There's so many people work in government, but all we see is what's wrong, not what is good. But I also blame the ANC, and we got a community government department, which is not playing the role of actually putting out that message, that there is a good message in South Africa. The constant narrative of negativity has permeated into the minds of so many people.
Thank you. Well, okay. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. And I think earlier on in earlier presentations, there was a question as to when this information is gonna, get to the people out there, especially the youth. And I'm very glad that we had we have these presentations where the generation of, what do they call it now, the fifth industrial revolution, are able to get the information. Now, we are ending it, but so I think for us, I think this is good work. I think that's what I wanted to say. That this is the beginning of sharing of information, because I know that even in museums, you will see the older person going to a museum, but the youth, they don't want to go in there. They just want to have it in their phone. So this is the important step. My other issue will be, since we are talking about the 30 years, in terms of our heritage landscape, I think before 1994 we have a landscape of the history or the heritage of power. When we've been talking about that the whole morning today. But what was our response in the 30 years? Our response, and this probably may not be a question to the panelists, but to probably everyone of us. Our response is that when we transformed the landscape of heritage, we presented, the heritage of pain and defeat in the main. This is what we have been presenting since 1994. You look at everything that we're talking about, the place that we are in, almost everywhere, the response is that we are presenting the heritage of losing, the heritage of pain and all that. Maybe after 30 years, it is the time that we must investigate presenting, the heritage of victory. Because that's what exactly Ntati Mele was talking about earlier on, that there are so many victories that happened even during, difficult times. not registering that we are not talking about. And in mind, when I look at the presentation of the District 6 and the forceful removals of Higher Town and all that. And then you have what was called Driefontein, where people resisted against forceful removal, and they are still in Driefontein to date. And they refused to be moved. And Datum Pumluana, when he was here, we were, even when we were talking, because it's part of the resistance and liberation heritage, what was in our mind was, yes, there are forceful removals, but we must elevate where the victories, these victories that we are talking about, even those that happened during apartheid. I think that's what, in the main, Datamile was talking about. I think we have done much, which is the reason possibly some other people would say that the healing is very slow, because we are perpetually visiting the pain. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm getting daggers from all sides, so I'm going to ask you to be very brief.
Thank you, and let me also join the other speakers and thank our presenters. And I think that we will have this discussion on another date, because we've not been talking about defeat, but we've been talking about resilience in our post-1994 heritage sites. I think what was very interesting for me was obviously, the two presentations, and my interest is on a project that we are doing with SARA on the resistance and the liberation heritage route, but with focus on surveying and mapping the graves in the SADC region. And the team that is actually working on that visited Zambia in November, and they just came back from Zimbabwe now in March. When they came back from Zambia, they were unable to identify other graves. And we also know that we have close to about 300, plus minus 300 and something graves in Angola, which we know that we would not be able to map and survey because of the safety issues there. Now, I just want to find out whether the two presentations that we've seen, whether there's a way of assisting SARA in identifying those graves that, in terms of memory, because we do have families. And in some cases, some families have been to the grave sites before they got to the state where now we can't even identify them. So I just want to know whether that can still be done through the equipment that you've been showing. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Look, I think memory has many different applications, right? And this is technology that can help us visualize things, which may not be something that we have access to, that's physically not intact. But because of this technique that we've kind of used to figure out how we can turn memory and find tangible facts out of it that we can use to make things visual, I would have to learn a bit more about the project. But from that technique, I think we're scratching the surface of what memory actually can do, how we can turn memories into a larger kind of project and help it reveal things which we didn't think could be revealed before. So to answer your question / not answer your question, I would have to get more information. But I think I'm really excited about the potential of working with this kind of thing, because even if you have only access to families and memories, there's still so much, even if it might not be the geolocation of a grave, for example, but there's still so much that you can get out of that, which would be able to tell that story in ways that haven't been possible before. And I just briefly want to react to the damage-based research question, which I thought was interesting. And I think, because I know there are daggers flying your way, I'll be brief. I think for us, we try to make it a question of value. Is there any value that people are buying into when we're talking to them, when we're doing interviews with them? And we actually made a proof of concept before the interviews. So people were able to have a look at the Sphin in VR, see what the idea actually is, and how it can benefit the youth and the museum, because this is a museum that have got a years-long relationship with. They often come for events, and I understand the struggles of this space and how they're trying to get youth to engage with this. So we only worked with people who kind of bought into that idea and could see the potential of this to reinvest back in the community. And I think that helped us to kind of prevent that extraction for some economic exploitation somewhere else, especially because the ownership of this will go to the museum eventually. And once that was understood, people, the former residents we interviewed were quite supportive of the project.
Thanks. Dr. Matala, I'm going to give you the last word. We can't hear you just yet.
Oh,
Okay.
now can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so just to link to what Isaac said, perhaps if the person who asked the question can email me, I'd be able to see, better to understand the what data you have, because mapping and surveying is all about data. So if you can get back to me about the data, I think this needs to be a bigger conversation rather than just a 5-second answer. So yeah, if you can get back to me, I'll see what we can do. And that's it.
Thank you very, very much. I'd like to thank all of the speakers again. Thank all of you for staying and listening. And I will hand over to Ben to wrap up proceedings for the day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schaafman, and apologies for the daggers. Thank you so much again to our speakers. I think give everyone a big round of applause one more time. All right, now we're gonna be breaking before we go into our closing session. So this concludes our main session for today. So it will be a 20-minute break in the area where we had our very late lunch, and then we'll return here for the final session. So you can break for 20 minutes, and then we'll have our closing session in 20 minutes time. Thank you.
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
If we could start taking our seats, please. If we could please start taking our seats. All our guests outside, you can start coming in. If we can start settling down. All right, thank you all so much. And thank you for your patience. I know we're running heavily over time, but again, we didn't want to shut down any dialogue today. All right, before we begin our evening session, which is going to comprise of 3 very short presentations, we have Ms. Lebogang Marishane from Cornhill, who will be presenting. We then have Mr. Chima Namiheni, who will be presenting on Robben Island. We then have Dr. Jane Mufamadi, the CEO of Freedom Park, who will also give a short presentation, and then we'll move on to our keynote address from Dr. Luyanda Mpahlwa, SARA's chairperson. But before we get into the main session, I want to introduce a South African singer and songwriter that has captivated audience with her soulful voice and unique blend of jazz, Afro soul, and contemporary sounds. Emerging from the vibrant music scene of Johannesburg, this artist first gained widespread attention with her debut album called Ndawo Yami. And I first noticed her in Idols in 2004, so I'm showing my age. This earned her multiple South African Music Award nominations, and her music, which is characterized by heartfelt lyrics and intricate melodies, reflects her rich cultural heritage and personal experiences. Over the years, Zama Jobe has continued to evolve as an artist, consistently delivering powerful performances and resonant recordings that showcase her artistry and deep connection to her roots. Please give a big round of applause for Zama Jobe.
Dazu Tina sipephethe isigwebo sisizulu. Dalazi, dalazi, sicela umoya. Hayibo thina sipephethe isigwebo sisizulu. Sicela umoya. Sicela umoya. No, it's
Yeah, thank you so, so much. Chairperson just said I should remind you that she will be back for more. Don't worry. I heard a few protests in the crowd. All right, let's get straight into it for the sake of time. Joining us on Microsoft Teams is Ms. Lebogang Marishane. If you can just get her online. Okay, I think we'll move on. Chima, are you online? Hi, Chima. All right, for the sake of time, while we sort out our online guests, speakers, I think we'll move on to Dr. Jane Mufomadi. Dr. Jane is the Chief Executive Officer of Freedom Park, an agency of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Dr. Jane holds a PhD in African Studies from the University of Venda. She has a master's degree in psychology. Prior to being CEO, Dr. Jane held various positions within Freedom Park, such as Head of Department, Heritage and Knowledge, Head of Department in the CEO's Office, and Coordinator of Special Projects. She has served as member and National Deputy Chairperson of the South African Geographical Names Council. Dr. Jane worked as a junior lecturer at the Department of Psychology and later as director and senior lecturer for the Center of Indigenous Knowledge Systems at the University of Venda, where she spearheaded the conceptualization of Bachelor of Indigenous Knowledge Systems degree. She has done extensive research on IKS and has collaborated closely with communities and Indigenous knowledge practitioners from diverse South African communities. She has published in both accredited journals, book chapters, and various articles. Currently, Dr. Jane is also a board member of the Black Lawyers Association Legal Education Trust and a trustee at the Toyando Victim Empowerment Program. She is also a member of the Ministerial Advisory Panel on Indigenous Knowledge Systems. Please give her a big round of applause.
You know that thing when you think others are going to present before you, then boom. I want to acknowledge everyone and observe, stand on the protocols that were articulated in the morning. Program Director, it is really an honor for me to be standing here before you. And I really want to thank Sarah, our sister entity, to think about us as Freedom Park, to share briefly about what we do. I think this is a very important seminar dedicated to celebrating our 30 years of freedom. We are being invited to look back at where we come from and to reflect on where we are today. But as we reflect on where we come from, especially from the Freedom Park perspective, we cannot help but remember that our freedom was not free. Our freedom came because of the sacrifices that many have made. They paid the ultimate price. And I think during this morning to the afternoon, this was emphasized by various speakers. I think this is also very important as we reflect. And I'm sure all of us are here as I'm talking about these topics that were carefully selected. I was actually talking to the CEO and Tembi that the topics from the morning, it's an articulation of the core business of Freedom Park. From the pre-colonial wars, the wars of resistance, the genocide of the Khoi and the San, slavery, the South African War, and of course the 4 pillars of the liberation struggle. That is what we are all about at Freedom Park. We are about our history, our heritage, our cultures, our spirituality, and indigenous knowledge systems. We are about the emancipation of the African voices, where we tell the world who we are, where we come from, and where we want to go. But as you know, we're sitting here in this hall and outside, the various representatives of political parties are anxiously looking at our screens, at their screens, and I'm sure we were doing that ourselves, taking a sneak peek from time to time. And the many millions of South Africans are doing the same as we watch and marvel at the maturing democracy in our country. But at the center of what has just happened 2 days ago, it's really something that we may take for granted, that we can vote. And we went out in our numbers. And sometimes it's heartbreaking to know that the majority of South Africans are still not interested in voting. Firstly, 60 million plus, only 27 million registered. And then you wonder what percentage has voted. I'm saying this, it's disheartening because this luxury to vote didn't come free and didn't come cheap. People had to die so that we can stand on those queues. I'm going to talk about Freedom Park from the perspective, and I'll anchor my talk on the call made by Madiba in 1999 during the celebration of Freedom Day, where he said that the day should not be far off when we shall have a people's shrine, a freedom park where we shall honor with all the dignity they deserve those who endured pain. So we should experience the joy of freedom. That call he made forms the basis of our core mandate at Freedom Park, but I'll unpack it in 4 categories. One being remembering, as I've indicated. Because ours is a special affinity to equality, respect, and human rights, and the constant fight against oppression, exploitation, because we know the ugly side of such practices. Our forebears laid down their lives, as I've indicated, for us to be free. I think from colonialism to apartheid and the dawn of democracy, we still face many challenges. We have been exploited, I'm sure you have seen from various presentations and talks. We have been dehumanized. But we do this remembering, not so that we look at ourselves as a defeated nation, not so that we harbor the spirit of anger and revenge, but to celebrate the resilience of our spirit, the achievement, the victory, the triumph of the human spirit. But we remember so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Somebody indicated 30 years is not a long time. If you look at the 342 years or so of colonialism and about 46 years, if I'm not mistaken, we have not even broken even to undo what has been done. And therefore, the need for us not to talk about this, the need for us to forget, it's misguided. We need to remember so that we don't go back there. It becomes a signpost of where we don't want to go. But talking and remembering is part of healing. So if you come to Freedom Park, you'll find that we've got over 185,000 names of those who died for the freedom you enjoy today. And this list is growing every day. These are South Africans, these are Africans, but these are our international friends who supported us through international solidarity. And we felt it important to inscribe them on the wall of names, but we hope we can inscribe them in our hearts and minds too. The second aspect emanating from Madiba's speech, from the preamble of our constitution, is the concept of healing. We understand that remembering can invoke pain, as many people have said, and sometimes it's difficult to bear. At Freedom Park, we say that we open the wounds so that we can clean and bandage it, so that it doesn't get infected. Therefore, that is why it's also important to focus on healing. And part of our work is also on healing the pain of the past, healing our minds. And of course, we talk about issues of redress, which I'll touch in later. Because we also believe that it is through healing the wounds of the past that we can achieve the restoration of our beings. We can become who we are supposed to be. We also remember the words of Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu when he was handing over the TRC report. And part of what we do at Freedom Park is really to implement some of the recommendations from the TRC. And when he was handing the reports, he said that we have been privileged to help to heal the wounded people, though we ourselves have been wounded healers. Therefore, from the Freedom Park perspective, the conflicts of the past and the pain affected all of us. And the process of healing and reconciliation for us, it's more to transform the individual pain into a national shared pain, where we must heal together as families, as communities, and also as a nation. So if you come to Freedom Park, you'll find that we do various programs that contributes towards healing of memories and healing in various forms, and urging the nation to come together towards reconciliation. We also have a special space called Isivivan, where we gather together. We have 11 boulders, 9 from each province and from a place of significance, 1 boulder representing the national government and another representing the international community. As we gather together in a circle, which in our knowledge systems, the circle, why Africans are so fascinated about secular formations is because when you sit in a circle, there are no hierarchies, we are all equal. The circle has no beginning and no end. And that is why it's so important. Even in the architectural infrastructure, you will see the circle. The third point I want to touch is the social cohesion and nation building. And our work here, it's really not at a theoretical level, but on practical program that really brings communities together. I'll just give 2 examples so that I save time and I won't read what I've written. One of the programs we embarked on is in Calvinia, where many years after our democratic government, the community was still divided across race. They're actually even divided by a road, those who know Calvinia. And there were no relations, even between schools. The schools between the African, or what is called in that area, the colored communities and the white communities, did not even play together. And we embarked on a project to get the communities to start working together. And we're happy that we made inroads. I remember initially, the Afrikaner communities did not want to talk to us. They didn't even listen to us. We had to request General Opperman, if you know him, is the former director of the Voortrekker Monument, to go with us. And it was after that that they began to talk to us. We also went to Vuwani. You'll remember the Vuwani case where 32 schools were burned down. And the popular story on the media was tribalism. And we went there and we found that it was not even about tribalism. In fact, the traditional leader who's vendor in the Vuwani areas married to a Tsonga woman. So it could not have been about tribe that the vendors don't want to mix with the Tsongas. In fact, the people there are multilingual and they sit together. The issue was about the demarcations where a community under one traditional leader was divided into 3 municipalities. And the challenge was he felt his community was being divided by government. So that was the primary issue, and we had to engage and facilitate. So when we talk about nation building and social cohesion, we're talking about making real impact in communities to bring change. Small drop in the ocean, but we believe if many can do that, and if we can make that impact, we would have achieved our goal. So these are some of the programs, and also the dialogues, getting the nation to talk to each other. You would have seen that just recently we did the 30-year commemoration of Madiba's speech, the maiden speech, but we also had a dialogue with former President Mbeki. And we were happy that our call and our recommendation for a national dialogue after election seemed to have been listened to. Because we've seen the tendency of South Africans talking about each other on the media, but not engaging each other directly. We have opinions about each other, but we're not willing to sit around the table to resolve and find each other. If CODESA has anything to go by, there is a power in coming together and engaging on how we can build or rebuild our nation. And that is what we do at Freedom Park as part of our programs. And lastly, the issue of indigenous knowledge systems. I've referred to the emancipation of the African voice, where unless our voices are heard, unless we can talk about ourselves freely, we will not be completely free. And sometimes we try to dilly-dally around issues because we are too sensitive. We don't want to hurt others, but yet we are hurting ourselves and we are self-oppressing. We need to talk about these issues. In my language, we say, "Wamba libinduri libuya luwane budzulu." You say a bad thing so that the good thing can find a space. And we find these challenges, especially within ourselves as Africans, our knowledge systems and who we are and how we want things to be done and what we should do. And indigenous knowledge systems, if you go to Freedom Park, by the way, I'm proud to say we're an award-winning interpretive center museum. We have many national and international awards, either in architecture and in other forms. And we're proud because the architecture of Freedom Park is uniquely indigenous. The inspiration are the elders like Mama Grace Masuku, who just passed away not long ago, the late Credo Mutwa, Mama Noria Mavasa. These are our organic intellectuals, and Mama Jane Koza from Mpumalanga. These are the elders who inspired the design of Freedom Park, uniquely African and symbolic. And we were ranked amongst the top 10 architecturally outstanding museums in the world. That is the power of indigenous knowledge systems, where we showcase the creative genius of our knowledge systems. So in spirit and in symbolism, we are promoting indigenous knowledge systems. And we have consulted traditional leaders and our organic intellectuals, even in programs that we do. We also have an interfaith program that looks on issues not just of indigenous knowledge systems, but the role of religious communities in peace building. As you can see, war are fought about what is the best religion and religious intolerance. So we believe that bringing the faith-based communities in the dialogue on healing, on reconciliation, it's very important, and we do that. You should come and see when the Christians, Islam, Baha'i, Buddhist, Rastafarian, and our traditional religious leaders come and pray together in the way they do things, not compromising, not Christianizing and indigenizing anyone. And you should look at the symbols that they use for prayers and rituals. A common thread that unites all of them. And you ask, what is the symbol? What is the meaning? You see that we're all striving for the same things. So we use these tools and within our communities to bring people together. As I conclude, I just want to say the rationale behind the establishment of Freedom Park was not only to honor those who died for freedom and humanity, but also to address the gaps, the distortions and the biases of the past, and to provide new perspectives where all South Africans can find themselves and can find the space. And I want to challenge you that irrespective of your culture or faith or political belief system, if you come to Freedom Park, you'll find yourself reflected one way or the other. And that is the achievement of these 30 years of democracy, where we're beginning to build an inclusive nation. As we do that, we're not prepared to sweep things under the carpet either way. And we don't want to be rushed into forgetting quickly where we come from. Healing is a journey, healing is a process. And we must be allowed as a nation to go through that process. So we're about the celebration of the attainment of democracy. We're about the celebration of the triumph of the human spirit. We want to contribute to building an inclusive, non-racial, non-sexist society. We honor those who paid the ultimate price. Speaking about the Khoi and the San and the genocide, it's heartbreaking. You come to our wall at Freedom Park, you will find a statement which we took from the diaries of the commandos, where they say, on this date, a commando went out and killed 500 Hottentots or Khoi Khoi. There are no names because the intention was not to preserve, but to wipe them from the face of the earth. So there are instances where we have inscribed incidences, but the names are lost in memory because they were literally wiped from the face of the earth. Program Director, as I sit down, it is my hope that what I've shared, which is just a snippet of what we are all about as Freedom Park, has enlightened you about some of the achievement of our democracy, because Freedom Park is a post-democratic monument. We were conceptualized after the attainment of our democracy. I hope you understand better who we are. And if you have not been to Freedom Park, I want to invite you to come into a journey of self-discovery, discovering who you are individually, but discovering who we are as a nation, as South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jane. Our speakers online have now joined. Lebu, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Ben.
Thank you so much. You're welcome to share your screen. All right, Ms. Lebu Marishane currently serves as the Strategic Support Manager at Constitution Hill, where her responsibilities include facilitating strategy development, conducting research, and overseeing the memory program. Leading the memory program, she actively engages with local and global partners to address challenging historical narratives for a better future. Lebohang's career has been dedicated to leveraging dialogue to reconnect individuals with their pasts, fostering reflection, and collectively envisioning a brighter future. She commenced her journey in culture and heritage at the Workers' Museum before transitioning to civil society organizations like Civicus. Her collaborative efforts have included planning and executing projects centered on transitional justice for African youth, as well as curating exhibitions in post-conflict societies such as Guinea, Rwanda, and the Gambia, with a focus on reshaping perceptions of difficult histories. Please give her a round of applause. All right, you may proceed.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Well, yes, you're audible. Hi, Lebu, you are audible.
Thank you, Ben. I'd like to just greet everybody and apologize for having had to leave early. As introduced, my name is Lebu. Thanks for the introductions, Ben. I'll be taking you through the history of Constitution Hill and what it stands for in the context of 30 years of democracy. Constitution Hill was set up as part of the recommendations of the TRC to memorialize the history of South Africa. We are this colonial block of bricks that sits between three suburbs, Braamfontein, Parktown, and Hillbrow. We used to be a prison, then we're a fort, then a prison, and now we are a national museum that is invisible to those that are not privy to what's happening between those walls. And I'll speak more about this and what its effects are. We are a beacon for human rights, democracy, and reconciliation, but we also have been set up to be a cultural attraction, which is a site of memory. But we use this memory to conscientize communities and work with them to preserve memory. From a tourism perspective, we've been set up to be a gateway from which to explore the Gauteng province and ultimately the country. History includes having held people like Mahatma Gandhi in 1908, but we've also held Robert Sobukwe in the 60s. We've also seen people like Mayor Albertina Sisulu, Mayor Winnie Mandela, and a lot of others that have participated in the struggle against apartheid. But of course, also we held those that were classified as criminals, having violated the law. This is a timeline. I'm going to assume that from the previous slide, we have an idea of who we held. But just quickly, in 1893, we were commissioned to be built as a prison. And then in 1910, that's when the women's jail was built. In 1909, number 4 was also commissioned to be put up, reflecting the apartheid laws of the time, because prisoners could not be mixed by race. So number 4 at that time held black prisoners, and the Old Fort held white prisoners, male prisoners, with the exception of Mandela at the time, of course, because he was thought to be influential and would cause problems if held with the black prisoners. In 1997, the Constitutional Court, which was tenanting at the time somewhere else, thought it was important to have the court built on site, given its historic past and the symbolism of the atrocities that were perpetrated on site at that time. There was a competition that was held to architects to design and build what the court is today. But part of the process involved the demolishing of the old structures in the prison. And one of them is the awaiting trial block, which is on the Constitutional Square. Those bricks were then used to build some parts of the court. In 2004, the court opened and the site also opened. What was significant at that time was that the Constitution needed to be popularized, and Constitution Hill was mandated for doing that, with outcomes of social cohesion, of course, reconciliation and healing the nation. Then began the programming for the site. This is Cornhill and its demarcations. Where you are sitting, if you look at the arrow, is the women's jail, and then there'll be the Old Fort over here, the court is here. The grayed out areas are still to be developed. So we are undergoing a PPP process to ensure that those are developed into build as establishments that will support the mandate of the site. On the screen, you see there's a building which used to be the awaiting trial block. When it was demolished, the bricks were then taken into the court, as earlier indicated, to build some parts of the court, but it also built what we call the Great African Steps, which then stitches 3 parts of the museums. The court, and then you've got number 4, and then at the top you'd have the Old Fort. These are some of the former prisoners that we continuously work with to add onto the narrative. But also as part of our programming, we saw it important when Constitution Hill was being established to actually involve those that were held on site to begin telling their stories and memorializing their experiences. What Cornhill stands for is truth-telling, but also providing a safe space where communities can come and engage in dialogue. We see memory as evolutionary, that is, it's dynamic in interpretation, and that it has to be inclusive and representative. And in our spaces, we create commemorative spaces and our practices. We also believe in contextualizing sensitivity. We approach our program, whether educational or public, in a very engaging and interactive manner, but we also are future-oriented in our approach of implementing programs. And I'll speak to these in my next slides. The site has transformed in terms of how it used to do programming. Initially, much of the focus was to actually document voices of communities that were both held at Constitution Hill, but also those that had experiences linked to Cornhill. So a call went out to work with ex-prisoners, their families, but any member of the public that had an interest to tell their story about Cornhill as a site of memory, documenting stories of experiences during apartheid. In this current time, what we use it for is to implement events, but we've also introduced festivals. In this manner, we are being tactical in how we engage young people. We use music, we use poetry, creative means to make sure that they not only come on board to be part of dialogues and engaging intergenerationally, but also creating opportunities where young people can develop skills, but also engage in job opportunities. We constantly engage those that have experienced apartheid to begin not only handing over the baton, but also engage with youth to begin looking at contemporary challenges with both lenses. We host what we call Lekgotla. How it's designed is that we have people, I guess, as Freedom Park also follows the same model. We have them sit down around a circle under a shade of a tree. If you had gone to the court, you would have seen that there's an exhibition which has a structure that is set up as a tree and leaves on the floor. And participants would sit in a circle and have those difficult discussions about issues that affect them in communities, whether it's from the past or contemporary issues. On screen now is a list of ways we engage. We do signature projects, which are largely festivals, exhibitions, we do tours, creative uprising, where we work with communities using indigenous approaches to creating. So this is a co-creating program where we work with young people and encourage older people to pass on their skills, but also collaborating with young people while they're having conversations. We have a museum education program that's curriculum linked. It focuses on the Bill of Rights. So we host schools around this and have discussions around what the Bill of Rights means in a democratic society. We also host what we call the debating tournament, which has grown and now has an African footprint. Last year, we hosted about 19 countries to South Africa to debate on issues around human rights. We also have realized that with young people, you can not only create spaces of engagement and healing and reflection, but you also have to be proactive in terms of how you document their voices, working with them. We've created a recording studio where young people can go in with their families and record their stories. So this is us encouraging communities to actually add voices onto all the layers of the narratives that are existing in the museum currently. We've also seen the Constitutional Square become a space for advocacy where communities mobilize and come and do protests and speak about issues that affect them. One of the campaigns that we've seen was the Free Palestine. We've also hosted campaigns such as the Roads Must Fall, Peace Must Fall, and the Galela campaign, the Kulumani campaign, which has been protesting on the court stoop. So the space has become that kind of space that communities are seeing it as a space to speak truth to power. So what we do is we open it up to amplify community voices. We also host the Flame of Democracy, which burns perpetually. And alongside that, we have a space that we've created that we've named Speak Truth to Power, where again, we encourage communities, corporates to come on board and speak about contemporary issues. But this is after engaging with the narratives of the site to remind people about what happened in South Africa, not to shock or make people depressed, but to keep the memory alive so that we remember the never again. For us, that's very important. That's the women's jail. How the site has been laid out is that there are areas that are open to the public. So the public from Hillbrow to Parktown to Bram can use this fare through. And if you are in the court, you actually see people passing by. So those are the principles that we try and express when there are installations or some new buildings that are done, to keep the space open, transparent, and that communities have ownership of it in line with the values of the Constitution and democratic values. I'm gonna skip that. Recently, we've introduced art in the way we work. So we've also established a creative hub that houses 62 young people that are working with various communities to create exhibitions. We commemorate communities, our heroes, by way of memorializing them. There's a mural on site which memorializes the women that were held at the women's jail, but also musicians that have played a role in the struggle against apartheid. So we put up murals, but also in preparation for campaigns and educating communities, we do put up murals that have messages that we would like communities to engage with. So that's another way of reaching out and engaging with the public while we memorialize voices and narratives. That's the Constitutional Court, and I think it has brought me to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lebu. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Chima, are you online? His mic is on.
Ben, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear.
All right, as mentioned, Ms. Abigail Tulare is unfortunately unavailable, but she has sent her Chief Heritage Officer to represent Robben Island Museum. Mr. Chimangadzo Nemaheni holds a Bachelor of Arts in Education from the University of Venda. He also has a postgraduate diploma in museology from the University of Pretoria, a postgraduate diploma in arts from Wits University, a master's in museum and heritage studies from the University of Pretoria, an MPhil in conservation of the built environment from UCT, and is currently pursuing his PhD in history from Northwest University. He currently serves as the Chief Heritage Officer for Robben Island Museum. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Ben, Chairperson, and I would like to acknowledge all the people that are attending this workshop. As Ben has indicated, my name is Chimangazo in full. Let me start with my presentation. Thank you very much. And I've been requested to talk about commemorating the struggle in the democratic era. This is the period between 1994 and 2024. It will be very important for me to introduce to you Robben Island and the time before 1994, as this has led to what we have been doing all the years. I mean, as early as the 1980s, when political overtures started making the rounds for negotiated settlement between the apartheid government and the African National Congress, the future of Robben Island as a bastion of apartheid force and rule came into questioning, and some advocated for the island to be turned into a commercial tourism, while others wanted it to be a hotel, wanted casinos on Robben Island, and others also advocated for Robben Island to become a place of higher learning and reflection. And the debates culminated with the appointment of a future of Robben Island committee, which was led by a former ex-political prisoner, Ahmed Kathrad, and the Minister of Correctional Services at the time. And he was based in the office of the president as well. However, it is very important to share with you the statuses that Robben Island is holding currently. It is a national museum and cultural institution as per the Cultural Institution Act of the Department of Arts and Culture. It is also a national heritage site as provided for in the National Heritage Resources Act within the South African Heritage Resources Agency, and it is also a World Heritage Property under UNESCO through the 1972 World Heritage Convention and its operational guidelines. And of course, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environmental Affairs, DFFE, it's the one that has been given the responsibility by the World Heritage Committee to oversee the management of Robben Island. And also it is a marine protected area as provided for by the same Department of Environmental Affairs. And as a World Heritage Site, Robben Island has got an outstanding universal value. It means that it is very important not only to South Africa, but important to the whole world because it satisfies both tangible and intangible values that are universal values to the global community. And the reason why Robben Island was inscribed as a World Heritage Property is because of the criterion that has been set up in the 1972 World Heritage Convention and its operational guidelines, being criteria 1, the buildings of Robben Island bear eloquent witness to its somber history, and criteria 6 states that Robben Island and its prison buildings symbolize the triumph of the human spirit, of freedom, and of democracy over oppression. And Robben Island then was known as a site that is a mixed site containing both natural and cultural heritage, meaning that it is also a cultural landscape. The inscription includes 1 nautical mile, which is a buffer zone from the island into the waters around Robben Island. And also, it is a tapestry of layers of heritage where natural and cultural significance intertwine. And as the management authority, Robben Island Museum Council is tasked with the conservation and preservation of the layers of heritage and history. Robben Island was occupied many times before it became a political imprisonment by the descendants of the Khoi people and also other people that came from different places around the world. And let me also quote the words by former President Nelson Mandela during the launch of Robben Island Museum in 1997 during the September 24 National Heritage Day. Robben Island is a vital part of South Africa's collective heritage. Sitkin is the island, a place of pain and banishment for centuries, and now of triumph, presents us with the rich challenge of heritage. Its future has been the subject of intense and wide-ranging debate. I am confident that we will together find a way to combine the many dimensions of the island, and that we will do so in a manner that recognizes, above all, its preeminent character as a symbol of the victory of the human spirit over political oppression and of reconciliation over enforced division. In this way, we will help strengthen the ethos of heritage as a binding force rather than a divisive one, as a force for truth rather than an artificial construct to satisfy all and sundry. When Cabinet decided that Robben Island should be developed as a national monument and national museum, it sets in motion its development as a cultural and conservation showcase for South Africa's democracy, which will also maximize its educational potential. I think as Robben Island, we have lived to the statement by Nelson Mandela over many years. I've got two difficulties here. Yeah, thank you. So, but what is Robben Island? I have already So we conduct interviews with them to cover their stories. And the site interviews, they also come to Robben Island. And this project started in 1997, and it's still ongoing. And also the development of the export database and site register database. The political prisoners database is the one that has got a list of prisoners. When we received it from the correctional services in 1997, it had 2,726 ex-political prisoners. But as I'm talking now, those that are alive, they are around 471, because the attrition rate is very high of these ex-political prisoners, that we get stories from them on a regular basis. And also the site register basis that started in 1997 and still ongoing is the site register that we document a number of sites on the island and make it a point that their significance is determined, and also the condition assessment is taken, it's undertaken on a regular basis to avoid deterioration. We also have got ex-political prisoners reference groups. The reference groups are different from the life history interviews, because life history interviews are individual based, while the prisoners reference groups, with these reference groups, we do collective interviews with them at a place where they used to work as a team during the time of imprisonment. If they were working at the stone quarry or the lime quarry, we interview them as a group, and that information is already in our cassettes. But we also have got educational programs where we go to different provinces in the country on an annual basis. We also have got a traveling exhibition trying to commemorate the stories of ex-political prisoners. And Robben Island used to have the so-called training program, the Robben Island Training Program, RITP, which later changed into the African Program in Museum and Heritage Studies. I'll talk about it later. And also the life history projects and the Journeys of Sorrow. The Journeys of Sorrow is a project that started last year. In this Journeys of Sorrow, we bring people and families that used to visit their own family, their own children and relatives who were incarcerated on Robben Island. And as they came, they used to go to a place that we call Cowley House. And from Cowley House, where they will be given accommodation and food, they will be transported to a site called the Jetty One, which is an old embarkation to and from Robben Island at waterfront. So in this project, we document their stories, their memories about the imprisonment, and also these stories are going to assist us with the interpretation. And also women imprisonment, we just have started with the project now on women imprisonment after getting support from the United Nations. As Robben Island, we are not only concentrating on recording the stories of the male prisoners on Robben Island, we are also focusing on women imprisonment, irrespective of them coming from outside of the country, especially in Southern African region, and also in the country, in different provinces. We are going to interview them within the next financial year. And we also have got a project called the Digitization Project at Maibu, supported by the French Development Agency. And this project currently, it is a 3-year project that is currently looking at training, building capacity to our staff members so that they are able to deal with the issues around digitization in future. And we are very much alert to the fact that when we are exposing some of the artifacts to our supporters, we are very strict in terms of our intellectual property. We have just finalized, with the assistance of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, finalized the intellectual property policy for this first time. So the pictures that you see here are pictures of some of the last political prisoners that were released in 1991. And if you look at it, this is where the current logo of Robben Island comes from. So I have already spoken about this. It's about political prisoners and WADA's reference group. There's nothing much to say about them. That is one of the family that we have interviewed of an ex-political prisoner that a long time ago. And the database, I have communicated about it. And the educational outreach programs, these are the outreach programs. When we go out there, we are assisted by the ex-prisoners who share their memories to schools in different provinces of the country. So the picture that you see here, it's a picture these are pictures coming from a school or different schools in the Eastern Cape. And on an annual basis, I can say that we reach out to about 10,000 learners around the country. The training program, as I've indicated, we're in the process of ensuring that this training program is reviewed. And if there is a need to bring it back in another format, let it be. But we are going to put together a team of different universities and experts to come together and make it a point that they review the previous program, while at the same time we live to our dream of seeing Robben Island as a space for lifelong education. And the program has produced a number of professionals that are working in South Africa, in the SADC region, and also in Kenya. Many of them are occupying high positions. And in this program, sometimes we use ex-political prisoners that have qualified and that have got degrees to come and communicate with our staff, our students. So we also have got what we call annual lectures that we started in 2018, a series of lectures. In the past, we have celebrated the lives of Nelson Mandela, Govan Mbeki, Walter Sisulu, Jabta Masemola, Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, amongst others. And also what we did in 2023 was that we declared 2023 as the year of Mangaliso Sobukwe, where there were a number of activities that took place throughout the year. We launched this in April, and it ended up in March 2024. We also got the exhibition that has been installed about Sobukwe. And in doing these lectures, we are also trying to make it a point that we shouldn't be seen to be biased towards one group over the other. So it is the question of whose heritage is it that we are trying to preserve as Robben Island. And we have taken a decision to say that in future, we need to celebrate sometimes, because there are a lot of Robben Island. It's a very seriously contested space. There are ideas about celebrating groups or epochs rather than individuals. Like last year, we celebrated the leprosy layers, as Robben Island has got many layers So it was fitting to do so. And the reunion of ex-World Cup prisoners in 1995, which was led by the former president, our first president, Nelson Mandela, took place on the island. These people were brought to the island to discuss about their future, and key decisions about Robben Island were discussed, including the institution of lifelong learning. They wanted us to ensure that we start with that kind of an institution. Unfortunately, the institution that was established was the Robben Island Training Program in 1998. And the year 2024, as I've indicated earlier, marks 30 years of South Africa's attainment of democracy in 1994. And this event that is going to take place of the reunion is going to take place around September, October this financial year. And the ex-World Cup prisoners want to talk about what happened in the last 30 years and what will be the way forward going into the future. It will be an opportunity for them to reflect. And we also have got a project called The Journeys of Sorrow and Hope. We interview women, we interview family members, as I've indicated, those that went to Cowley House and whatever. And this year is the second year of the project. The UNESCO Prisoners Project, Women Prisoners Project, it's going to start in June this year. And we hope that we are going to create a database of all the women that have been incarcerated in the past, and we get their stories, because our struggle was not a struggle of men, it was a struggle of all South African citizens, including women. And we are in the process currently of appointing researchers that are going to start the groundwork. So these are just some of the pictures that we took when we were interviewing reference groups, site-based. We used to invite them, and they will come to Robben Island. So these are a lot of them that have been undertaken in the past. So the information is currently at my way, and it's part and parcel of what is going to be used in the future, and also part of the digitization, only if the ex-World Cup prisoners agree, because there is an issue of intellectual property. So we also deal with, there is a very good project. This project is about the ex-World Cup prisoners that were in an island, but they were buried as paupers. Were buried at the cemetery in Belleville. The cemetery is called Stickland Cemetery. So since 2012, Robben Island management started honoring these ex-World Cup prisoners by building a monument. But unfortunately, it was incomplete. We decided to ensure that the panel, the last part, which is the installation of panel with their biographies, is installed this financial year. And we are working very closely with the city of Cape Town, because that is the one that is going to maintain the area. So these are some of the pictures of the panels that we have installed, the good work that was done by the previous management. You see, these are the panels. I'm just showing you some of them. And in conclusion, I felt it better and necessary that we should share with you our vision, which is to be a heritage site of memory that inspires inspirations for a better world, bringing hope to Africa and all of humankind. That is our vision moving forward into the next 30 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chima. So there's gonna be a change to the scheduling. Can I just confirm, CEO? Okay. All right. I think we can move it to, yeah. Okay, no, then I think we'll proceed. Okay. There was just a proposal to move one of the items, but I think we will proceed then in that case. And then thank you again to Chima for the presentation. I'm now going to introduce Dr. Luyanda Mphahlwa, who is the current chair of the South African Heritage Resources Agency and has been serving in council since 2019. He obtained his master's in architecture at the Technical University of Berlin in Germany and is a director of his architecture firm, Architecture and Design Network. He has been practicing in Cape Town since his return from exile in 2000. His education in South Africa was interrupted when he was incarcerated on Robben Island Prison in 1981 for his role in the anti-apartheid struggle. His release in 1986, he left for Germany, where he spent 15 years in exile. Dr. Mphahlwa is passionate about socially relevant architecture with a focus on the transformation of urban environments, in particular, reimagining our cities as inclusive, affordable, and livable environments accessible to all. Recently, he has been consulting on urban strategies in various capacities, and he was awarded an honorary doctorate in science and technology from the Walter Sisulu University in 2010 for his contribution to innovative, socially relevant design and technology. Currently, he is adjunct professor at the UCT African Center for Cities for the next 5 years. And since 2021, he has been a guest lecturer in the German DAAD-sponsored Museums Lab program, a platform for dialogue between German and African museums. He is former president of the South African Institute for Architects and has received various design awards, including the South African Institute for Architects Coral Brick Award of Excellence in 2006 for the South African Embassy building in Berlin. He was the recipient of the USA-based Curry Stone Design Prize in 2008 for the design in Indaba Sandbag low-cost house in Mitchell's Plain, Cape Town in 2010. He was also part of the technical team of advisors for the construction of the 2010 World Cup Stadia in South Africa. Among other books published is The Lie of 1652, A Decolonized History of the Land, and The Truth About Cape Slavery, The Foundations of Colonial South Africa, due out in August 2024. Is that not you? All right, I don't know why this is here. Scratch the last part. I'm going to end it here. He was part of the team of advisors for the construction of the 2010 Stadia. Please give him a round of applause. I was talking to Mimi.
I understand. No. I'm being misrepresented here. Okay, so colleagues, I really not sure that everybody is still awake. It's getting late. That's why we thought we could change the program, but our leadership from DEC is here, so from DSEC, so we can't afford not to have them. So yeah, it's